requires a digital beard.
This is for the FBI stream. Come on, I'm incognito here.
Oh,
Look,
I
I'm a
see.
Fed now.
I see. Today we're joined by Rob Noor. How you doing, Rob?
Doing great. Happy to be here.
I
Yes.
still I still don't have Rob in the video, but I'm working on that,
Oh,
guys.
look
He's
at
gonna
this.
be he's gonna be he's
What
gonna be
a
on screen any minute now.
what is this amateur hour?
What
I
are you
got tips
talking
for
about?
radio.
Look, I had to experiment with the filters before I could. I had other things.
There you go.
Priorities. Yeah.
That's right. Adam was giving Rob some advice for what kind of visual filters he could use to really, bring his content to the next level.
Yeah. What
I'm not sure the creepy pedo mustache beard sunglass combo is the right one, right filter. Though.
Okay. I'll switch it up. I'll change it up. Look,
I don't know. On Twitch, that might be the go-to look.
You're right. Who knows?
there's a lot of porn stashes on Twitch, or
I don't know. Look, I started the beard. I'm 38, so the reason I grew a beard when I was young was because I was lazy, and now every hipster has one. So I want to go to just mustache, but my wife won't let me. So I'm stuck with this.
Yeah, what are you
Ouch.
doing? You're not supposed to be a hippie.
let's enough talk about
Shave your face, hippie. Come on.
enough talk about beards. Let's talk about what we were talking about. You were saying something about how Destiny, you destroyed Destiny in a debate, Rob, and you came to this conclusion because you read the comments on his video, and everyone in the comments was saying, "This guy annihilated Destiny." I mean, that sounds like a stretch to me.
Many times, an audience, like let's say that me and Adam debate something, and Adam crushes me. Probably the people watching me are 75% going to be like, "Oh, Rob crushed him." That's the nature of it. So oftentimes you can tell if you at least sounded reasonable or sounded pretty good. If you see even the other person's audience, like, yeah, we think that he made some good points. So I think that people could go watch that debate for themselves if they like, but it's not that I'm a better debater than Destiny, but I am. It's also that I'm on the right side of the issue, that Joe Biden sucks, and it's a pretty laborious task to defend his record as president, so I don't think he sounded so hot in that debate. And that was a year ago, so things have gotten worse since then. So
I just saw this morning Joe Biden's energy secretary make an announcement that we have achieved fusion power, which has been the holy grail of nuclear power for like 60 years. So, I mean, that's quite an accomplishment, right?
that'd be great. Hopefully it works out. Energy's weird. I did policy debate in college. In 2004, one of the topics was peak oil, and everyone was telling us all the energy problems were about to be solved because of hydrogen fuel cells. It didn't work out, So a lot of times you hear these big stories. I hope it works out.
already walking it back. Like, oh yeah, what an achievement. Yeah, well, I wonder how Trump is.
Rob's
I wonder
right.
how Trump feels about that vaccine.
You should be skeptical whenever like a scientist comes out and they have like, we just figured out some amazing thing. You're like, okay, I'll believe it once it like materializes.
How did Operation Warp Speed work out? I hear that's going great.
You mean that phony vaccine, Adam? Is that what you mean?
From China.
Yeah.
From China.
Now look, I'm a little, I don't know how tribalism exists. I'm certainly partisan, but I am absolutely willing to admit when someone I didn't like or vote for does great. I hope that tomorrow the economy bounces back and the war in Ukraine ends and there's free energy, and I'll be like, damn, I was wrong about Biden. He's awesome. He did all of this. I don't expect it, but
Well, you know that Joe Biden personally went to whatever university laboratory did this, and he directed them, and he made fusion possible with his wits.
Well, no, you didn't read the article about this? So the scientists, I saw they were talking about it. They said they were having a problem of motivation, but then once Biden came and sniffed their hair as they were working, it really motivated them, to figure out fusion. So.
You're like, we need a lot of energy to get very far away from this guy.
Okay, well, that's good. That's
worked,
funny.
Yeah.
So,
but no, I mean, you don't have to listen. You don't have to attack the fusion energy. I don't think it has anything to do with Joe Biden. I think it was a Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, but it was in California though, so it probably runs on like granola and soy or something.
Yeah. Why are you so? You guys are so evil. Anyway, we have another point of business to take care of before we go in, and I figured. I mean, we didn't really come up with a hard hard and fast topic.
I have literally no idea what we're talking about.
Well, no, I was curious because you seem interested in FBI corruption. I know nothing about FBI corruption, but my friend Sitch is like such a stickler for, facts and evidence and shit. It's really a bummer sometimes because I just want to, I just want to believe so bad. And Sitch just always proves the things that I want to believe wrong, which really, I need better friends, I think. But
you need friends that just Rob, support your worldview unquestionably.
Yeah. Maybe Rob can help us out here. Maybe Rob can convince Sitch that the FBI is just completely corrupt. But the other thing, I just want to make sure we're safe here, because you were going to come on the show and somebody tweeted at us and said, Rob Noor is insane. Stay away from Rob. Whatever you do not talk to him. He's crazy. And I like crazy people. So that actually made me want to have you on even more. But I'm curious, what is this person crazy, or do you have a stalker or something, Rob? What's going on?
I have no clue. I don't know who that person would be. I'll say this. Many of the big left-wing streamers that have had interactions with me don't want to debate me because they can't defend on many of these issues. And so you get these ad hom attacks where people are just like, well, you're a conspiracy theorist. Here's some things I was called a conspiracy theorist for on left-wing panels I did. I was a conspiracy theorist. Destiny called me a conspiracy theorist because I said that Governor Cuomo was hiding how many people died in nursing homes. That story literally broke the day that I made that claim to Destiny, and he called me a conspiracy theorist and said, what, are they hiding the bodies in the ocean? No, they were hiding how many their disastrous policy killed. I was called a conspiracy theorist for talking about how good natural immunity was called a conspiracy theorist by talking about the low effect on transmission of the vaccine, was called a conspiracy theorist for citing public knowledge that basically every European country decided early on it was a bad idea to lock down schools, and yet for some reason after the teachers union suggested that's exactly what our CDC recommended. I was called a conspiracy theorist for saying that the FBI used unverified opposition research paid for by Hillary Clinton and the DNC to spy on the Trump campaign. I was called a conspiracy theorist for pointing out that the Mueller team wasn't going to be able to prosecute anyone for the actual case of colluding with Russia. So that's what their go-to is. They just say, no. I debated Chud Logic on is social media censoring conservatives more. I was laughed off as a conspiracy theorist. That was 2 years ago.
Well, maybe we should define conspiracy theorist.
Well, wait. Before we define conspiracy theory, what about what did you get wrong? Give me an example.
So I was adamant that I did not think that Joe Biden would end up being the nominee. Way back in 2020.
Well, that's like a prediction, though. Was there something that you were like pretty sure was a conspiracy?
Yeah, that's not a conspiracy.
I guess I was wrong about this one.
I think the closest I could come to, I was highly skeptical when the CIA and the FBI was coming out saying Russia was about to invade. I said that I did not see evidence of that, and that happened.
Right.
So I would say that, but most of the time, no, it's easy. And it's not because, you have to understand, I work 70, 80 hours a week. My job is, I take care of people with developmental disabilities. I have a family, so I'm not like a full-time streamer. But when you look at these things, it oftentimes doesn't require huge amounts of research. It just requires seeing a pattern and then looking into things independently, not listening to what Fox News is telling you or what CNN's telling you. And oftentimes, you're able to see that even people like us that have shows, as an individual, you oftentimes will be able to see things emerge that people aren't talking about. Like if you read the Twitter files once they release all of them yourself, I guarantee you'll find things in there that like, well, that's interesting, and I didn't hear anyone talking about that. And so that's how I came upon this, was just incident after incident of seeing that the FBI is showing this incredible bias and corruption. And this goes back to the days of Hoover, but I'm just going to limit it to like basically the last 6 years. The game was afoot when Chuck Schumer, who has no incentive to lie or to favor Donald Trump, before Trump was sworn in, went on national television and said Trump criticizing the FBI was a mistake because they'd find 6 ways of Sunday of getting back at them. Every single American should have said, so you're telling me that the most powerful elected leader in the world has to be fearful of bureaucrats that work underneath him? But that's exactly what it is. And from there, you could see a predictable step. The FBI has been screwing with Trump and other populist conservatives and populist left-wingers and centrists ever since.
You don't believe the U.S. coup Ukraine stuff, right? in 2014?
So U.S. coup, it's a difficult question. I think that there was some sort of color revolution going on. But these things happen so frequently, and it's not just happening between the U.S. and Russia. It's occurring from all sorts of governments, the UN, NATO, individual European countries. I think what happened was that, sadly for the Ukrainian people, they haven't really had a president that was looking after their best interests first and foremost. Though you could say that of the United States as well. So you had Yanukovych, right? Yanukovych was seen as this pro-Russian president, and basically the United States was working on the ground through NGOs and other organizations to push people to want to oust Yanukovych, and Poroshenko was their person. That's who they wanted. And so now the people of Ukraine go from basically being a vassal state of Russia to being a vassal state of the United States. Regardless of if Poroshenko was installed by the U.S. or the U.S. just used him as an ally once he was there, it is beyond doubt that the United States and the Obama administration and their State Department basically used Ukraine and Poroshenko as a vassal state. For example, the NABU, which is the National
a vassal state for what? What is the vassal state for? Well, what does the United States need Ukraine for?
Because it's about encircling those that are seen as enemies to the United States, Europe, and globalism. Why does NATO exist? Right? Why is NATO?
NATO, it's a defensive treaty, so so nations don't invade one another. It adds economic stability to nations. They want to be a part of NATO.
Well, the United States, right? They realized that Russia, and NATO realized this as well, that it was created to basically encircle Russia.
Hold on. So you're saying that we took over the government. The United States took over the government of Ukraine because we're trying to encircle Russia. That's our game plan. Why would we do that when we could just nuke them from here? We have these things that they're called nuclear missiles. They fly up over the pole and they hit Moscow. Like, why do we need to be in Ukraine?
But that's
like the stupidest thing ever.
That's a childish way of looking. That would be like saying, well, why did we lie about weapons of mass destruction and invade if we could have just nuked Saddam? What's your answer to that?
Because of terrorism, obviously.
Well,
September 11th.
Well, no, because they wanted to create I believe they wanted to create a stable trading partner in the Middle East and someone they could use that was like a base besides, Israel, or in Saudi Arabia, essentially. Which, I mean, just nuking them wouldn't really solve that problem.
Right. It's the same with Russia. Nuking Russia, it's not feasible. It's not just that they want Russia wiped off the face of the earth. You have to understand actions like that, right? Actions like that, in order for sort of a global alliance of, what I would call globalists that you see in places like the UN and sort of a Western alliance through things like NATO and things like that, they still have to appease their people. They're not going to be able to get away with just nuking countries off the face of the earth. So what's going to be far more profitable and sustainable for them in the long run is to diminish those countries' economic and soft power. That's what the game's about.
Have you looked at any evidence to falsify your narrative that the color revolution was not, astroturf?
Yeah. There's actually reason. I won't make the definitive claim that revolution wouldn't have occurred without U.S. involvement, but there certainly was U.S. involvement. And the issue isn't why did the revolution occur.
U.S. involvement how? Like private organizations, but not necessarily government organizations.
Well, no, we had people from the State Department that were in communication with the people that were running for president in Ukraine, like Poroshenko. Victoria Nuland,
we have ambassadors with every nation, so.
But Victoria Nuland,
having an ambassador and working in an advisory capacity is not like calling the shots. We don't have any political pull. Well, I guess we do in the form of like foreign aid, obviously.
Well, sure we do. Like, for example, if we had an ambassador from China that was pushing and putting money into a candidate for president, right? And then private conversation is admitting this is the guy we want installed. Then that guy wins, and then that guy starts to do.
I don't want to go down the Ukraine route because we've covered the call like ad nauseum. Okay, obviously, you have a take on the call that I think is incorrect. So
no. What I wanted to ask was because I kind of do because I'm always interested to talk about the Ukraine stuff, but I assume the audience doesn't because we've gone over this.
I know they know our position. Right. Obviously, you get people tweeting at you that are like, "Well, we just don't like your position." So.
Right. But what I am curious is that because we talked to Dave Smith a week or two ago. We talked to other people about this, and I'm just curious as to like when people say that, oh, America was or had NGOs or there was American government involvement in getting the protests going and doing all this stuff. I haven't really seen anyone provide me with anything that's like really solid that shows that and shows that it wasn't just a natural occurrence out of, Russia embargoing Ukraine and Yanukovych switching to, go against the EU deals, the Russia deal. All that stuff just seems like a very natural occurrence to me. And I haven't really seen this America thumbprint that everyone's pointing to.
There are things that occur, right? There are connections between the United States, State Department, and NGOs that were doing things, funding this. We do have that call from Victoria Nuland. But
you keep going to the call, but the call is not evidence.
But again,
we're asking for something aside from the call.
But you're missing the point that what I'm saying is...
No, I'm not. You're missing the point.
No, listen, because I'm not the one who definitively came on here and said, absolutely, it was a color revolution, there was nothing organic. That's not what I said. I said,
but you did reference a call, and he asked you for evidence aside from the call.
Okay, well, yeah, let Rob answer.
Right, so there is evidence that we've seen. I don't have it in front of me. It's not an issue that I ever talk strongly about, but there is evidence that people like Aaron Matei have put forth, that there are financial records that show from NGOs that are backed by the U.S. State Department. We could see afterwards, this is the part I'm interested in with Ukraine, right? Go ahead.
How is a non-governmental organization, that's what NGO stands for, backed by the State Department?
Because
they get money and
through the State Department to these organizations.
Yeah. For example, State Department money?
Yes. So let me give you an example.
Funding from the United States government?
Yeah, they can get.
Give me 1 minute, and I'll explain this briefly, right? The NABU is the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. Once Poroshenko wins, the Obama administration agrees to basically fund the FBI of the Ukraine. It's called the NABU. Now, during the impeachment of Trump, the first impeachment surrounding the Ukraine situation, there were accusations that came from Trump and people on his team that there were people in Obama's State Department telling the equivalent of the FBI in Ukraine not to prosecute certain NGOs that had connections to the Obama State Department and George Soros. That was vehemently denied. However, if you go to actual emails from George Kent, you could see that he was actually emailing the people in the NABU telling them, we don't think you should prosecute these certain NGOs because those NGOs were actually receiving money from the United States government. And they were groups that were participants in the revolution and groups that were participating in being revolutionary afterwards. And so the government of Ukraine was listening because they're getting all this money from the United States. And the United States State Department's basically telling, we're going to pick and choose who you prosecute.
So it's been a while since I know what you're talking about. It's been a while since I looked at that. I thought there was an American set up anti-corruption task force in Ukraine, but it wasn't an NGO. I could have swore it was a direct U.S. government agency, and they wanted to investigate someone involved with that, and that's where they were saying, "Oh, don't investigate this person. They're involved with the U.S. government or whatever."
No, they were actually, it was like the anti-corruption something, like it was the organization. I'll look, as we go on here, I'll look for the exact email from George Kent, but he actually perjured himself in testimony because he said that they never did that. And you can see the email is directly from George Kent, directly citing these NGOs saying, we don't think that you should go after these NGOs. And it gets even worse when you start to see the connection that the NABU was regularly in communication. And this was said from the former prosecutor, Viktor Shokin, who was a prosecutor of Ukraine. He said that they were constantly being told who they could go after by the United States State Department. And that starts to make sense why, not in my words, but in the words of Obama's State Department.
Where's that piece of information come from?
Let me find it.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't trust anything Shokin says because he's horribly corrupt. But
yeah,
he's
obviously
serving. Well, I mean, he had like, it was either his driver or he put a driver who had no legal experience to be, a top lawyer in the state. And then those lawyers under him were soliciting bribes and coercing bribes from companies. And then when that came out, he tried to cover it. And he tried to cover it up until other lawyers who were mad at him basically got a warrant and they kind of busted in these guys' apartments and they exposed this. And I mean, that was really the scandal in Ukraine at the time that got Shokin fired, was when that all came out public.
No, they had a businessman murdered. They shook down a businessman and he was actually ended up murdered after he filed a complaint.
I forgot about that,
yeah.
This was directed at the behest of George Kent, of Victor Shokin?
Victor Shokin, yes.
Yeah.
I would like to see the evidence. Yeah, the reason that Shokin was fired, and it matches up, right? What we were told was after Biden issued his quid pro quo. Remember, it's not me that called Zlochevsky, the guy who ran Burisma, which was a gas company, and employed Hunter Biden. I'm not the one who called him corrupt. That's the Obama State Department that called him corrupt. And Biden was the point man for dealing with that corruption. And we could see what happened was we were told repeatedly that the reason that this quid pro quo was offered, which has been admitted, $1 billion.
This is, I mean, I don't want to, this is just all not true. So that's why I'm like, maybe we shouldn't go down this route.
What's not true? What's not
None
true
of this is true. Everything you're saying is untrue.
Okay, so let's go step by step. Did Joe Biden issue a quid pro quo to fire
everybody in the world wanted Viktor Shokin fired. The entire world. Ukraine wanted Viktor Shokin fired. So the businessman that got assassinated wanted Viktor Shokin fired because they shook him down and stole a bunch of product from his business.
So it is true that Biden, I don't remember when it was, if it was in December or was it in January, he went and he said that they should fire Shokin. I mean, that's true, obviously. Biden
yes,
admitted to
it is.
The question, or what I don't believe, is that it was done at the behest of protecting Burisma. That is not an evidence that I've ever seen.
Okay, right. So what we were told, so this is what happens. Like, let's just go through this. Do you believe based on the public, because I think what you're citing is sort of this appeal to authority. It would be no different than saying everybody said Iraq had WMDs, so they must have. And to me, that's not an argument. It's not. Wait.
It's not.
Everybody says the world is round too. They just so happen to be right.
Okay, it's not an appeal to authority, because an appeal to authority is sort of just saying like, oh, I have a blind trust in an authority giving a fact claim or something.
Right.
And so
exactly.
the question with, why did Joe Biden fire or want them to fire Shokin is you say, well, it was the conspiracy claim is, it was to protect Burisma because, the son was working there and it was corruption, yada, yada, yada. But to say, well, wait a minute. It wasn't just Joe Biden that wanted to fire Shokin. It was the EU on the fire. The EU specifically wanted to fire Shokin because, again, this was, Ukraine was trying to join the EU deal. And part of that was the fight on fighting corruption. And the EU had been trying to do, the EU and England specifically, I forget the guy's name, were doing an investigation on Burisma and other companies in the Ukraine. And they were asking for files and they're asking for information. And those companies were obviously not, going to work with the EU or the UK on any of this. And so they went to Shokin, who was the, attorney general or whatever. And they said, hey, can you force these companies to give us the data? And he basically said, fuck you, I'm not going to do that. So they're all pissed off at Shokin. And then Nuland, who had something to do with this, or she was even on, I don't remember, this U.S. anti-corruption unit in Ukraine, they all felt that he was super corrupt. And then you had, as I talked about, the local scandal where his lawyers were soliciting bribes from people and he was covering it up. So it's not an appeal to authority to say, all these people wanted Shokin fired. It's just saying, look, there's all this reason for why people want Shokin fired that has nothing to do with trying to talk about a Burisma cover-up.
Again, a lot of these people had a stake in wanting the Ukraine to get into the Western sphere of influence. And so a lot of them were making large amounts of money and filtering money through Ukraine and things like that. And Viktor Shokin was a prosecutor who was at least looking in to those crimes.
That's so not true.
It is true.
Viktor Shokin.
You keep saying
Viktor Shokin was convicted of shaking down businessmen for bribes. He literally hired his driver, who is like a muscle man, to shake people down.
Let's assume
he got fired for bribery. Look, they wanted Ukraine to clean up their act with corruption because we didn't want our businesses going in and investing a bunch of money in a country that investment was going to go to waste because it was corrupt. Look, I'm sure you admit that Ukraine has a problem with corruption, right? A lot of people on the right say Ukraine is as corrupt as Russia. We shouldn't be there. It's a mafia state. It's run by mob bosses. But now you're telling me Viktor Shokin, the guy who is one of these corrupt assholes that keeps shaking people down for money, he's squeaky clean.
Okay, now, if you'll allow me to respond to you, right? Let's say that you're right. I haven't seen this evidence that you're talking about, but let's say that you're right, that he hired this driver that did shady things. Could it be that he did that and simultaneously was seeking to prosecute Zlochevsky, the person who owned Burisma? Is that a possibility?
Sure,
Okay.
because
So when you say that,
do you realize Burisma received a bribe that was like, what was it, Sitch, like $10 million or $2 million in cash? Like Burisma was corrupt. Shokin was getting paid to look the other way. So obviously, there's tons of corruption going on. They wanted people fired so that they could deal with corruption.
So if you'll let me respond. So the central criticism. So put this in the perspective of, this is what we know. You tell me if I say something that you disagree with, right? I'll just try to outline the bare bones, right? Joe Biden was one of the point people to deal with Ukrainian corruption. True or not?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Joe Biden thought that Burisma and the person who owned it, Zlochevsky, was sort of corrupt pro-Russian that was kind of bilking money from that company and from the people of Ukraine.
Biden thought that?
Burisma is corrupt. Yeah, exactly.
And Biden thought that, and the U.S. State Department thought that, correct?
Yes.
Let's go with the next step. The United States government was primarily the funder of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, which was basically their FBI, correct?
I haven't seen that, but I'll take your word for it. Sure.
Okay. And lastly, you said the reason for the quid pro quo is we don't want to give $1 billion to a country where this sort of corruption is possible, because maybe we send that money and then it could. Okay, so then let me ask you this. Given what we do know is Viktor Shokin got fired, right? And now the investigation into Burisma goes to the NABU, which is basically the ally of the United States. So then you expect they solved that corruption and they prosecuted Zlochevsky, correct?
Well, solving corruption, whether or not Viktor Shokin could be standing in the way of solving the corruption, but the next guy could. Well, yeah, Viktor Shokin is out, right? In corrupt countries, a new corrupt boss can take over. You can't just say just because we fired the.
Wouldn't you hold the $1 billion back then? Wouldn't you say, geez, we got rid of the last guy, so then we gave you $1 billion, but now it turns out the new. In fact, find me one.
Well, you don't know. You don't know on day one if the guy is corrupt or not. Obviously,
right? I think it'd be a logistical issue, because then they would have to say, well, they're gonna wait another year to send the money to see if this guy's corrupt.
Well, even still, don't you think that if it was true? Now, picture this, right? You're the Biden administration. Now, all of this is ignoring, while this was all going on, Biden and Obama and everyone in that State Department administration full well knew that John Kerry's son and Joe Biden's son was working for the very corrupt organization that they claimed to want an investigation.
Rob, it's very simple. Look, if I am a corrupt head of Burisma, I am going to attempt to get Hunter Biden on my board. So the president of the so I've got some leverage over the Americans who are trying to weed out the corruption. I'm getting rich off of corruption.
I totally
agree. I don't doubt that they got Hunter Biden on their board as a way to, throw the dogs off from the anti-corruption league that's out to, make us run a legitimate business. Yeah. But what does that have to do? What does that have to do with anything?
Let me finish. So your claim is that Joe Biden's quid pro quo had nothing to do about his son. And yet you're saying that implicitly we all understand that that's the exact sort of things that happen. That if you're a shady... Please, let me finish. That if you're a shady company, you're intentionally getting the vice president's son on your board of directors because you know that'll be a bargaining chip down the road. But then when it comes to the public acknowledgement of a quid pro quo, you're like, oh, it's impossible that bargaining chip paid off.
Rob, what was the quid pro quo for? What was it?
I just have seen no evidence of it actually materializing.
Firing Shokin, why?
They fired Shokin because he was investigating Burisma. That's what Shokin
No, because he wouldn't investigate Burisma.
Okay, interesting point. So your claim is, that's exactly what I was trying to get to. And this is what the Obama and Biden administration said. They said, no, it had nothing to do with Biden's son being there. It was the exact opposite. Actually, Joe Biden wanted them to investigate Biden's son more, and that Shokin wasn't doing it.
No, Biden's son is not on the agenda. The agenda is investigating all businesses for corruption because they want to get corruption out of Ukraine.
It's absurd to think that if you're Joe Biden and you know your son is involved with it, that you're like, I'm going to withhold $1 billion until you investigate my son's company more. Everybody knows that's BS. It's
wait a minute.
Based on what?
It was Victoria Nuland and whatever the name of her team was, they were the one that came up with the idea that the U.S. policy should be to try to push to get Shokin fired. It wasn't Biden didn't come up with it himself. So unless she was doing it at the behest of like, well, let me do this thing that I think Joe Biden's going to like to protect his son. I mean, that seems a very strange case to me to make.
That's not.
And then on fact that the entire the entire United States department or the entire United States as an apparatus is going to say we're going to withhold, foreign aid to Ukraine just because the vice president's son is on the board of this company.
Of course not.
It's
ridiculous.
It's
not
to me
ridiculous.
to make sense.
So you've already made statements that are factually incorrect. At least you have, Adam. You said that he was not. Victor Shokin was not investigating. Correct? That's what you said.
There was an investigation that stopped. He stopped investigating them, and I know a lot of right wingers claim, because that investigation was getting close to Biden, and the Americans wanted him to stop. It's far more likely that Burisma paid him to stop the investigation handsomely, and that's why it ended.
Can I share some,
everyone is like
sources here?
Sure.
Do you mind?
Yeah, of course. Please do.
So I don't know. I'm not a Zoom user, but here we have an article. This is from the official Ukrainian news agency. This is from April 2nd, 2016. Court seizes property of ex-minister Zlochevsky in Ukraine. The movable and immovable property of Foreign Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Ukraine, Mykola Zlochevsky in Ukraine, has been seized, according to the Prosecutor General's office. The PGO filed a petition to the court to arrest the property of the ex-minister. This was April 2nd, 2016. Not a week after this, Blue Star Strategies, which was the sort of PR firm for the legal team of Zlochevsky and Burisma, they reached out to the State Department and personally met with Obama's State Department, which I could provide all the links for this. After that meeting, it took less than 2 weeks for Joe Biden to be on a plane saying that they demanded the firing of this prosecutor. Now, you said that Shokin actually wasn't investigating him. Do you think that freezing the assets of the leader is a serious step in an investigation?
I'm not following what you're...
Okay. April 2nd, Victor Shokin, the guy who supposedly wasn't investigating Burisma, had his prosecutor office freeze the assets of Zlochevsky. Immediately, Zlochevsky's legal team writes to the Obama State Department and says, Hunter Biden works here. We'd like to have a meeting with you. Then they get a meeting with the Obama State Department. 2 weeks after that meeting, Joe Biden gets on an airplane and goes and personally issues a quid pro quo until Shokin gets fired. Shokin gets fired, and then all of a sudden, the NABU, which is the ally of the United States, that the United States has told who to and who not to prosecute previously, they mysteriously drop the investigation, unfreeze the assets. And this is the guy that Biden and Obama said was corrupt, and not one word since then saying, oh my God, we gave $1 billion to a country that allows corrupt Russian oligarchs off the hook. Not one time have they said it since then. It almost looks like, geez, they were more than happy with all of these politicians' kids making huge amounts of money there as the United States laundered money through there. They were really happy to see that investigation buried. And so we hear all these lies like, well, Victor Shokin wasn't prosecuting. Yes, he was.
You said this was April 2016 or 2015?
Yes, April 2nd, 2016.
Wasn't he? I thought he was already fired by then.
No.
Because I thought
Shokin was making plans in February 2016 to interview Hunter Biden. You could read his interview here. Burisma's American representatives lobbied the State Department in late February 2016 to help end the corruption. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what I did? You may be right about it. I read this wrong because...
Yeah, it was like a year before.
In Europe, the dates are backwards. So it says 4/2/2016, but that's actually 2/4.
They put the day before the month.
Yes. So this was from February 4th.
Okay, that was like very... Okay.
And so then you can see... So the timeline goes... And John Solomon did all of this reporting, where he links everything to it, right? So... we see that Shokin was making plans to interview Hunter Biden in February 2016. He put in a sworn deposition. Burisma's American representatives lobbied the State Department in late February 2016 to help end corruption allegations against the company. Hunter Biden's name was specifically put on the email that they sent to the State Department. Joe Biden boasted in a 2018 videotape that he forced Ukraine's president to fire Shokin in March of 2016. Shokin states in an interview that he was told to fire Biden because they were unhappy with his Burisma investigation because he wasn't shutting it down. The day Shokin's firing was announced in March 2016, Burisma's legal representative sought an immediate meeting with his temporary replacement to address the ongoing investigation. Burisma's legal representative secured that meeting on April 6, 2016, and told Ukrainian prosecutors that false information had been spread to justify Shokin's firing, according to the Ukrainian government memo. The representatives also offered to arrange remaining Ukrainian prosecutors to meet with U.S. state and justice officials. Burisma officials eventually settled the Ukraine investigations in late 2016, paying a multi-million-dollar fine.
Can you, can you send me that?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because I thought, and that's been a while since I looked at this, I thought that Biden, I could have swore he told them that he wanted them to fire Shokin twice. And the first time was in December 2015 or January of 2016. And so it sounds like he could have told them, like, hey, you should get rid of Shokin. And then Shokin's like, oh, Joe Biden's asking me to get fired. Well, I'm going to investigate his son. Like, it sounds like it could be very retaliatory. Because then there was the whole thing where in February, they asked for his resignation. I think Shokin gave it, but then he rescinded it. And there's like this whole thing in Ukraine about, whether he was really fired or not. And then it took another month or two to actually fire him.
I don't know. I don't know if he, I would be willing to look at that if Biden suggested this in December. Even if he didn't, it wasn't acted upon. You have to admit that the timeline is very suspect and the way things play out is very suspect. And I could go through the litany of reasons and explain it real quick if you want. But the fact
the way you lay out time, like obviously, yeah, if the U.S. is just like totally fine with Shokin and then all of a sudden, he freezes this one guy's assets, suddenly the U.S. is like, oh, we got to get rid of this guy. Like, yeah, obviously that's super suspicious. Like, I would agree with that. I'm just saying I'm not sure that that's actually the timeline. I don't think the timeline actually worked out that way, but I'd have to look at it again.
I put the link in the chat. It's an archive link, so hopefully it works for you. But you'll have to let me know. It's in the Zoom chat there if that works for you or not. But it has all of the documents, the emails, and everything there. You can see everything. Everything's dated, right? And that's the exact timeline of what happened. And again, you have to ask yourself this. One, would it make sense that if your son was involved in corruption, and it's not just Joe Biden's son. You have to understand this would implicate the entire Obama administration. For the vice president and John Kerry, who was someone who was still a bigwig in the Democratic Party at the time, at least partially influential, for their kids and politicians' kids elsewhere to be involved in getting these kickbacks for a company that they were claiming was corrupt. That looks really bad for the Democratic Party going into an election in 2016.
I mean, it's totally insane. I've said multiple times, I know that having a politician having a son who's like a fuck up is kind of like a stereotype at this point. But to me, it's like totally insane that, Biden or anyone would not publicly, I don't know what kind of relationship he has with his son, but like, fuck, if I was vice president and my son is like fucking with my political career, I would have to publicly denounce him if he won't stop it. I mean, obviously this just looks so bad, but on the other hand, it's hard for me to imagine that for, the millions of dollars, a couple $1 million, right, that Hunter was getting for like whatever, even if the 10% to the big guy is him, that just seems like such a little amount of money for Biden to basically risk like his entire political career, risk the entire presidency of Barack Obama just for like basically chump change at this point.
Peanuts, yeah.
But it's not just peanuts, because think of it this way. Hunter Biden is one person. But one of the ways, if you wanted to kick back money to political, people that are on your side politically, would be to send money through the State Department to countries that need aid, and then that money to be kicked back through business interest in the European Union, in the United States, via politicians' kids, family members, businesses that they were involved in. And for that to be exposed, that's the real value of this, right? They couldn't risk that the same people that were telling us that Ukraine was corrupt in 2014, and so we're so happy that Poroshenko got installed and he's an ally of the United States, and so we had to send billions of dollars there. They can't risk the public finding out, wait a minute, you knew that these people were corrupt and your family were getting kickbacks from it and you knew it? They can't risk that. That would be a death sentence to them politically. So it's not just the money, it's once that money was flowing, once the game is on, it's on. And you have to do everything you can to cover that up, which is exactly what they did. And this sort of thing was happening at the World Bank with Christine Lagarde. It was happening in the European Union as well. And so when you hear, that's what's frustrating to me, when you hear people say, well, everyone said Shokin was corrupt. It could entirely be possible Shokin was corrupt. But let me ask you both this. Do you think the Democrats and the FBI, if the shoe's on the other foot, and it turns out that it was Don Jr. that was receiving money from a company that the United States was calling corrupt oligarchs?
Oh wait, what was the first question?
Well, do you think
Go
if
ahead,
it was the
finish
shoe
it
was on
up.
the other foot and it was Trump's family
What
that was
about
receiving these kickbacks?
Donald? What about Don
Let's not
Jr.?
look at- You want to talk about corruption at the FBI? What standard should we hold them to?
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. So is the question that if Donald Jr. was doing this, that the FBI would have acted differently?
I'm sure CNN would have buried the
I mean,
story.
I'm sure that if there was reversed, Don Jr. politically reversed, that this would have been, a major talking point.
Trump would have been
news,
impeached 4 times.
Yeah, he would have
That's
been
right.
impeached again. Yeah,
Well,
of
you're
course.
joking,
Yeah,
but it's
let's agree with
absolutely
that.
true what they would have said, because you have to look. Trump got impeached for an alleged quid pro quo, correct?
Well, I would not say it was alleged. I'd say it's pretty proven true
Well,
that it
it's
was an
not-
attempted quid pro quo, but
You're saying your intent, even though he never officially said the words, you will do this or you won't get your money, that you
we
assume
sent
that's what he
Rudy.
meant.
Well, a lot of people testified that Rudy was making that far more clear when he sent over there. He was saying, no, you got to do this to get this money.
Right,
And
that's
that
what people at the
Zelensky was I can't remember who it was. He was about to go on some CNN show. I don't remember if it was Wolf Blitzer
And make the announcement.
or Gupta or something. And he was about to make the announcement, and the CNN anchor testified. He didn't testify, but he said that he was going to talk about opening investigations into Burisma. And then as soon as Trump campaign dropped it because it got too hot, all of a sudden that interview ceases to happen. So
Again, I would say that it's alleged. We don't have it, but nonetheless, let's say that you do believe that it was an actual quid pro quo. Well, that's having to look into what other people said about it. From the actual transcript of the phone call, there was not a physical quid pro quo. With Biden, we have a quid pro quo. We absolutely have it. Now, the question is...
You keep saying that, but...
You don't think so?
Well, what is a... it's a quid pro quo if you believe the narrative that he was doing it to protect himself from some investigation of his son. At the same time, though, everybody wanted Shokin fired because he was corrupt. So is it a quid pro quo if the entire nation of Ukraine wants to get rid of this prosecutor because he's corrupt and he's shaking down the citizens?
You're conflating multiple things. It's not a question of it had to be that it was to help Hunter Biden if it was a quid pro quo.
Yes, it does. Otherwise, it's not a quid pro quo.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. You could
have
quid
pro quo literally means you're doing me a favor for this.
Okay, so wait. We're arguing over the definition of quid pro quo, and I think this is the issue. Okay, generally when someone says quid pro quo, it's meant to be
personal
you doing
gain.
something for a personal reason.
It doesn't have to.
It
doesn't have to.
I understand that. Technically it doesn't have to be. So if say Joe Biden says, hey, we're going to not give you this money unless you fire this guy because he is corrupt, and Joe Biden is 100% acting in truth and thinks that Shokin is 100% corrupt. I mean, technically, I guess that could still be a quid pro quo.
Yeah, but it's not.
But when you say the term, it kind of implies something more nefarious.
Right. So
Trump was doing it for selfish reasons.
There you go. And
Biden was not doing it for selfish reasons.
Right. And
that's the difference.
Here's the point that we wanted to get to, right? This is it. So it's still a quid pro quo. For example, your quid pro quo could be to benefit the United States as a whole.
Look, Rob,
Right.
The reason you're saying quid pro quo, though, is to do a little fancy song and dance about how these are equal engagements that took place. One got Trump impeached. The other one didn't have any effect on Biden because he had the entire world behind him when he was advocating to get Shokin fired.
Again, you don't know. What I'm doing is laying the groundwork for exactly what happened. We said that the problem, for example, we don't have a problem if the president of the United States would look to like if Obama talked to his counterparts in the UK and in the UN and said, there are allegations of something happening with Trump. Have you heard anything? That doesn't rise to the level of corruption of if Obama said, I will give you money if you find proof of these allegations. We understand those are two different things, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's why the issue of quid pro quo is so important. We're not saying that you can't have the leader of our country talk to other leaders about possible corruption. We're saying it's a problem when they attach U.S. tax dollars to it and say, if you do this, then you get something in return. We allow that quid pro quo if we think that it's not for personal reasons. So if we think it's for example, if we would offer Russia a quid pro quo and say, we would give you $1 million loan if you agree to leave Ukraine, that's a quid pro quo. But we would say, well, that's legitimate for a president. So the question that I'm trying to get to is exactly what Adam said. Adam, with no evidence whatsoever, says, I know that Biden's intentions were noble, and I know that Trump's intentions were
Look, I never said that. Stop.
That is what you
Look,
said.
I never said I knew any of these guys' intentions. Like,
yes, you did. You
when?
literally said Biden did it for good reasons and Trump did it for some.
I said that the world wanted Shokin fired. I didn't claim to know Biden's intentions. I said that he had the entire world behind him when he did so. So the appearance is that he did it for all of these other people. The entire world was not behind Trump when Trump asked for the announcement of investigation of Burisma.
Let me ask you a question that seems unrelated, but will quickly become related. Did you favor the special prosecutor of Bob Mueller looking into Trump?
Sure. I think looking into things is fine, yeah.
I
don't know Bob Mueller like personally, but
right. But do you think one of the reasons for that was because Trump fired Comey?
that I thought that's what set it off. I thought it was yeah.
But let me say to Adam's point though, Republicans and Democrats all wanted Comey fired. So why have an investigation? Clearly it was for good reasons.
Well, the difference was that both Republicans and Democrats were pissed off at Comey because he seemingly hurt both their campaigns.
Yep. So therefore, no need for a special investigator, right? Everyone wanted him gone.
Well, here's the issue, and this is what I don't understand about the Trump situation. Presumably, if Biden is correct and was being honest, and it was the State Department and the Obama administration's decision for legitimate reasons to pressure Ukraine to fire Shokin, all that information should be there. That should all be in the presidential archives. There should be a paper trail with all these meetings where they discussed all this stuff. And if Trump had said to the FBI or some internal or a special prosecutor and did it, through legitimate channels and said, hey, I want you to go investigate, go look through the paper trail, see why, the U.S. pressured Ukraine to fire Shokin, I wouldn't be opposed to that. That's not really what he did.
But it didn't
he called Zelensky and he was like, listen, well, we could quibble about like exactly what he said, but the implication I think was very clear was that, Trump was holding up illegally aid money to Ukraine until Zelensky announced that they were investigating Burisma. And to me, if there was a real concern about corruption, there was so many ways that he could have investigated it without doing that.
But that's a different part of the argument, which I have no problem getting to. What just happened was I disproved Adam's thesis that if everyone wanted someone fired, then the person that used the quid pro quo to get them fired couldn't have done so with personal motivations. Because the answer, which
obviously they could have done it with personal motivations.
Right.
You said without any evidence, which is the part that's wrong because there is plenty of evidence that other people wanted him fired. That is the evidence.
That's true, but that doesn't. But the evidence that I'm saying,
you're saying without evidence, I'm trying to read his mind. I'm not trying to read his mind. I'm saying there is tons of evidence that everybody wanted this guy fired. There were investigations. There were Ukrainian citizens that were making complaints against Shokin. He hired his driver. His driver was caught with a bunch of goods that were shook down from these business owners because that's basically how their scam went. They would shake down, they would start these investigations into business owners and they would seize a bunch of property and say, okay, well, we'll stop the investigation if you forget about all the stuff we took. That was the way that they did it.
When I said that you didn't have evidence, I didn't say you didn't have evidence that people wanted him fired.
That's evidence.
Please,
evidence.
Let me finish. You don't have evidence to speak to the intent of Joe Biden and the intent of Donald Trump.
If somebody is a fucker and fucking with people and somebody wants to get them fired because they're fucking with them, that's evidence.
Okay, is the question, obviously, we don't know with 100% certainty anyone's true intentions, right? I mean, no one's contending that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
But listen, if I could finish my point here, what most people say when you bring up this question of, well, if Republicans...
Look, you're the only guy that showed up here without any evidence.
Wait, let Rob finish.
I linked you a bunch of evidence. I read directly from the Ukraine news agency. I could read from George Kent's actual testimony and letters. Like I could read from the emails to the
Yeah,
State
I'm
Department.
sure.
From
Let's get the Victoria Nuland call out next. That's your evidence for shit.
See, I think it's interesting you keep going back to something that I didn't speak strongly of because you know you're not winning this side of the argument. That's an interesting tactic. I understand.
Well, your evidence is not really evidence, so that's all I'm saying.
If I may get my point out, right?
Look, if you're saying the Victoria Nuland call is evidence, then I question all of your evidence.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to keep going with what I was saying. If you listen to what people normally say about, well, yeah, Republicans and Democrats wanted Comey fired. But the reason we needed to investigate Trump doing it is because Trump stood to personally benefit by getting this guy out of office that was investigating him. So it's not just a matter of,
oh my God. You mean Biden, right?
No, I'm talking about Trump firing Comey. Just because all Democrats and all Republicans wanted Comey fired, or a huge swath of both, we would still say, but that doesn't mean Trump didn't do it for the wrong reasons, right?
Sure, and Biden could have done it for the wrong reasons.
I believe,
exactly.
Right, of course possible with Trump though. You know, he supposedly, I don't think he ever denied saying this. Comey said that he asked him to drop the investigation into Flynn, and that was, he said he wasn't going to do that.
Okay. Nonetheless,
so it's far more direct evidence than I'm aware of anything we have.
The argument that seems to be justifying Biden's quid pro quo was, yeah, but everybody wanted Shokin fired. And what I'm telling you is that's not the standard that we should look at, because it might be that everyone, in the sense that you're saying, had a stake in that corruption continuing. But it's irrelevant anyways, because the question should be, just because there may have been legitimate reasons to fire Shokin, should it be looked with a raised eyebrow when a vice president of the United States is using $1 billion of our tax dollars for a quid pro quo to fire a prosecutor who happens to be looking at his son's company?
Yeah, I have no problem with people investigating that and to look into it. And I think if Trump wanted to do it through a legitimate way, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But the way that he did it seemed very clear to me that it was done just so that he could publicly point to this and accuse Joe Biden, his direct, who he thought was political going to be his big direct political rival, and point to him and say, look, he's corrupt, he's bad. And using the office of the presidency to do that is pretty shocking.
Oh, do you think it's shocking when the office of the presidency or the administration of the presidency in their State Department was actually taking calls and meetings with this company that they were saying corrupt with their lawyers? Do you think that's shocking? And then 2 weeks later, offering a quid pro quo to get the prosecutor fired that put a hold on their accounts?
Obviously, if that narrative is correct, that would be shocking too. Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, so this is part of the discussion of the FBI's double standard in corruption.
Are you against quid pro quo?
Here's the issue. So, yes, I agree in theory that just because everyone wants someone fired, that alone is not evidence that that makes it justified, obviously. But I don't think it's a fair comparison, because with Comey, everyone knew the reasons. It wasn't like a secret. And I'm not even sure that Democrats wanted him fired. I just knew they didn't like him because he came out and he made the comment about Hillary Clinton's emails right before the election. But he gave that kind of waffling middle of the ground comment where he also said that they didn't find anything. So he didn't make friends with either Democrats or the Republicans in that. And then when he was investigating Flynn, that pissed off Trump and the Republicans. And so we all knew exactly the reasons, what was going on here. And we all knew that it was purely political. But with Shokin, at least that I'm aware of, it wasn't. I'm sure there was some political machinations there, but we also know that there were things that had nothing to do with politics, which was they were actually trying to investigate Burisma. The EU was actively trying to investigate Ukrainian companies because Ukraine wanted to join the EU deal, and part of that was to fight down on corruption. And this obviously is what was heavily involved with the 2014 conflict, and that Shokin was not helping them do that, and that's why they were pissed off at him. And they viewed him as
you're accepting their narrative. When the direct evidence, their narrative was.
Is there evidence?
Let me finish. Yes.
Is there?
So your evidence, both of your evidence would be Shokin actually wasn't going after corrupt companies like Burisma, correct? Okay. Would you like me to read from the Ukraine news agency again that actually not only was he going after them, but he took the step that you take well into an investigation of freezing their assets?
Well, you told me that.
Right.
And I'll have to look into. And if that's true, as I said, I agree. If that's all true, then it will make me question and change and possibly change my opinion on that. But I'm gonna have to take time to go through all that stuff, right?
If
Yeah.
you allow me to screen share, I could put
Well,
it
no,
up.
it's one source. We got to dig in a little
Well,
bit.
no,
deeper
but
than
you
this.
understand, like I have to go read it,
Sure.
go through it.
It could be a
double-check it,
state-funded news
Right.
source. Shokin did
Well, no,
get in a battle with basically people within the government because he had his corrupt cronies that were fighting for him. Public opinion was against Shokin. I mean, I read a lot of shit on Shokin, man. People wanted him out of office because they saw he was corrupt.
I think that people wanted him out of office because they wanted the corruption that was benefiting them. And so they saw
corrupt
that
people
doesn't mean
did,
that
but the
Shokin,
people that
right,
were
corrupt
losing
people like
money
the Biden
because they were
administration,
being
like Hunter Biden and John Kerry's son.
Look,
Those
there
sorts of
are
people.
there are these people who live and work in Ukraine. Okay, if a guy shows up at your business and says, "Hey, we're investigating you. We're going to seize a bunch of your property," and then they call up and say, "Hey, we're going to drop the investigation, but we're going to keep your property," I'm going to be pretty pissed. And it's got nothing to do with Hunter Biden or fucking Joe Biden. Okay, it has
So
to
it's
do with
just a
this guy
coincidence.
Shokin.
It's just a coincidence that then Burisma's lawyers reach out to the State Department, that talk to the State Department, that the first thing they mention is Hunter Biden works there. Then 3 weeks later, Hunter Biden's dad's on a plane saying, "I demand this prosecutor be fired."
Look,
That's just
you
yeah. What again? As I said, if all that plays out true, that could definitely point to something. I'm just gonna have to look into it because the problem. No, but the problem is that it's like, why I'm just not gonna accept it. Obviously, here and now, right? I mean, that's a fair statement to say.
No, that's absolutely fair. But what I'm saying, the difference between you and Adam's just like dismissing it full heart, and you're saying what you should say, which is, "Oh, I'll look into this." But I'm providing evidence. I put all the links there. Here's another thing that I said.
Well, hold on. Do you believe that people in Ukraine wanted to clean up corruption, that there were people fighting against corruption in Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think isn't all foreign aid quid pro quo? I mean, Bob Barr was against the Trump impeachment because he said, "Listen, this is going to be used widely to stifle our ability to do diplomacy around the world, because all diplomacy is literally a quid pro quo." So, but you seem to keep going to quid pro quo as if quid pro quo is a bad thing.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the exact opposite. All I want is an even standard applied. With one standard with Trump, we said that his alleged quid pro quo, that was evidence that it was to personally help him in his campaign, and therefore that required an impeachment and it required a massive investigation. On the other hand, when we had a vice president's son and other prominent Democrat figures whose children were making money off these very organizations that they called corrupt, when they are in communication with the lawyers for that very corrupt organization, then 3 weeks later demanding the firing of a prosecutor, and then the end of the story is, then it gets kicked to the agency that we trust in the United States, that we're funding, the NABU, and they quickly bury it. They allow him to get away with a small fine and unfreeze all of his assets. And we don't hear word one about the Obama administration or the State Department saying, "Oh, we're furious that now the NABU is corrupt. It's allowing this corrupt Russian oligarch," because they got the result they wanted. They wanted the investigation buried, and that's what happened. That's why no one spoke up.
Do you accept that that in addition to what you believe, that this was all, Biden trying to cover his tracks and protect his son, do you also accept that Shokin was corrupt and that getting rid of Shokin was a good thing?
I don't know that. I'll accept it. Here's what I'll meet you with. I have no doubt that almost any prosecutor of that high of level would probably be involved in some sort of corruption, and that's triply true for a corrupt country like the Ukraine. So I have no doubt that many of the things that were alleged about Shokin are probably true. That is irrelevant to the conversation of if 1 billion of our tax dollars should be going to forcing the
It's relevant to the conversation that I want to have about fighting corruption in Ukraine, obviously, because if you're not willing to get rid of corrupt prosecutors, you're not going to fight corruption. Like I watched a video of a guy in Ukraine who, was a police officer and was sick of working for the police force because all they would do is shake people down for money and take bribes, and they were completely corrupt, operating above the law. And, it bothered him. He tried to start a police force that was actually not corrupt, that would help people, and it was terrible because he couldn't get people to continue to work there because they didn't make as much money as obviously the corrupt police force does, because they shake people down and get rich off of that. That's not a good environment to live in. And obviously people of Ukraine want to turn that stuff around. Shokin is part of the problem. How do you start a business environment where the people who are entrepreneurs don't have secure property rights because Shokin's going to show up in your office and steal all your shit and put you out of business?
Again, this is the same issue that's always used anytime we some sort of lie or corruption from the U.S. intelligence agency. So they'll say, for example, with Libya, they'll say, well, isn't it true Gaddafi was a bad guy?
You're not answering the question.
I am answering the question. So what you're saying is...
No, you aren't. I'm asking you a very specific question about corruption.
I am answering by saying this. It is that we apply pressure selectively and we encourage the corruption when it benefits the United... Like, again, what you're saying... So basically your point is, this is a big point.
So we encourage this corruption when it benefits us, is what you're saying. So somehow Shokin is mailing a check to people in the United States? Is that what's going on?
No, the exact opposite.
He wasn't. That's why he's saying that he wasn't. That's why we went after him.
Let me ask you this, Adam. Did you heavily protest all the aid that went to the Ukraine post-2016? Did you say we shouldn't be sending money to a corrupt country?
I think foreign aid is abominable because foreign aid normally goes into the pockets of people like Shokin and never gets to the people who actually want to start businesses. It gets to the people who want to stifle businesses and give, largesse to their friends. So I'm against foreign aid.
Do you think that our leaders know that?
I think our leaders give foreign aid because voters want them to give foreign aid because it makes them feel good inside to think, oh, we're helping the people of Ukraine. It's counterintuitive, though, that it doesn't actually help the people. But this is why, our society is getting smarter. We understand that foreign aid doesn't necessarily get to the people that we want to help, that our voters want to help. So in order for it to get to those people and to help, foster a society of individual freedom and secure property rights, we have to fight corruption. That's the only way we can do it. Otherwise, the foreign aid doesn't just goes into the pockets of the mobsters. So it is in our interest to fight corruption. But you're evidently saying the U.S. government is like gun-ho for the corruption as long as they get their kickback.
Right, and this is what I'm saying. So you're looking at this situation. PSA, or Sitch is at least saying this. Wow, if that evidence says what you're saying, which it does, I'm confident of it. He's saying that would be very troubling. You're not even going that far. And the reason
it would change my mind too. Obviously, any evidence, evidence is what changes minds. But I'm skeptical that that's a situation.
But you're talking about things like in these blanket statements by saying well, this dude was corrupt and people in the country didn't like him. And foreign aid oftentimes doesn't get to the very people that we would want. I agree with all of that, right? But the problem I have is in this particular instance, right, was it that there were pure motivations from the Obama administration and Biden in the offering
this is why
it's not a defense to say people didn't like Shokin. That's not
you're doing this thing where it's always America. America is somehow always involved. If I live in a corrupt country, I'm not thinking about America. I'm thinking about my problems. I'm thinking about, if America can come help me with my problems, which are corruption, I'm asking a friend to come help me. But you evidently are thinking America isn't going to help with the whole narrative that America wanted to deal with the problem of corruption so that our business investment wasn't wasted. You don't accept that.
No, because they continued to send billions of dollars to that country that was still engaged in corruption.
What are we getting? What are we getting? Yeah, but what are we getting for those billions of dollars?
But you tell me.
You tell me. It's your theory.
But I told you what. I told you that they're getting kickbacks to their children, to wealthy investments and people surrounded to them, to their business interests, etc. How do you think Nancy Pelosi's getting so rich off such a little salary?
Look, Nancy Pelosi can insider trade in the stock market all day. It would be surprising to me that she would say, "Oh, let me send foreign aid to a country so that some corrupt dude in that foreign country can write a check to my son or daughter," when she could just call her daughter on the phone and say, "Listen, we just had a private Senate committee hearing on such and such a company, and as soon as the news announces it, the stock is going to blow up. Why don't you buy a bunch? Like, why would you do this?
Well, she doesn't need to call her daughter. She just do it herself. I
Yeah.
don't think she could call her daughter.
So why would you do this foreign aid scam when you could just do that scam and make money?
Well, there's several reasons. One, because you want to diversify the amount of scams you're doing to hopefully don't attract attention.
I gotcha.
Secondly,
so you do
because
the
it's
one
not
that would
just
attract the most attention.
Did it? People like you forgive it. You say it wasn't a big deal.
Look, I didn't.
You didn't know about it.
That's bullshit. I did not say.
All right.
It. Look.
Well, how much attention did it attract?
Sitch literally said that Biden should disown his son. Okay. If that's saying he didn't, he said it's a no big deal. I don't know how you get that out of. He should literally disown his son.
No. It's no big deal, and that you guys didn't even know about it. You didn't even know.
No, you don't know about it.
No,
this is your.
Wait. Know about what?
This is your theory.
You did not know, for example, you did not know that Victor Shokin froze the assets of Burisma, that Burisma's lawyers then reached out, citing Hunter Biden's name to the U.S. State Department, that 3 weeks after that, Joe Biden went and personally issued a quid pro quo, that the Obama administration funded the NABU and told them who to prosecute and who not to. And then once it got to the NABU, that they buried the investigation.
I've been reading through the thing you sent. It says, it doesn't say Shokin froze her assets. It said England did.
No, it says the movable and immovable property of the Foreign Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Ukraine, Mykola Zlochevsky, in Ukraine has been seized, according to the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine, the PGO. The PGO filed a petition to the court to arrest the property, right? So this was the PGO, the Prosecutor General Office of Ukraine. They're the ones that filed the petition to seize these assets. And the head of that was Victor Shokin.
So, okay, wait, let me just, I'm reading okay. So you sent me that archive link, which I have. And it says fact 2.
If it didn't come up, let me know.
And it says fact 2. Burisma was under investigation by British authorities for corruption, which is what I said, and soon came under investigation by Ukrainian authorities led by Prosecutor General Victor Shokin.
Right.
And so then I clicked that link, and it brings me to a New York Times article. And in the New York Times article,
but that's not the part where they froze the assets.
Well, it says in it. It says Hunter Biden, 45, a former Washington lobbyist, joined the Burisma board in April 2014. That month in 2014, that part, as part of an investigation into money laundering, British officials froze London bank accounts containing $23 million that allegedly belonged to Mr. Zlochevsky, which is the same guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Britain's Serious Fraud Office and an independent government agency specifically forbade Mr. Zalewski, as well as Burisma Holdings, the company, chief legal officer, and other company owned by Mr. Zalewski, to have access to the accounts. But after the Ukrainian prosecutors, which would be Shokin, refused to provide documents needed in the investigation, a British court in January ordered that the Serious Fraud Office had to unfreeze the assets. The refusal by the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office to cooperate with the target of a stinging attack by the American ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Piat, who called out Burisma's owner by name in a speech in September. So I don't know. That's what I said. I'm confused because that's what I said.
No. So what happened was the allegation from the UK was that this proper material wasn't handed over. I've read competing allegations that say that that's not the case, that actually it was the UK dragging their feet and that they weren't in communication with the prosecutors in the Ukraine quick enough. But let's say that let's say that both of us, we don't know the truth of that. Right? We don't know the truth. What we do know, if the allegation was, Shokin was burying the investigation to help Burisma, why would he later freeze their assets?
Right. I don't know.
That wouldn't make sense. Right? So
it could be that they were paying him off and they stopped paying him off.
That could be.
There could be a lot of reasons why.
That could be, or it could be he was just incompetent. Maybe he literally didn't get the work done fast. But what we do know is when he took the step as the prosecutor in Ukraine to say, okay, now we're freezing your assets in this country, immediately the lawyers for Burisma went to work contacting their allies in the U.S. State Department, which then led to an immediate response of Joe Biden saying, fire this prosecutor, which worked. which lines up with, and again, you might say, okay, well, fine. Maybe the State Department literally were like, look, we don't think Shokin is doing enough to go after Burisma. But then why wouldn't they be furious when the agency that's basically their best friend, the NABU, when finally they get the case, well, that's it. Now it'll be taken care of. Now this corrupt Russian will pay the price. But he didn't. They immediately basically bury the investigation, give him a small fine, and now everything's copacetic. They would have been furious. They would have said, we're not going to continue to give money to a corrupt country that just buried an investigation into this corrupt oligarch. And the idea that it's like, Biden is so benevolent that he would have had no interest in burying this investigation that his son was implicated in, or the Obama administration would have no interest in this, is just nonsense. And we wouldn't give that benefit of the doubt to other politicians. I wouldn't give it to Trump.
Right. Where in the thing you sent me, where does it talk about Shokin freezing it? Because I can't find it.
Again, it is.
Or was it in something different?
No, it's point. Let's see.
Yeah, that's important.
Fact 6, and that will link you to Interfax Ukraine News Agency.
Ukraine. Oh, here we go. Ukraine investigation of Hunter Biden employee Burisma Holding escalated in February 2016 when Shokin's office raided the home and company owner of that guy Zelensky and seized his property. Here's the announcement of the court-approved raid. So this is after he's already been. Boy, this is in February. So this is after Shokin was supposed to be fired the first time, right?
But he wasn't.
Well, he was asked to resign, and then I think he gave his resignation, and then he took it back, and he said, "Fuck you! You have to make Parliament fire me or something."
Yeah,
so this could be entirely retaliatory at this point, though.
I'm unaware of that, but I would be willing to look at evidence that's still non-responsive to the fact that he froze these assets in February.
No. I understand that, but what you were saying that
there was a protest outside of his fucking office.
Wait. You were saying that him freezing the assets of the Burisma guy is evidence that he was investigating Burisma, and that, yeah, right. But I'm saying if it happened in February and he was already asked to be fired in January, this could easily just be retaliatory because he knew that that Biden was the one who asked for it, and he's like, well, his son works for Burisma, so I'm gonna do what I can to try to fuck his son over.
Yeah,
that could be true.
Payback.
Let's say that that's hypothetically true. Like, I'm not conceding that because I haven't seen that evidence. But let's say for the sake of argument that that's true, right? That Biden said fire this guy in December, and then he resigned, and then said I'm not going to resign, and he came back, and now he's pissed. So he's going after Zlochevsky, who Biden himself thinks is corrupt, as a retaliation. And then we're told it later dates by the Obama administration, by people in the European Union, etc., that one of the reasons that we shouldn't look at this with skepticism was that Shokin actually wasn't investigating Burisma. That statement is factually untrue. Whether he'd been doing so for personal vindictive motivations or not, he took a step that pissed off Burisma and Zlochevsky.
Well, sure, but right. I understand what you're saying, but it's not super. I would say it's not that relevant to the trying to discern the motivations of firing Shokin. Because obviously it doesn't work to if he's only going after Burisma after Biden says to fire him, then that wouldn't, Joe Biden can't see the future, right? He didn't try to get Shokin fired because he knew in the future he was going to go after Burisma. It would seem to indicate that Shokin's going after Burisma. We don't know 100%, but presumably because of Biden's actions. So again, that wouldn't be evidence for your case.
But there's assumptions within that statement that you don't necessarily have proof for. For example,
well, of course, it's possible Shokin just woke up and said, "Hey, I want to go after Burisma that day." Like, that's possible.
No.
I'm skeptical.
Let me clarify, right? Like, we don't have any evidence that Shokin wasn't going after Burisma in December. There is no evidence of that, other than the word of people that to this day say he never went after Burisma, which is a lie, right? So. Look at it this way, right? Like, let's say that I'm named.
It's not a lie. I don't think it's really fair, but
it is a lie. He seized the assets. So to say that he
but you know what they mean when they say he wasn't going after Burisma, and then it's like, well, yeah, he did once they were trying to fire him. I mean, it's like,
well, no, but again, that implies that he wasn't beforehand. Like, let me ask
but
you.
I haven't seen evidence. If you have evidence of him going after them before,
I'm pretty sure there was a brief investigation like 2 years before any of this happened. But
yeah,
I looked into it and it seemed into it and it seemed like
so according
there was a shakedown.
According to Reuters, it says on December 8th of 2015, Biden visited Kiev again and spoke out against bureaucratic corruption that he said was eating Ukraine like cancer. Biden threatened to withhold loan guarantees unless Ukraine's top prosecutor, Viktor Shokin, who had been widely accused of corruption, was removed. So that's in December.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If you have a son and I'm named the head prosecutor in investigating your son's company, right? And you can't see, first off, would you be able to see what my office is doing, what the work would be? Probably not, right?
Wait. See who, what?
The head prosecutor who's looking into your son, would you be able to see what their work is, building their case?
No, I would assume not, no.
But you would know that I was the head prosecutor. So it might be that even in December, before you knew specifically what Shokin was working on, that you had motivation to say, get this guy out, because we want the investigation to be held by people.
Of course, ignoring the fact that he was corrupt.
Of course, that could be possible, but I would have to see evidence of that.
But how would you see evidence? You would have to. Who was going to have access to what this prosecutor's office was doing?
Wait. You're right, maybe, but then you don't have evidence of your claim either, because then you're just saying it's unknowable.
No. I have evidence because my evidence is looking at what Joe Biden would have known. Joe Biden wouldn't have had access to what Viktor Shokin was doing. Joe Biden would have merely knew this was the guy who's the top prosecutor looking at my son's company.
No, because you're making the assumption that that Viktor Shokin was engaged in an active investigation of Burisma. And that's what I'm saying. I haven't seen evidence of that.
It was announced.
When was it announced?
The investigation was announced.
Wasn't it announced like years ago? And
Vice
I thought
President
that was the whole thing.
and
They stopped
Fact
doing it.
3. Vice President Joe Biden and his office were alerted in December 2015. New York Times article that Viktor Shokin's office was investigating Burisma and Hunter Biden. And so then immediately he sets out saying, I want Viktor Shokin fired. Didn't you say in December 2015? That's when Biden said he wanted Shokin fired?
Let's look at the New York Times article.
Okay,
because that was the one that they talked about. You know, the London people froze Zolochevsky's things, and then the London court said that they couldn't do that. And then there's a contention about who dropped the ball. Let's see. Chow follows Ukrainian policy. The Center of Strategic says the involvement of Vice President Essential Sons with Zelensky's firm undermined Obama administration's anti-corruption message in Ukraine, which is true. Now you look at the Hunter Biden situation. On one hand, you can credit the father for sending the anti-corruption message, but I think unfortunately it sends a message that a lot of foreign countries want to believe about America, that we are hypocritical about these issues, which is a fair point to say. A spokesperson for the vice president said Hunter Biden's dealings have no impact, which obviously that's what they're going to say. They said Hunter Biden is a private citizen. Yeah, of course. Blah, blah, blah. It is not known how Biden came to attention the company, announcing his appointment on the board, blah, blah, blah. Joining the board at the same time was one of Biden's American business partners, Devin Archin. Then they talk about Bo, try to gain sympathy for Joe Biden. Before his father was vice president, Biden briefly served as the president of the hedge fund group. Okay. I don't know if that has to do with anything. Burisma does not disclose compensation. Okay. Asked about the British investigation, which is continuing, Mr. Cheney said not only was the case dismissed and the company vindicated by the outcome, but it speaks volumes that all his legal costs were recuperated. I'm not sure about that, but okay. In response to Mr. Pate's criticism of Ukraine handling of Mr. Zelensky's case, Mr. Toohey said, strong corporate governance and transparency are priorities shared by both the United States and Burisma, blah, blah, blah. Biden had played a leading role in American policy towards Ukraine as Washington seeks to counter Russian intervention in eastern Ukraine. Ms. Beddington said Hunter Biden never traveled to Ukraine with his father. And then the last paragraph says, I got to believe somebody in the vice presidential's office had done some due diligence on this, said Stephen Pfeiffer, who was the American ambassador to Ukraine from 1998 to 2000. There's nothing in here that says anything about Shokin opening some new investigation.
It talks about the prosecutor general's office investigating and through the cooperation of the investigation of Britain, right? And
but that was in 2014, and it said that they didn't cooperate.
Yeah, that was the brief investigation I talked about.
Okay, so let me read the entire article again. But I think that, I'll say this, it beggars belief that Joe Biden did not know that there was an active investigation announced into Burisma in the Ukraine.
No, he knew because that was, as we talked about earlier, that was part of the justification that the U.S. itself gave was that there was an active investigation into Burisma by the EU, and that Ukraine wasn't helping that investigation.
Yep.
But the idea that he was
knowledge.
unaware that Ukraine had publicly announced an investigation into Burisma.
Well, like if you have if there's like an article or source which is like in November or December before Biden flies out to Ukraine, where Shokin says like, I'm going to publicly investigate Burisma, we're going to go hard at them, then I'd say, okay, like that would look really weird and bad, and you want to look into that. But I haven't seen that. I think that's a key piece of evidence that I haven't seen.
So I'll look. So what we need to find is when the start of Ukraine announced that they were starting an investigation into Zlochevsky.
Right.
That's what you need, right?
Yes.
And so you would articulate that you don't think that that was publicly announced until after.
Well, I don't know. I'm not articulating anything. I'm not aware of it.
So the problem is most of the articles when you're trying to search it are talking about the reopening of this investigation
I know.
by the following prosecutor, who, by the way, Joe Biden at the end of that quid pro quo speech says he seemed like a good guy, but they actually reopened that investigation in 2019 because it was pretty. The fact that it was buried by the NABU.
Right. No, but here's the like
they fired Shokin for not investigating. Of course, they're going to
but
reopen
he
the
was
investigation.
investigating. He froze their
as
assets.
payback for getting his ass
Prove
fucking
it.
canned.
Well, we
Prove it.
Well, it doesn't look good for Shokin, exactly.
That makes no sense to me. So the argument would be this: that he's corrupt, and that he's covering up for this corrupt guy Zlochevsky. And the Biden administration and the EU and other places are furious because he's covering up for this guy. And so Biden says, well, then we want him fired. And so this is what Shokin says. He says, I'll get back at Biden. I'll prosecute the very guy that he wants me to. That'll show him.
He's going to get back at his son. What do you mean? What else is he supposed to do?
What do you mean get back at his son? The entire argument is that Biden was upset and the EU were upset that they weren't prosecuting Shokin.
No, but no, because it would be like, oh, let me show Burisma and this guy that his investment in Hunter Biden was bullshit. It was worthless. He's just buying nothing.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense.
It does not make sense.
Okay.
It makes no sense whatsoever, right?
Why? Hold on. Why? Why? What doesn't make sense about it? Look, I am a corrupt Burisma executive, right?
I knew it.
And my play here, I'm paying Shokin a shitload of money not to investigate my company because I'm, doing nefarious business deals, whatever. I'm not operating above board. I'm not paying taxes. Whatever it is I'm doing wrong. I'm stealing from people. I don't know how Burisma makes money, but so I'm paying Shokin not to investigate my company because obviously I'm corrupt as fuck. And it looks like Shokin might lose his job. Oh my God, he's shaking down people. He's killing business owners. Like he's going to get caught. The next guy might actually investigate me. I know I'll get Hunter Biden's son on my board as a little extra protection, right? So I get Hunter Biden's son on my board. Shokin goes down, gets caught in the crossfire. And Shokin's like, oh, fuck Hunter Biden or fuck Biden. Now I am going to investigate because I'm not going to be able to make my money from Burisma anymore anyway. And I want to get even with Biden for making this claim about getting me fired. Of course I'm going to go after his son. I'm going to be like, fuck you, asshole. Haven't you ever seen any of these mob movies? I mean, this is so basic.
Well, and then also he would. Well, so let me just add really quickly. Also, it would aid his cause because then he could immediately say what you're saying, which is that look, I was definitely going after.
Yes,
Burisma,
I was investigating Burisma.
This is why
I'm
they
a
tried
good
to fire me.
prosecutor.
Yeah.
So I found an article from the Wall Street Journal from December 2015 that mentions, it's from December 7, 2015. It says, it's talking about the conflict of interest between them, but it says, of Biden's son working for this corrupt company. It says, Mr. Zlochevsky is also under investigation in the UK on suspicion of money laundering, according to British authorities. He is also under investigation in a Ukrainian unlawful enrichment probe and separate Ukrainian investigation into alleged abuse of power, forgery, embezzlement, according to letters from the general prosecutor reviewed by Wall Street Journal. The general prosecutor is Victor Shokin. So in December of 2015, it was public knowledge in the mainstream media of the United States that the prosecutor general's office in Ukraine was investigating Burisma. Around that time, Joe Biden looks at the person in charge of that office, Victor Shokin, and says, I demand he be fired. right? And you say, well, that's evidence that it wasn't just because lawyers reached out. But I contend that that's evidence that even then, when he knew next to nothing about the investigation, when almost nothing was being reported, that he still had the impetus to fire Victor Shokin. The idea that you want me to believe, against all human nature that we know, that Joe Biden was upset that his son's company that could down Democrats in the election wasn't being investigated more. And so he issued a quid pro quo to get the prosecutor. And then it just so happened, once he got that prosecutor fired, it went to his allies in the NABU, and they just happened to bury the investigation. But Biden and Obama were fine with it.
Right. So, well, first of all, the thing I asked was that we'd have to see, according to the timeline, would be if it was like, if Shokin or someone just announced, hey, we're going to start investigating that guy, Zolochevsky or Burisma or something. And then in response to that, then Biden says he wants him fired, right? Which, again, all that is that there was some investigation.
Well, nonetheless, like that's, again...
But I'm just saying that that's not evidence to that point.
Sure it is. That we're looking for. If I have a family member that's on the board of directors of the company, and I hear, oh, there's a criminal investigation into that company, and I have some sort of power to be like, I want to make sure that the prosecutor who I don't know is off that case, and instead it goes to prosecutors that we trust more, then I might publicly say, let's get rid of that guy now. Before I knew, all I know is there is an investigation into my son's company. That's all I know. Anyone else, if they did that, you would say that's something that we should look into, that we see someone in a position of power claiming that they want a prosecutor fired that is the point person for, and we know this because everyone in the Democrat world was okay when we had a special prosecutor looking into Trump.
I'm not against them looking in. Yeah, I'm not against them looking into it. I know, but that's Trump's fault. They should have looked into it. They should have looked into it legitimately.
But the question,
but they didn't.
Well, let me.
But here's the thing. I'm assuming, and I could be 100% wrong. I'm assuming the reason that they didn't look into it legitimately is because they knew there was no there, or at least they couldn't prove.
Of course, there was a there.
Well,
then why didn't wait? But
Giuliani Trump looked into it, and he didn't find enough evidence.
When Trump is president, he has all the powers of the United States at his fingertips. Why would he not open an investigation from the U.S. state side into this?
Yeah.
In what way? What branch? What mechanism would he use? The FBI?
What do you mean? Yes,
the same one that Biden, the same one that Biden
or the State
used.
Department, right. He could do a special prosecutor like Mueller.
He would not be able to do a special prosecutor on his own because he would be accused of the very things that he was. And if you listen to that transcript of the phone call, what he does say that he wants that announced, but that's because he's frustrated at the obvious cover-up that's going on with the Bidens. And what he says, though, is that he wants Zelensky to cooperate with U.S. authorities because he was trying to get people at the State Department to start an investigation into this. And the fact that it was covered up and wasn't looked into by the FBI for so many years, and then you say, well, Trump could have on his own as an executive demanded this and that would have been okay. It would have been the exact same calls. People would have said, oh, Trump's being political. He's weaponizing law enforcement agencies to go after his opponents.
No, it would be very simple. All he has to do is do it without declaring it, because then they can't go and make those statements publicly, because then they draw attention to it.
But the same,
and then when it comes out publicly, he says, "I was trying to do everything by the book. I wanted to make sure everything was above board. I wasn't going to announce it publicly because I didn't want to, attack Biden unless I knew it was really true."
Yeah, everyone's bored of this, and so am I.
As I said, if this was official United States Department policy, which Biden administration and Obama at the time said it was, there should be a very large paper trail documenting this decision. And that should all be readily available to Donald Trump when he was president.
Again, Trump's failures to out the corruption that was around him are Trump's failures. I've criticized it heavy. We'll move on from this. That's fine.
Yeah, I want to say one last thing before we move on. Just you seem to be like a dog with a bone on this because you want this as evidence that Biden is corrupt, which neither one of us really give a fuck about. Like, yeah, of course Hunter Biden was corrupt. Of course Burisma was corrupt. Of course this was a corrupt move. Okay, and we're not saying that it wasn't. The thing that bothers me is what's standing in the way of you saying that Victor Shokin was corrupt and that Ukraine has a corruption problem, and the goal of all of this was to help Ukraine fight actual corruption so our business people, Wall Street people, could go in, the neoliberals could go in and make investments in Ukraine that were going to pan out in the future and not be lost because of conflict in the region. You can't say Viktor Shokin was corrupt because it looks bad for Trump when Trump is on the phone call saying, Viktor Shokin was a very nice man and a good prosecutor. And I think, he got fired wrongly. So that's standing in the way of you seeing the real picture.
That's not true. When did I say that I definitively know Viktor Shokin's not corrupt, or that the people of Ukraine were wrong to think Viktor? I didn't say that. I said
I asked you directly, and you wouldn't answer.
I said I don't know, but it's. I said, in fact, not only did I directly answer, I said,
how can you read these articles and not know this? Like that's all over all of these articles.
I know the same people that were adamant that Iraq had WMDs and that we needed to go into Libya, and the same people that said that we were winning in Afghanistan for 20 years and lied to us over and over again. I know they said that he was corrupt. That doesn't mean he's not corrupt, but I'm not accepting that at point value that he was corrupt. But what I did say was I assume that any prosecutor of a corrupt country like the Ukraine obviously was probably involved in corruption. I said
you tried to cite Ukrainian press like 6 times in this conversation. All this stuff is in the Ukrainian press. It's not the United States State Department saying he was corrupt. There was literally protests in front of his fucking offices.
I don't care. We know
there's
that many
a
of the
dead businessman.
Again, you're ascribing to me things I never said. Like I could argue about the specifics of these, but at the end I said
we got to move on. We got to move on. I
said my assumption is that he's corrupt. He is the head prosecutor of one of the most corrupt countries.
Hold on. I asked you straight up.
You say that.
Right. Okay, good.
That doesn't dispute any of the things I said.
Sure, he could. Well, okay, just to be clear, Rob is saying that Shokin could be super corrupt, but it's still possible that Biden wanted him fired for his own personal corrupt reasons, right? That's your position.
Correct. And the issue, and I'll just be very brief here. I'll just be very brief. It's not just that, like when you say, okay, whatever, Biden's corrupt or Hunter's corrupt too. The problem I have is the double standard in the application of these investigations in law.
I hate double standards. Look, double standards. We are not fans of double standard on the show. We hate them.
Well, in terms of, so again, in terms of the double standard of investigation, as I said, I'm not against people investigating the butt firing of Shokin. I think that would be a good move, actually, because I think that you would investigate and find that nothing bad happened.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Maybe why didn't the FBI do it?
I'm not against that. But I don't know. I think it's strange if you're going to complain about a double standard, but yet you see. I don't know, because we only talked about it kind of like secondary. It seems like you think that there was no problem with what Trump did regarding Zelensky and the phone call investigating Burisma and all that stuff.
I don't think it was impeachable. I think that you would have to prove that his intent in that statement was to benefit himself politically, personally. And I think that you could say, in the same token, you could say, well, we don't have an intent from Joe Biden that the firing of a prosecutor looking into his son was intended to help him out personally or with his campaign. I think that you could say that equally about Trump. So if you're going to impeach Trump, that's fine, if that's the standard we're setting forth. But then Joe Biden should have also been impeached.
So, okay, but here's I guess the problem to me. It's going to be very unlikely, if not possible, in a case like with either Biden or Trump. You're not going to find the recording of them saying, I want to fire Shokin because he's investigating my dear boy's company. Like you're not going to find that level of a smoking gun, right? And with Trump, you're not going to, presumably with Trump, you're not going to find a smoking gun of him saying, I want them to announce investigations into Burisma because I want to destroy Joe Biden's credibility. Like you're not going to find that exact statement anywhere, right?
True.
So you kind of have to rely on, as you were doing when you were making the case against Biden, you have to rely on, secondary evidence and other evidence and the way things look. And the thing is with Trump, if he's sending Rudy, he says in the phone call, he says, I'm going to send Rudy over there. I want you to work with him. And then Rudy goes over there and he's like, yeah, you got to announce that you're investigating Burisma. It's pretty clear what's happening here.
I think it's equally, if not more clear, that wanting a prosecutor fired that's looking into your son's company, and then the excuse of, no, it was actually they were just mad they weren't looking.
Well, we would need evidence that he was actively looking into Burisma, which I haven't seen.
He froze the assets.
And you
Rob, wait, again, I know, but again, you acknowledge that was after Biden wanted him fired. I'm saying before Biden wants him fired, I would have to see evidence that they were actively investigating Burisma.
No, it would be the opposite. You would need to see, Because you have to put yourself in the position of Joe Biden, right? So the idea that, well, Biden would only want a prosecutor fired that was publicly being said to look at his son, only if he saw evidence that he wasn't looking into his son. That's nonsense. If we could assume, the best assumption is Biden didn't know the specific details of what Victor Shokin was doing. He just knew that there was a public investigation into Burisma, and he wanted the head prosecutor fired. It beggars belief that part of Joe Biden and the Obama administration's calculus was, we're upset that Hunter Biden's company isn't being investigated more. And then the end part that you keep missing is...
We got to move on. This is like ridiculously boring, okay? You're saying the same thing over and over and over again, okay? Let's move on.
Let Rob finish.
Well, he's saying this. We've said this like 15 times.
That's fine. I said
I heard you the first 7 times.
Well, you didn't have a good answer the first 7 times, so maybe I kind of get into
look, you've never even acknowledged that there's multiple reasons.
I don't think. Okay. First of all, I think we can all acknowledge that there is a world, and even a very likely world, where Joe Biden is aware that his son is a colossal fuck up, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he knows
his son does all sorts of bad things, and that yes. To me, it's not so outside the realms of possibility for Joe Biden to, number one, know that his fuck up son has a job at Burisma and has a job at Burisma purely for, the idea that Burisma thinks that is going to give them access to Joe. And at the same time say, well, I don't give a shit. That's not important to me. I'm going to make decisions that have nothing to do with my son's employment because I know my son's a fuck up. I don't think that that's such a crazy thing to think. And to me, that seems very reasonable and likely.
I promise I won't say another word after this. For me, I would be able to believe this if once the NABU, which was directly being financed by the United States, if they would have prosecuted Burisma and Solchevsky, then I'd be willing to listen to what you're saying. But the Obama administration, the Biden people, none of them had a problem that this investigation went to their allies in the NABU and it was promptly buried. So I don't believe that they were really concerned with getting these corrupt people.
It's possible. I mean, we'd have to, you have to go dig into what exactly happened after and why the investigation went nowhere and what exactly was going on. I mean, it could be, I think you said this earlier, I could definitely see it could be very likely that they honestly thought Shokin was corrupt. They wanted him fired, and they put a lot of faith into this NABU Ukrainian organization, and they publicly did that. And because they did that, when the NABU basically turns out to be just as corrupt or fucks up, they're just like, well, I guess this is an L for us. Let's just not talk about this anymore. So it seems very likely to me. But
how about this to move on? Can we admit this? Can we all agree on this? That anytime a quid pro quo with a huge amount of tax dollars is used by a government official to force the firing of a prosecutor who happens to be looking at their son's company, there should immediately trigger an investigation, even if we suspect it wasn't for bad motivations, because the propensity to allow that to be personally beneficial would be so big that you could use billions of dollars of tax dollars to possibly benefit your son, that we should automatically investigate anytime that happens.
What if there's a private investigation that finds nothing? You still want millions of dollars of tax money to go towards a public investigation?
Yes.
Well, I would say this. If I was President Barack Obama and I hear from Newland and Biden that they want to fire Shokin, and then I find out that that Hunter Biden works for Burisma and all that stuff, I would say, yeah, let's conduct an internal, like quietly, obviously. Let's conduct I want an internal investigation to see all the information about why we're firing Shokin, and, does this have anything to do with Biden, trying to protect his son? Yeah, that's what I would do if I was Obama. So I'm not opposed to that idea.
It should be public. The findings have to be public.
You wouldn't make it, obviously, Obama, why? He's not going to make it public, obviously.
Right, but it should be independent of Obama. Right? That when you say, well, Trump should have done X, I don't disagree. Trump did an awful lot that was stupid and that I would criticize, but it shouldn't have been up to Trump. If we had a FBI that was actually interested in serving the public to make sure that there wasn't even an appearance of corruption, then they would have immediately launched a public investigation and gave public results.
I'll be 100% honest. I'm not 100% aware on how the jurisdiction of the FBI would come into play here. If they can just make a determination and say, oh, well, we're going to investigate Hunter Biden because of this, or
it's not
what
Hunter
exactly
Biden, it's the quid pro quo that would be investigated.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know exactly how that works.
This is how moving on works. I mean, I feel like we've covered that.
I mean, to me, that would be like.
What would you like to talk
and if they did that
Adam?
publicly, that would basically be like the FBI declaring war on the Obama administration, which obviously politically they would never do. So I don't think that's like a reasonable ask from them.
Look, Rob, the big government guy. I've heard enough already. Rob's a big government guy.
They didn't even.
He wants
but wait a minute. They didn't even. Wait. They didn't even do that with Trump because the investigation started before Trump was even president, and it was just the continuation of it.
Yes, true.
And they announced it. They leaked it. They leaked to the press quite frequently.
I thought Steele leaked it to the press.
I'm going to call you Big Government Rob from now on. How do you like that? That's your new nickname.
Wait, and we'll call you Double Standard Adam. There's no problem.
What double standard was?
But wait. Didn't Steele? Didn't Steele? I thought Steele leaked the Russian investigation in the press.
Are you saying? That we need to have a Russiagate style investigation just to spend money? Is that what you're saying? So we avoid double standards?
I'm saying that the constant application of the FBI's treatment of Trump versus the treatment of the people that were his opponents exhibits a clear double standard. This just being the tip of the iceberg with Ukraine.
Since
you're fine with that because
we can move on. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, the FBI definitely had a different way of handling Trump than they did of Obama. I'm not disagreeing with that. But
not just Obama.
There's many reasons for that. But,
first of all, I'm against double standards, and I'm only joking. I figure you're probably a small government guy, so I'm obviously saying that to like.
I'm not offended.
One of the reasons why we're centrist, but a lot of people say we're center left. A lot of people accuse us of being on the left. But double standards drive us crazy. That's the reason why we're anti-woke, is because the fucking double standards are ridiculous. It's insane.
Have you looked even cursory into the mid-year exam, which was the investigation into Hillary versus Crossfire Hurricane? And the FBI's treatment of those investigations?
The investigation.
We have to talk about the FBI. It's literally this is an hour and a half sidetrack. We're supposed to be talking about the FBI.
That's literally what I'm trying to do. Like the FBI investigation into Hillary Clinton that occurred concurrently with the FBI investigation. The one into Hillary was called the mid-year exam.
I mean, I haven't looked super into it. I don't.
Let's do it for the people who don't know any. Like, let's start with me. Like, I'm 5 years old. Okay, what? Like FBI corruption, I hear all the time. It's something people on the right constantly are going on about. Like, what is the narrative and what is the evidence?
Okay, I will just limit it to things about Trump. You don't want to go back to J. Edgar Hoover and stuff like that, right? So we'll just limit it.
Yeah, well, no one's going to deny Hoover.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Okay, well, good. So it's not that this is an organization beyond reproach. So we understand it was shady stuff all throughout its history. So we'll just start there. We saw that there was an investigation that was occurring into Hillary Clinton on her email servers. That was called the mid-year exam. And that investigation basically was done in that there was an IG report on that investigation. And if you read that IG report, it was as light a touch as possible to everyone. For example, in that case, we had people that intentionally deleted subpoenaed evidence and they weren't charged for it. We had people that lied to the FBI repeatedly and they weren't charged with it. Even the IG said, and you have to understand, we could explain exactly how the IG report was doing things, but even the IG said he could not factor out with people like Peter Strzok that bias didn't mean that they prioritized the Trump investigation instead. So in about July of 2015, we are told by the FBI, that stories changed several times, but we are told that they started an investigation into Trump's campaign, and it started based on a man by the name of George Papadopoulos. Originally, we were told it was because of the Steele dossier and Carter Page, but now we're told it was about Papadopoulos. And so the point I'm going to make is that the investigations, the comparatively of looking at those two different investigations into Hillary and Trump, shows massive amounts of a double standard and shows that the FBI was corrupt because, like Chuck Schumer told us, Trump had criticized the FBI, and Chuck Schumer told us that they would find 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at him, and that's exactly what they proceeded to do for going on 6-7 years now. And we could talk specifics if you want.
Right. Well, I mean, with regards to Hillary, I think I agree there's a huge double standard with the way the investigation was held. I do think that the people that, destroyed her cell phones and hid information, I think they should have 100% be prosecuted. I think there was a huge double standard for that.
But they weren't.
I mean, that was part of why, I thought that was part of why, because we remember after, it wasn't just that, it was after that, didn't Bill Clinton have his, tarmac meeting with the Attorney General to try to get the the FBI. Well, we don't know exactly, but we would imagine it was to get them to stop the investigation. And I thought that was part of why Comey felt pressured to go out and make his public statement that he did, was because of that tarmac meeting, if I recall the timeline correctly.
There were two public statements. The first statement that Comey issued, people had problems with, but it was his second one that the Democrats were furious about, right? And so we could talk about those real quick.
Wasn't it like Anthony Weiner's laptop?
Yes.
He said we were reopening to look to make sure that the laptop didn't have anything nefarious.
Yes.
Or something.
And so the accusation was that that basically Hillary Clinton improperly stored classified information. And a lot of people on my side of the ledger don't want to hear this, but I actually don't really give a shit about that. I don't. Mm-hmm. Like, to me, I think that probably warrants an investigation. But Philip Mudd, who's a CIA agent who by no means is a Trump lover, he said when Mar-a-Lago got raided here not long ago, he was like, look, if we're honest, everyone that has a classified clearance has taken shit improperly. Everyone. You accidentally take it home or you're doing work at home. That's technically against the law. And so, the idea of, I think, my bias says that Hillary did this because she wanted to keep things away from Freedom of Information Act requests, but I have no proof of that. So at the end of the day, the least worrying thing about the Hillary investigation is the accusation that she had a private server.
It was a cover-up. Yeah.
Right. It was the cover-up that's the worst, right? And so that first, you're right, this tarmac meeting happened, which is unbelievable. Now, everyone thinks when Loretta Lynch, who was the attorney general, she's the person that ultimately would have prosecutorial decisions on whether or not to pursue charges. So the FBI could recommend, but it was ultimately up to the attorney general whether or not to prosecute. And basically her meeting with the husband of the person they were investigating in private and then only having an intrepid reporter break the story, she said, well, then I'll basically recuse myself. But she never did. She never officially recused herself. She just said, I'll listen to what the FBI says. That's not a recusal. She could have officially recused, but she didn't. Nonetheless, that's what happened with that. Comey comes out and he changed language in his statement because technically the language that he first used, I forget what the term was, like extreme negligence or something. Technically that violates the language of the law, so he changed that and decided not to prosecute her. Okay, I think that sucks. I think if it was Trump, they would have, but that's the least worrying thing. The second statement that Comey gave, which is the reason that people say that he affected the election. If you read Comey's book, he talks about why he did this. He said that he assumed Hillary would win, and he was afraid that he would be accused with the FBI and Hillary Clinton of covering up, that they actually found more of her emails on a laptop. And the reason that he came out when he did was there was actually an FBI agent who was a whistleblower who went to the Southern District of New York because he repeatedly was going to Comey and the top brass at the FBI saying, when are you going to investigate this laptop? And they were trying to run out the clock and not look at it until after the election. So basically when that whistleblower went outside the FBI to the Southern District of New York, Comey was like, well, shit, we have to say something. And so he was like, okay, we're reopening. And they were able to go through 500,000 emails in 3 days. Now, maybe they could technically go through that because a lot of them were duplicates. But it wasn't that the FBI was actively sabotaging Hillary. It may have harmed her. But the point was that Comey and the FBI were trying to help her. It just backfired.
Well, I mean, he did. That was his rationale. Like you read his book, didn't you, Adam? Because didn't you say that too?
I didn't read Comey's book. I read Bill Barr's book. But if I'm gonna read Comey's book now. It sounds interesting.
I mean,
Bill Barr says Comey's like a
report here, but not
right. It sounds like, I mean, you could interpret it that way. It sounds to me more like he was concerned with the image of the FBI, and he's trying to preserve that image
there you go.
rather than help specifically Hillary Clinton.
Institutional.
I think both things could be true. I think both things could be right. I think, but he said that he thought this would be an.
It's just like Biden. Both things are true.
Right. Like, so what I'm saying,
because what he doesn't want is he doesn't want Hillary to win, and then this story breaks, and then everyone says, "Oh, the FBI is in Hillary Clinton's pocket."
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Well,
he also says. But he also says, and it would harm the FBI's reputation and his, but it would also harm Hillary's, right? Because then the argument would be, well, she wouldn't have won if the FBI didn't help her, right? So that's what he's saying. But the story you get from the Democrats was that, like, this was some malicious attempt by James Comey to impact the election against Hillary. That's not true. That's not what was going on. Now, conversely, the investigation into Trump, it was absolutely nonsensical from the get-go. the way that they were caring about the investigation, the way that the double standard of how they gave basically everyone immunity on the Hillary side, and then said, okay, you have immunity. Do you want to flip on anyone? And they were like, no. Whereas on the Trump side, they went after people for unrelated crimes from years ago, the smallest amount of crimes, attempting some crimes that have only been prosecuted like once or twice in the history of the country, in the case of Mike Flynn with the Logan Act, and they tried their best to stymie Trump and to get people to flip on Trump, and still they weren't able to find much. So for example, let me just ask Adam and you this, Sitch, do you think before the FBI gets a FISA warrant that they should have to attempt to verify the evidence they're getting to use that FISA warrant?
Of course. And I know that they, with the Carter Page, that they definitely did not do that after the first couple of ones, I think.
Well, they never did it. Here's what they did, right? First off, they got the information from Christopher Steele. Think about this. The accusation that we needed was so important that the FBI needed to investigate Trump was he was colluding with Russians to get dirt on his opponent to win the election, and then possibly was going to help them after he was elected. Is that a fair?
That was the fear, yeah.
Okay, so in order to prove that he was trying to get dirt on Hillary from Russians, what did the FBI do? They got dirt on Trump from Russians, from a guy named Igor Dushenko. Hillary's team literally did what they were accusing Trump of doing. She went out of her way to communicate with Christopher Steele and with this suspected Russian spy, Igor Dushenko, to get a bunch of dirt on Donald Trump that ended up being disinformation. And the FBI took that dirt, made Igor Dushenko a suspected Russian spy. They made him a confidential human source, and then used that information to spy on Trump and his team under the accusation that it was him that was working with Russians.
Okay, so going back, because first of all, it's been a very long time since I've thought about the Mueller report, which I unfortunately read, and all everything surrounding that. If my memory serves, it was originally Steele was working, or his company was working for the RNC or some kind of Republican organization that was trying to dig up dirt on Trump. And then basically when Trump wins the nomination, they obviously stopped paying Steele and his organization. And then Hillary comes in and she kind of takes up the ball and she starts paying him to dig up dirt. And essentially I don't think Steele thought that I'm pretty confident that Steele actually believed the information he got, whether it turned out to be true or not. And so he took this and he thought what he discovered was so explosive that he runs to the FBI with this stuff. I don't think it was like a nefarious intention from Steele, at least in the beginning. He could have been wrong. I think he was wrong about a lot of stuff, but I don't think it was like a conspiracy. I just want to say one other thing, which is that not everything that he found turned out to not be true anyway.
Yes, it was.
There were things that did turn out to be true.
Right. There's a person named Donald Trump. Carter Page went to Russia.
One of the big things, and talk about interesting things that were not prosecuted, was what's his name? Eric Prince. So Steele said that Eric Prince had a secret meeting in the Seychelles Islands with a Russian, I forget the Russian guy's name, some Russian guy connected to the government, and this was about establishing a backdoor communication route with Donald Trump when Donald Trump was running for president. And Eric Prince goes before Congress, and he, under oath, says that he didn't do that. And then the Mueller report comes out and says he 100% did that. And then you ask the question, well, why wasn't Eric Prince, why did they not charge him for lying to Congress? Is it just a coincidence that his sister was literally on Trump's cabinet? I don't know. That seems very suspicious to me. So,
but again, we're accusing. So the big story is here that he was talking to Russians and that was setting up some backwater channel. We know
the accusation that he was trying to set up a backdoor channel between Trump and Putin when Trump was running for president.
Okay. Yes. Well, nonetheless, maybe they should have charged Eric Prince. Maybe his station at Blackwater and his connection to both parties was more of a reason that he individually wasn't prosecuted. But we can see that right. So
I mean, he's got his own army, so
right. I hardly think that this was beneficial to Trump. But yeah, that guy, all I want.
It is weird that his sister was just happened to be on Trump's cabinet.
Look,
a little strange,
one of the things that Trump supported. Look, I volunteered for Trump's campaign. I was offered a small job with him, right? But I criticized him heavily. One of the things that Trump did the worst was the idea that he was draining the swamp and he's putting people like John Bolton and Mike Pompeo around. That's bullshit. Those are, as far as I'm concerned, figureheads of the swamp. So Trump had a lot of shady people around him. The question is, though, more importantly than an individual, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump or a president, are these agencies that are the most powerful law enforcement agencies in the world and intel agencies in the world, are they putting their thumb on the scale? Are they operating at a double standard? And that's clearly the case. So to answer some of the things
I don't agree. That's your idea.
Right, which is what the discussion's about, right. So to answer a couple of things you said. First, you said Christopher Steele was being paid by Republicans. I do not believe that's the case. Fusion GPS was being paid by people like John McCain and Jeff Flake, those type of Republicans, for opposition research against Trump. But my understanding is that Christopher Steele was not hired by Fusion GPS until after the primary was done and Republicans stopped paying for it. But I might be slightly wrong. He may have technically already been on the books while Republicans were paying, but what I do know is this: he did not begin compiling the Steele dossier until after Republicans had stopped funding it. So the claim that which it wouldn't have mattered anyways, my contention is at the top level, John McCain finding it doesn't prove that this wasn't nefarious. Yeah, he don't like Trump either. It's all part of the establishment. It's not necessarily Republican, Democrat. The second thing you said that, I can't remember now. It was before you said they found things that were true. But many of the things that they found that were true were just.
I said that he thought it was, he himself did believe it. He even if it was disinformation, he believed it himself.
Right. Well, we don't. Again, we don't have, it would be irrelevant if that was the case. I suspect that's not the case. It seems evident from listening to the IG talk about interviews that Christopher Steele had incredible bias against Donald Trump anyways, but it is possible that he believed what he was saying. He was unable to verify any of it, but let's say that he did believe it. It's sort of irrelevant anyways. It wasn't just that this guy stumbled onto something.
Well, I just brought it up because of what you said. I mean, I understand that it's not super relevant to the overall claim. I'm just responding to what you said.
There were allies in the Hillary Clinton camp, like Charles Dolan, who's someone who's been a longtime ally of the Clinton camp, that's personally meeting with Igor Dashchenko. Now, Igor Dashchenko is a Russian national. He is someone that lived in the United States in 2008, which prompted an FBI investigation because as he worked, I believe it was at the Heritage Foundation, Igor Dashchenko, he was caught on record. People from the Heritage Foundation whistle blew on him because he was basically announcing to them that he would like to get dirt to take back to the Kremlin government. And so the FBI thought that he was a spy enough that they were actually investigating him. And the only reason they stopped that investigation was he moved back. And so once he was no longer in the United States, the FBI didn't clear him. They just said, okay, no need for the investigation anymore. So this person who the FBI in 2008 suspected of being a Russian spy is in direct communication with Charles Dolan, who's working with the Clinton campaign. And then after the Clinton campaign, Charles Dolan is talking to this spy then talks to Christopher Steele and says, just like Hillary Clinton wanted, that, this was all Russia. One of the things they did was spread the Alpha Bank story initially that was complete garbage. That this story that these banks, these sick pings were coming from Trump Tower, from Trump's office to this Russian bank. They're doing all this. Okay.
Right. Well, I just want to say, the issue I kind of have with this is that, if you place yourself as the FBI or, you're Obama or someone in the Obama administration when all this stuff is coming about, we know now that the Alpha Bank story was BS, but they didn't know that at the time. And I think that's what has to be considered is that at the time, if you're the FBI and you say, okay, Donald Trump gets Paul Manafort to be his campaign manager, a guy who has obviously a lot of shady connections to Russia. One of the first people that Donald Trump publicly announces is going to be on his campaign is a little known person named Carter Page, who the FBI knew Russia tried to turn into a double agent unsuccessfully, but they attempted to, or at least considered doing it. Then you have, on top of that, you have the weird Alpha Bank story in Trump Tower, which turned out to be false, but they didn't know at the time. Then on top of that, you have the whole bizarre thing with George Papadopoulos somehow knowing that Russia hacked Hillary's emails a month before it goes public. And then on top of that, you have Richard Steele, who, whether they should have trusted him or not, was a trusted source by the FBI, who comes up and he says, look, I have all this crazy stuff about all this stuff that Russia has. This all at least merits an investigation at that point, does it not?
Okay, so your standard would be if there are significant connections from a presidential campaign to Russian nationals, that would warrant some sort of FBI investigation.
My claim is that when you have a million things that look like fire, when you have all this smoke, it definitely merits an investigation.
Okay, so let's do
I don't see how this is any different from the Biden thing with. I mean, to me, this is even more smoky than with the Biden thing. Say, look, all this smoke, we should definitely investigate this to see what's if there's any fire here. Well, but they did investigate it, and they said that there wasn't, and I'm totally fine with that.
But they didn't investigate the Biden thing, and that's what I'm talking about.
Oh no, I'm talking about Trump.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying about the double standard is that's fine if we're going to say that these type of connections warrant an investigation. Fine, but why isn't it applied equally? So let's look at the other side. So Trump was running against someone named Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton her team was personally talking to a suspected spy named Igor Dushenko. That seems pretty shady, right?
Yeah, but her emails got hacked by Russia, so obviously she wasn't working with Russia.
Prove it. Prove they got hacked by Russia.
Well, okay. The United States government believes her emails were hacked by Russia, so they wouldn't think that she was also secretly working with Russia unless it was some sort of like 10-dimensional false flag 10D chess move.
That doesn't even make sense. Like,
what do you mean it doesn't make sense?
Well, let me explain. There were reports within the CIA under John Brennan that allegedly Brennan tried to stamp out that said more than Russia was trying to influence the election for one candidate or another, what they were trying to do was cause division by putting stories that were positive and negative of both candidates. So that the idea that the FBI would be like, oh, well, if we think that actors in Russia hacked Hillary Clinton, then she's beyond reproach when looking at her team's shady connections with Russia is nonsensical.
Well, wait. So I'd have to see exactly what you're talking about, because from my recollection, which I only remember from the Mueller report, when they talked about Russia, and specifically because we're talking about Russia, they talked about Russia doing things that quote unquote help both sides. It was more like, oh, they were trying to sow division by, I think there was like one, it might have been in Florida actually. They like tried to get a Facebook protest that was like pro BLM or pro some kind of woke shit, and that was anti woke shit, like on the same corner somewhere, in America, right? Like it wasn't something as extensive as, assuming they did leak the emails, we're going to leak like, hundreds of emails and cause this whole controversy. Like, to my knowledge, Russia did nothing remotely like that publicly to Donald Trump. And to me, you can't say, well, that you can't just hand wave that away. That's pretty huge evidence that Russia's not in Hillary's corner.
So I just sent you a link, and this was from former CIA officer, National Security Council Chief of Staff Fred Fleet said Wednesday that former CIA Director John Brennan ignored intelligence that Russian President Vladimir Putin actually wanted Hillary Clinton to win the 2016 election. Fleet's called Brennan the most politicized intelligence chief in American history. The document supports the U.S. intelligence community's conclusion that Russia meddled in the 2016 election that Brennan put to help Trump. It was highly edited. It does not include reference to recently declassified files that point to a possible Russian disinformation camp that attempted to malign Trump. When you talk about the most significant piece of Russian disinformation that affected our country was the Russian disinformation sourced from a suspected Russian spy, Igor Dushenko, that the FBI bought so much that they literally spied on the President of the United States for a year, starting a cascade of investigations stymieing the Trump administration. That was Russian disinformation. So the idea that Russia didn't do anything serious to harm Donald Trump is abjectly not true. They harmed Donald Trump with their disinformation far more than they harmed Hillary Clinton. There wasn't an investigation. So let's look at the connections that Hillary's Clinton had. They had the connection to suspected spy Igor Dushenko. You mentioned Paul Manafort. In the indictment, in Mueller's indictment for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist, do you remember when Manafort was charged, when that crime occurred?
No, I don't remember the date.
It was 2013. And he was accused of lobbying for Yanukovych, who was the pro-Russian Ukrainian president. Right? And if you read the indictment, it says that he worked with Group A and Group B. Group A was Mercury LLC, which is basically a Republican lobbying firm. Group B was, you ready for this? Drum roll, the Podesta Group. Hillary Clinton's campaign manager.
Right, yeah, I do remember that, yes, right.
So we're talking about, Manafort had shady connections to Russians. Right, working with Hillary Clinton's campaign manager.
I feel like you're somewhat missing my point. My point is that from the FBI's perspective, first of all, I don't know 100% the validity of how much Steele got his information from some Russian actor, so I'd have to look into that. But secondly, assuming that's all true, the FBI obviously, well, maybe you don't believe this, but I'd say the FBI they're not aware of that. They're not aware that Steele was getting his information from some sort of Russian agent, at least at first anyway. From the FBI's point of view, then their behavior makes complete sense.
The primary subsource from the outset of the Steele dossier being released, primary subsource one was Russian. They knew that.
Yeah, but doesn't mean that guy is in the pocket of Putin just because he is Russian, does it?
Nonetheless, that's the FBI's assumption when it comes to the people connected to Trump, right?
No, that wasn't.
Why is it when it's Trump connected to Russians, all these people are in the pocket of Putin? For example,
they didn't make the assumption. That's why they had an investigation. An assumption would be like, oh, well, he's guilty.
Well, yeah, they made the assumption with Hillary's team. Why wouldn't the assumption be equal? Why is it when Hillary's team's meeting with Russians, we assume they're the good guys, but when Trump's team's meeting with Russians, we assume they're the bad guys?
Because the FBI knew, or at least believed that they knew, that Russia had actively attacked Hillary Clinton in a very public way. They didn't know, or at least didn't seem to be aware, assuming what you're saying is accurate about Steele, that Russia would be planting all this false information about Donald Trump. They were not aware of that.
But again, the prioritization, what you're also not factoring in is we could see through the IG report that there was extreme levels of bias for all of these people at the top level. And so to hand wave this away and go, well, in their heart of hearts, they truly thought that Russia was interfering to help Trump. So even though there were a bunch of Russian connections to the Hillary side, I justify not looking into them. I think that that's ridiculous. And I think that if your
argument is that the FBI, the people in the FBI were biased against Trump, I completely agree with you. I'm not going to argue against that. I think people in the FBI were biased against Trump, but I think it was through their own personal failings. I think they believed the fake news narrative. I don't think it's because they were sort of like insidiously, rubbing their hands together, like, how do we keep Donald Trump out of office? Like when
why would it matter?
It was Peter Strzok, right? That was the guy that said that he wanted to try to keep Trump out of office no matter what. Like he definitely seemed like he actually believed the narrative, and that's why he was so dead set to do this. And you ask, why does that matter? It matters because if the question is, to me, there's a big difference between saying the FBI bought a fake news narrative and it became horribly incompetent versus the FBI is a corrupt deep state organization that's trying to secretly, control America. These are two very different claims.
It is one of the most nonsensical, right? I assume they also were just buying a narrative when you saw Kevin Kleinsmith actively change evidence from the truth that Carter Page worked with the CIA to say that he didn't. That was just an oopsie, right? To me, I find it one of the most irrelevant, boring arguments to say, oh, all of these things that the FBI did wrong, it's just because they're incompetent. To me,
it's relevant if you're. It's only wait. It's relevant. It's relevant if you're prescribing a motivation. Then it's entirely relevant.
It's not. I prescribe the motivation. My assumption is that it's corruption because the preponderance of evidence shows that they're not imbeciles that are running the FBI, that they exhibited bias against Donald Trump, and that these actions were a double standard that occurred over and over. But what I'm saying is,
why aren't you enacting the double standard? Because earlier you were asking for like the direct smoking gun of Donald Trump, doing the quid pro quo with Ukraine, and now you're not asking for that for the FBI's motivation.
No, what I'm saying is, first off, I'm not the FBI. What I'm asking for is if we're going to have these massive investigations into one side and do these investigations in a way that is very hard-nosed, going after people as hard as possible, but then not have investigations on the other side, or when you do the investigations, have them give everyone immunity, even when they've committed obvious crimes like deleting subpoenaed evidence, that it starts to raise questions that the obvious bias that's being exhibited through the people at the top, where they clearly hate Trump and they clearly like Hillary, is affecting their work. But if you'll just let me real quick say this, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It does not matter if they had a double standard because they really believed they were doing the right thing. For example, if I were to say to you, here's a police department that 90% of their arrests are for black people. And we went and you said, well, the cops sincerely believe black people commit more crime. You would say, well, who the hell cares? They're still bad cops. It doesn't matter in their heart of hearts. They happen to really believe the racist bullshit that justifies their actions. That's exactly
but I
what
wouldn't
say
say
about
that.
the FBI.
I think to me, that's a good example. To me, I think that's why I have a huge problem with sort of like the woke idea where they complain about, quote unquote, systemic racism in policing, is they just look at an outcome and they make a determination about intention. And I don't think you can ever do that. There could be very justified reasons why the police are doing things that create racially disproportionate outcomes. That has nothing to do with the intentional racism of the officer or even the systemic racism of the policing system altogether.
Right, but what we're saying is if we did find out that their actions were because they truly believed that black people were more likely to commit crimes, you would have
Well,
a
that is
problem with
being
that.
racist by definition, so that
Right,
wouldn't
but you
exactly be a
wouldn't say
one-to-one comparison.
right, but then you wouldn't say, well, they believed it though. They believed it. It wasn't just that they were making it up because they hated
Well, no,
black
because
people.
wait,
They
but
really
that doesn't.
believed that black people
That's not
committed
that
war
comparison
crimes.
doesn't make sense because the accusation from the offset would be they're racist, and you're saying, well, what if it found out that they were racist?
No, what I'm saying is the defense of, well, if they truly believed it, it's okay, right?
Well, no, wait, no.
I see
No,
your
because
point. I see your point because
yeah,
we're saying
okay.
in both scenarios it would be. So I don't even need to come up with an analogy. What I'm saying is
Right.
it doesn't
Okay.
matter. It doesn't matter if they believe, if because they dislike Donald Trump or for whatever reason, because they disliked him, which they clearly did, and that clouded their judgment. And so they truly believed what they were being told. And that justified them approaching investigations into him in one way and investigations of Hillary. It doesn't matter if they really believed they were good. In fact, I'll throw you a bone. I highly suspect that Peter Strzok thought he was saving the country. Not because he necessarily believed that that Trump was colluding with Russia, but Orange Man bad. And he's going to get us into a nuclear war, or he's a racist, or he's going to lock up gay people, or he's going to kick black people out of the country, or whatever. So we have to have an insurance policy. That's what they were saying. We have to have an insurance policy. They hated this man, and maybe they truly in their heart of hearts thought it will be the end of the country if he is elected. That's not justification for the double standard.
Oh, sure. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is. If your claim is, or if someone makes the claim that says, the FBI, it seemed like a lot of people at the FBI sincerely bought into this, turned out to be fake news idea about Trump working with Russia. And so not only did they investigate that, but then they did do things that they shouldn't have done, like the FISA warrant stuff and, some of the other things that you mentioned. And they did, put their thumb on the scale because they were so concerned because they really thought Donald Trump was some kind of Russian agent. And the fact that the FBI did all this stuff is really bad and really fucked up. You could be completely right. I wouldn't even argue against that. I'd say that's entirely possible.
But then
my only contention is just
part, right?
Well, it depends what we're arguing. My only contention and what I thought we were arguing about is that I believe wholeheartedly that even the most even if you had a robot if you had a Vulcan with no emotion, that was the head of the FBI, at the offset of this, there were so many things that merited to be looked into that I don't fault the FBI for at least beginning the investigation. They may have totally fucked up down the road, but at least beginning it to me seems completely legitimate, even if they dropped the ball.
That would only make sense if the investigation began on the other side as well. So we got the connection to John Podesta. We got the connection to Igor Dashchenko. How about this? Did anyone in Trump's orbit ever personally meet with Vladimir Putin?
I don't believe so.
But we know Bill Clinton did. Bill Clinton personally met with Vladimir Putin right before the Ukrainian One decision was being applied. And then 2 weeks later, he got $500,000 from a Russian state-owned bank.
Yeah, I understand. But again, since it was publicly huge and everyone was aware of it and everyone believed, maybe it wasn't true, if the FBI believes that Russia hacked Hillary's emails and released them to the public, why would the FBI think that Hillary was working with Russia? And why would, even if Hillary had been working at Russia before that point, wouldn't they immediately think, well, if she was, she's definitely not doing it now because they just fucked her over?
No, because the FBI, presumably, don't look at things in a total binary way. For example, the FBI would understand that when it comes to foreign adversaries interfering in our system, that it's not just that they pick one side or the other, that it's more complicated than that. Again, I showed a link that said at least one FBI agent alleges that John Brennan was actually bearing evidence that said they actually preferred Hillary Clinton, right? And so the idea, and how can, the idea then that, well, if we think that the Russians did one bad thing to Hillary, we'll let her off the hook and won't look at any of the shady connections. So much so that we're actually paying a Russian national who we one point suspected of being a Russian spy. We're actually paying him as a confidential human source. And none of this justifies behavior such as not verifying opposition research to spy on a presidential campaign and then president.
Okay, well, let me ask this. So, let's say hypothetically, everything that you're pointing to, or that you believe you're pointing to with Hillary Clinton, say that none of that existed. That's all gone, okay? And Hillary Clinton is the most squeaky clean fucking person in human existence. I know it's a huge stretch, but just for the sake of the thought experiment, imagine. Do you think that then, if there's not a comparison, do you think that it's fair for the FBI to look at everything that's going on with Trump and say, hey, because of Paul Manafort, because of Carter Page, because of what Steele is claiming, because of the George Papadopoulos, who somehow knew about the emails being leaked a month in advance, do you not think that merits the FBI, or at least seemingly justifies the FBI to look into any of this?
So I'll give you as straight as an answer I can, but then I want to kind of explain it. Yes, they could look into it, right? Here's the problem. It's not just Trump vis-a-vis Hillary. One of the worst kept secrets in our country is how deep lobbying connects to foreign adversaries, foreign interests, right? The problem is it wasn't just, well, they're going after Manafort, they're looking into Trump because his campaign's connections. If you would look at almost any national candidacy for presidency, you would see all sorts of connections to China, to Russia, to Iran, to all of these places, right? And the fact that just this one time the FBI was like, well, we're going to look into this. All I want is, let me give you an easy example, right? Do we think it should have been a crime for Don Jr. to meet with a Russian national, a woman by the name of Vetselnetskaya, in Trump Tower? An argument that the Democrats made was this should be a crime.
Oh, yeah, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, that was that too.
Right. So Trump met with this woman who was a Russian national, Don Jr. did, and he sat in the meeting for 15 minutes.
Who said she had information damaging to Hillary Clinton, yes.
Right. Do you think that should be a crime?
No.
Right, me neither.
Yeah, but it's still... when you have like 5 or 6 different things that look very suspicious, I could say, well, that merits at least looking into.
Right, but again, I could say the same about the Hillary camp. We could talk about all the things. No,
but I'm just trying to say, for just hypothetically, if you assume all the Hillary stuff is not a factor here, you agree that there was enough there to look into Donald Trump.
What I'm trying to say is this.
To me, but this is why I have a problem with this argument, is that to me, if the FBI didn't look into Donald Trump, and maybe you make the same argument with Hillary, it would be such a dropping of the ball, because there was so much smoke there. There's so many weird things that happened with the Trump campaign that definitely merited to look into.
And again, what I'm saying, if the reason I bring up the Trump Jr., I don't have a problem saying, yes, he should have been looked into and possibly charged with a crime, as long as we say, and the Hillary camp that was meeting with Igor Dushenko should also be looked into and charged with a crime. My personal preference is neither should have been. So what I'm saying in your specific example here is,
why should they not be investigated?
It hinges on what terms like investigation mean, right? Mm-hmm. Theoretically, the FBI should be investigating any foreign national from an adversarial country when they're talking to any person that's involved in politics. Theoretically, that's what I believe. The problem I have is the double standard. So in an ideal country, if the FBI for 10 years leading up to this had been investigating people for acting as foreign lobbyists for foreign nationals from adversarial countries, and had been investigating campaigns that had connections to foreign nationals and things like that, I would say absolutely keep that ball going. If we set the precedent that no, the FBI is not going to really do those things, then it shouldn't change just because the one guy, and there's all these coincidences. We see the obvious bias that the agents had. We see Chuck Schumer admitting, oh boy, he shouldn't have criticized the FBI. Now they're going to come after him. And the fact that I have to ignore that, plus then how light they went after Hillary Clinton with the things she did, it just, again, it defies belief that this is just like they had to look into it. Again, I wouldn't have a problem if we set the standard. We're going to go after people that fail to register as foreign lobbyists really hard. That's fine. That's good for me. That'll get rid of so many corrupt people in Washington. But what you can't do is just target people on one side. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And again, that's why I said I do believe that the FBI totally for BS reasons probably went very soft on Hillary, in regards to the email stuff completely. And that whoever deleted industry, and if they have, evidence that fucking Hillary Clinton's aide, took a hammer to the phone, then that guy should be in jail, obviously, for doing that. But he's not. Yeah, I understand that. And obviously that's a huge double standard. Completely. That's right. And that's my only, right. So I don't disagree with that. My only point is that that is without respect to a double standard or some idea about a double standard, which I would argue in some respects acts as a whataboutism in this exact situation, is that there was so many crazy things, again, related to Trump that looked like weird connections to Russia that it 100% at least merited an investigation. And if you want to say that they handled the investigation poorly, maybe they did. But I don't see how anyone, if you're the FBI, could make the determination that with all this crazy shit, with the Russia leaking Hillary's emails, with Papadopoulos knowing about it, with Trump for some bizarre reason naming Page, to be like one of the first, like I think it was like literally one of the first people he named, with him getting Paul Manafort. There were just so many fucking weird things that you're like, what is going on here with Donald Trump? And so that's just
one by one.
It just seemed like it was like they had to look into this.
Let's go one by one. First, Papadopoulos knowing about the emails. He did not. Right. That's not what he said. Papadopoulos, first off, Papadopoulos was set up because Joseph Misfit, the Maltese professor, all of his friends and family said that they always thought he was involved in Western intelligence. And at the end of the day, if we ever get to the truth of it, that's what it's going to be. Joseph Misfit was working for Western intelligence, UK intelligence in the United States.
Yeah, well, that's a huge if, though.
Well, it's an if, but that's what we'll find out. But let's say we didn't.
Well, wait. First of all, wait. You can't say he was set up. You could say, well, I believe he's set up. There's no evidence that he was set up. That's a belief for a specific narrative. Okay.
Sure, there's evidence he set up. For example, we know afterwards that he was talked with Stefan Halper, who we actually know was a spy that was sent, who had a honeypot by the name of Azra Turk. That met with him, trying to get him to do illegal things. We know that the FBI gave him a briefcase, or we know that he was given a briefcase full of cash to get on an airplane, and when he got back, he was met by the FBI, who arrested him because it would be illegal to carry that briefcase full of cash.
You're talking about Papadopoulos? Who's the
they? Papadopoulos. Yeah, Papadopoulos.
Papadopoulos was given a briefcase of cash by an FBI agent?
He alleges that he was given a briefcase full of cash, and then as soon he chose to not bring that case on the airplane, and he was immediately met by the FBI when he got off because they were trying to arrest him for that.
He alleges this.
Yes.
Is there something else besides his claim? Like,
I'd have to look into specifically. Special counsel Robert Mueller revealed that Papadopoulos received a $10,000 cash payment from a man that the former Trump aide believed was a spy. An Israeli-American businessman named Charles Taywell allegedly made the payment to Papadopoulos. And then when he got that payment, he was immediately stopped, I believe, when he got off the plane. But nonetheless, let me just say, I shouldn't have made that statement because I have not read enough into it. So let's wipe that. I do believe that I'm accurate in that portrayal, but let's say that we don't factor that in to our conversation. Papadopoulos was met with this guy, Mifsud, right, who said, hey, I know this Russian you should talk to. He then talks to the Russian, and the Russian says, we have dirt on Hillary Clinton emails. That's not saying we hacked Hillary's server. What that's saying...
I thought he said specifically that it was going to come out publicly within a month or so.
He may have. But that's exactly what you would say.
Right, but that's not proof that they hacked. Right, but that would be the huge red flag. It's like, oh, he knew a month before the emails came out that they were going to come out.
That's not a red flag at all. Everyone and their brother was worried that every country that was our adversary had Hillary Clinton's emails.
No, wait. I am unfamiliar with anyone, except for these people, knowing a month beforehand that Hillary's emails were hacked and were going to be released. And that, because then didn't George Papadopoulos go and he started bragging this to some other guy, and then that guy alerted, it was some Australian guy, right? He was told some Australian guy that he heard this information. That Australian guy goes and he tells the Australian government. The Australian government tells the U.S. government, and that's how George Papadopoulos gets on their radar.
Right. Alexander Downer, who was a Clinton Foundation donor, who was instrumental in getting millions of dollars sent from his country of Australia to the Clinton Foundation, alleges that he was having a conversation with Papadopoulos, who was drunk, and Papadopoulos said, I talked to this Russian and they said they got dirt on Hillary Clinton. I don't know if he told Downer that he was afraid that they were going to release it. Nonetheless, Downer did not say anything until after the release. Now, we don't have proof that it was the Russia that hacked. But even if it was, that's not an admission that George Papadopoulos ran into someone that said, we hacked Hillary's server and here are the emails we have.
No. I understand that. Like, it's entirely possible that Misfit or whatever the guy's name is, and whoever the Russian guy, it's entirely possible that they were trying to set up George Papadopoulos. That's not my claim. My claim is that whether they set him up or not, they told him this information. He tells this Australian guy. And so this comes back to the FBI and the U.S. government, and it looks very fucking suspicious. That's like, if they set him up, that was the point, to make him look very suspicious.
Well, nonetheless, what is the investigation? He didn't say I did something shady. He said some Russians said they had information that was dirty on Hillary. How does that justify starting an investigation into a presidential campaign?
They would say two things. They would say, number one, why the fuck is some Russian guy telling this to someone that works for the Donald Trump campaign in the first place? Is very suspicious. And number two, why the fuck doesn't he tell the U.S. government or a Hillary campaign?
Well, why would you? Maybe if he would have seen the emails, he would have. But to just hear someone allege that they got dirt on, it's the same with Don Jr.'s meeting in Trump Tower.
Yeah, but when that lady showed up, it turned out she didn't have dirt on Clinton.
Right.
If it turned out that she did, right, and then Donald Trump Jr. did nothing about it, or he just used it to his own advantage, I would say that's horribly. That should definitely be like prosecuted at that point, depending on what they told him.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. We don't know. He may very well have got the information, and then once it was released, went to the FBI. Nonetheless, there's not a crime from the. There's no crime that warrants investigating.
Well, he wasn't charged.
Some random person told you that they had what everyone already suspected. That because Hillary had a non-private server.
It wasn't that. No, it wasn't that. No one. It wasn't what everyone suspected. It wasn't what everyone suspected. Sure. No one knew Hillary's emails were going to be leaked a month before they were leaked. That wasn't like a widely.
I would be interested to see. I would be interested to see that Papadopoulos alleged to Alexander Downer that they're going to be released within a month. That's what I was told. I'd be interested to see that.
We'll have to look up the conversation.
But nonetheless, right? When we look at this situation, like real quick on Joseph Mifsud, Joseph, would you agree that the FBI and the Mueller team specifically was going after for people that lied to them and was charging them?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
You would admit that one of the things Mueller's team actually did charge people for was lying to investigators. Like Papadopoulos, his charge was lying about dates.
Yeah, they were. I mean, to me, it seemed like very obviously they were trying to use that as a mechanism to get people to, work with the investigative team, which I'm assuming is pretty common tactic. But
yeah, and then only not when they're investigating Hillary. It's the exact opposite.
Well, they didn't investigate Hillary, which is the problem. But
give everyone immunity was the deal with Hillary's team. Nonetheless, would you also agree that they went after low-level Russian people, like these 12 Russian trolls?
I'm not exactly familiar with the specific thing you're talking about.
The Internet Research Agency was this institution where 12
the
Russian
people that were
trolls,
making the bad yeah.
And Mueller's team originally charged them. They were forced to drop the charges because they couldn't provide evidence that these people were working at the behest of Putin.
Right.
So they just happened to be Russian people, which isn't a crime. But originally they charged them, right?
Sure, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. So in the Mueller report, and more specifically when Mueller testified and Jim Jordan asked him this, the most central figure, Papadopoulos, we all agree, was the start of the Russia investigation, correct? That's what the FBI tells us.
I believe that was what they said, yeah.
Yeah. So
that and Carter Page's bizarreness, yes.
Right. So that means the central figure that started all of this, the first bad actor, was Joseph Mifsud, correct?
That would seem to be the case, sure.
Yeah. So would it surprise you that the FBI interviewed Joseph Mifsud twice, and both times they said Mifsud lied?
About what, though?
He lied to the FBI. They didn't
About
say
what?
specifically. They didn't say specifically. Nonetheless, lying to the FBI is a crime, correct?
Okay. Sure.
And so if this is the central Russian spy that started this whole thing, right, and that had prior knowledge of Hillary Clinton's emails being hacked, why didn't Mueller's team charge Mifsud?
Because maybe he made a deal with the FBI.
He made a deal. What deal? Because it turns out
I don't
there
know.
was nothing there.
Maybe they got a lot of information from him. I don't know what's going on in the investigation.
They let him go. They let him go because most likely he was actually U.S. or he was Western intelligence. That's
okay. You can't wait. You can't make that claim with no evidence. Okay.
There is evidence. There's evidence that the official FBI story that we were told was this was the guy who was the original Russian spy that's responsible for getting the whole thing kicked off.
This is really you're making the opposite argument conceptually that you just made that for like 2 hours the Biden administration going after Shokin. Because I agreed. I said it's entirely possible, though I haven't seen evidence of it, that Shokin was super corrupt and that Biden was corrupt. And I agree with you that they could both be corrupt, and that the firing is not necessarily based on one thing or the other, right?
Okay.
But then you're saying with this one, you're not accepting the idea that it's possible that the FBI, that these people involved with the Russia stuff were corrupt, or that it's possible that the FBI was completely legitimately, even if they were biased against Trump, completely legitimately saw this as something worth investigating and investigated. Like these two, like it doesn't just because they didn't go after Hillary doesn't negate the fact that they wouldn't look at what's going on with Trump and say, this is something to investigate. Doesn't mean that the FBI is acting corruptly in the opening of the investigation.
The problem is that you're actually doing the thing in inverse. You're assuming such positive motivations by the FBI that anytime there's something that's a glaring red flag, like the central spy in the FBI's version, who admittedly lied to the FBI twice, not being charged, you're like, well, then it must be because they made.
I don't know. No, I don't. No, wait. I didn't say it has to be anything. I said I don't know. I don't know what the specifics were of that situation. Right,
but you can't blame.
But wait a minute. To me, and this is why you'd have to look into the specifics. This is like, as I said, the very common tactic that the FBI or any investigative body that has the authority to, what they do is they ask people questions, and then if the person lied, which they probably did, they say, hey, we got you lying. We're going to charge you with this unless you flip on somebody, unless you give us more information. And the person either flips or they don't. And if they don't flip, then they charge them. This is like literally, that's like investigation technique 101. And so I'm asking, so just because they caught George in a lie and didn't charge him, that doesn't mean anything, because if they went back to him and he flipped, then that was the entire point of them trying to catch him in a lie in the first place.
So you think that he flipped, the investigation's over, but they're going to keep
I don't know. I said I don't know.
You think it's a possibility that he flipped, but the FBI is keeping it secret? I think that it's too generous of a view of what the FBI.
What do you mean? Of course they keep it secret. What do you mean? They're not going to publicly say like, oh, by the way.
No, that's not true.
Thanks for flipping. Let's make public all the secrets that you gave to us.
Let's put a big target on your back for Russia. Like, of course.
So, for example, with the January 6th stuff, your argument is people flipped, but they never used that testimony or used their name. Oh, wait, they did the exact opposite. That's why we're hearing about the vice president of the oath.
They do in some cases, not in others. Obviously.
Wait.
Your derision.
I don't know what example you're relating this to with January 6th.
The vice president of the Oath Keepers allegedly was an informant that flipped. There were other people that allegedly flipped, and their testimony was used in order to help prosecute people.
Well, but don't they have to name them if they actually testify?
Right. So then that's what I'm saying. So then when we saw the prosecution of
but that didn't happen with the Russian investigation. There was no...
Right, if we saw it... Right. Well, sure.
Plus he'd be a double agent with a nation.
Well, no, okay,
has a history of killing people.
Okay, say the FBI... Style. Wait, so say the FBI... Say Mueller did say that they should bring charges against Trump, and then the Attorney General does so, okay. And this goes to court. Then you would find out who flipped and who didn't flip, because they'd have to tell everyone. But until that happens, you don't know any of this information.
But listen, you'll admit that they didn't charge anyone with the hack, right? They were charging Russians, right? They charged these 12 Russian trolls. They charged Russians.
They couldn't prove it.
Well, they couldn't prove it, right. Now, if Joseph Misfit, who was this central figure, who was the one who knew that they had hacked Hillary's emails, if he flipped, right, and was like, okay, this is what you do, why have we never heard that information that said we could prove that it was actually Russia that did hack?
Because we don't know.
We have a confidential source that told us.
Wait. We don't know what I never said that he knew who did the hack or anything like that. We don't know what exactly he told the FBI. He could have just said, he could have just said, I got this information from this person. He could have totally complied with whatever information they wanted to know regarding something specific.
But again, we know that he originally... Why would the treatment of him be vastly different than, say, the treatment of someone like Mike Flynn, who was actually a hero?
Because Mike Flynn was like, fuck you. He was completely not working with the FBI. He was like super against them.
It's not true at all. In fact, he met them without a lawyer.
Yeah, and then... Well, that's true. The first time he did, yeah.
Right.
He's become very violently against them, which I guess is fair.
Well, no shit. They used the Logan Act to go after him, which John Kerry publicly acknowledges to violating on a regular basis before he was with the Biden administration. So no shit. After they threw the book at him, no shit, he wasn't very cooperative.
But that's the thing. I don't know what they were charging, what they thought Flynn was doing specifically, and what information they want from him. Because if you remember, they even had there was that note. I don't know if it was Strunk again or someone else who said like, oh, they caught Flynn lying, were they going to leverage this to try to get him? Didn't they literally say that? Didn't they literally say that when they caught him lying, are we going to charge him? Are we going to like leverage to flip him?
Papadopoulos?
No, Flynn.
Yeah, that was the point. The whole point was.
But that's but he didn't flip it, so then they charged him. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Flip? What was there?
I don't know. I don't know whatever they were asking him.
Right, but the point is that was what a judge said. He thought that it was never about getting Flynn and these low-level people. That the FBI was constantly doing whatever they could to get Donald Trump. That's exactly
obviously. I don't disagree with that. That's the entire point of the investigation.
Why didn't
that's the entire point of any of these investigations?
Rob, will you just acknowledge the investigation strategy that Sitch just articulated?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
In fact,
so then
we all acknowledge
what
it.
happens? Okay, good.
Okay, so then I'm not sure I follow what the issue is. The issue that they shouldn't use this technique? Is that what the issue is?
No, the issue is the double standard. Now let's do the Hillary investigation. That's what
okay, but
right.
Real quick, I don't care about the double standard. I don't care about the what about it.
That's right. That's the point. You don't care about the double standard.
No, whoa, calm down. And I already opened this conversation by admitting and agreeing with you that they should have investigated Hillary. I've already ceded that entire position. I'm saying it doesn't matter, and I don't care in the argument of whether they should have investigated Donald Trump, which it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with it.
And your position is they shouldn't investigate any political people? How are we going to get rid of the deep state if there's no investigations?
That is not my position.
Well, you did say that. You said your preference was nobody gets investigated.
No, that's not what I said.
What?
I said that my preference in the situation of Don Jr. and Hillary Clinton talking to Russians would be that they're not charged with crimes with that. When it comes to issues of failing to edge, I already said when it comes to FISA violations,
I'm glad we made it. I'm glad we made it clear then, because we need to investigate. How are we going to keep these people honest?
But again, the problem is, and this is the problem, I hear this all the time. It's like, yeah, I guess they should have done something different. It's not as if the double standard.
You don't hear that. You don't hear that. Everyone's very partisan on this.
Oh no, that's not true. This is the defense I hear from lefties all the time, right? Mm-hmm. All the time.
Well, they all hate Hillary though, so maybe they do say that.
But it's even like they do this with everything, right? Right? When you're like, hashtag believe all women, you're like, oh well. Should we have done that with Bill Clinton? Would it have been different? And they're like, yeah, maybe we should have done it. Or they'll say, any litany of things.
Nah, Bill Clinton did nothing wrong. We should all aspire to getting a blowjob in the Oval Office.
Well, obviously.
Hell yeah.
But the problem is like the accusations of like Juanita Broderick that said that.
I know.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying. But it's constantly this thing where I talk to people now and they act like Russiagate never happened. Yeah, I thought it was a red herring. It was too much time invested in it. Whatever. Let's move on. Because what it shows is a massive double standard. And then at the same time, we're finding out day by day that the FBI is involved in other things that massively influence our elections, such as communications with social media companies at Twitter and things like that. They haven't changed their double standard. They raided Mar-a-Lago. And it's every one of these situations in a vacuum, you could say, well, was there an appearance of impropriety that would justify the FBI investigation? I guess. And yeah, I guess that sometimes there's a double standard. And yeah, I guess the way they did the investigation was a little, off the books and it wasn't done properly. Well, at some point you have to say there's a pattern that we see this constantly. And we can see the bias of the language they have in private. We can see even like people like Chuck Schumer admitting that this is exactly what was going to happen. And yet still, I'm frustrated when I talk to centrists and they're like, well, I guess fire one or two people, it'll be all right. Anyways, moving ahead. If we don't solve this double standard and this corruption of the most powerful intel and law enforcement agency in the history of the country, they could have more of an influence on our day-to-day culture and our elections than anything Russia collusion is accused of doing.
Do you, I would agree in theory. Obviously, if the FBI is horribly biased in favor of the Democrats or horribly biased as maybe they're just anti-Trump, specifically, which would be more likely in my mind than them being really in favor of the Democrats. I'm not in favor of the FBI or any of these institutions being corrupt, and I'm in favor of that not being the case. These should all be neutral arbiters of information, blah, 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 right? I'm not against any of this stuff. But I guess there's two things that you said that I was a little curious about, which is first, I guess we could talk about the whole Mar-a-Lago thing. But then before we talked about that, do you have a problem with everything Trump did regarding like trying to pressure Pence to throw out the votes and like all that stuff and trying to replace the attorney general with some environmental lawyer so that he would then tell the states that they would be okay to throw out their own slates of electors? Does that stuff bother you as well?
There are things that specifically, looking at specifically what Trump said, there are some things that he said that bother me. Like, I'll never understand the impetus for people to hate. I don't like Mike Pence for varying reasons, but the idea that there was any sort of practical way in which Mike Pence wouldn't accept the electors is total abject bullshit. It's just stupid. It literally couldn't happen. And it comes from people that were also trying to tell you that the Supreme Court was going to overturn the election with that Texas case. It's bullshit. It's not going to happen. And those same people are trying to tell you now, oh, when Donald Trump says that we need to redo the election because of, FBI interference on Twitter, that's bullshit. It's not going to happen, nor should it happen. People should be held accountable if corruption occurred. There should be investigations, for example, into election malfeasance in 2020, loss of chain of custody of ballots and things like that. That does not justify saying, without proving that you would change electors. Now, I don't think it rises to the level of a crime for a president to talk about that stuff. Had he done it, we would be in a different situation. But
well, he did do it, but he got talked out of it.
Well, so he didn't do it.
Well, no, he attempted to do it, and then with Pence refused to do it.
Then it didn't get done, right? And there's a question, like, do you think?
Well, it's still pretty bad, right? Like,
I don't know.
Look, attempted murder is still a crime.
Okay, that's just fine. As long as I just was curious if it was good or not.
It's not the equivalent of attempted murder. If you truly thought that the election was stolen, and talking through the mechanisms that you think that you could make it so that steal didn't occur, that's different than attempted murder. That doesn't mean that I agree with his attempts to do it, but I don't think it rises to the level of a crime.
I'd say the problem is that I don't know if you listened to all the January 6th hearings or anything, but listening to Bill Barr and listening to the other attorney general that replaced Bill Barr, it didn't seem like when this was all happening, I didn't hugely buy into the election was stolen narrative, but I didn't make like a huge statement on it or a big deal about it, because every time I tried to look into all the election fraud claims, it's like this, I'm sure you know this, it's like this never ending rabbit hole of, someone makes a claim, someone makes a counterclaim, someone makes a claim. It's just like never ends. Yeah. I just I don't have the patience or really care.
Well, let's be clear. Some of the stuff.
Well, let me just finish.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
So, I don't have the patience to go through all of that stuff. So at the time that this is all happening, I think most other Americans assume that, well, Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America. He has access to information that we don't have when he was making claims that the election was stolen.
Yeah,
that's what I assumed. I think that's what everyone assumed. And I think that's a totally normal and fair assumption.
Yep.
And the problem is that we found out that he didn't, that wasn't the case, that all the access to information that he would have had that the private citizen wouldn't have, they all told him the election wasn't stolen. And they all told him that there was no evidence of this. And the problem was that he had Giuliani and Flynn and Powell that were basically just giving him a bunch of bullshit, a lot of which would turn out to literally be bullshit. And he was just listening to them.
Yeah. He did have access to more information. He had access to the Attorney General of the United States, who looked into all the claims and went down the list and showed him why they were all fake.
Right. That's not true. Bill Barr did not look into this. That's not true.
Yes, he did.
Well, he claimed he did. I mean,
right. He claimed he did, but he didn't. And there are significant problems that don't know.
Hold on. How do you know?
Lie about it. I mean, he was very pro-Trump. So
look, I can't read Hunter Biden. I can't read. Well, I can read Hunter Biden's mind. It's all drugs and fucking hookers. But I can't read Joe Biden's mind. How can you read Bill Barr's mind? Like, how do you know?
It has nothing to do with reading the mind. It's the fact that he did not have a trial, get discovery on both sides.
Yeah, but we just talked about. We just talked about how investigators work. Okay, you don't necessarily need to have a trial to start an investigation.
So I just want to be clear here. You two are operating on the assumption that every claim of election fraud that was heard, there was some 47 cases that were attempted to be brought. There were things that we know that were shady about the election, like chain of custody. You're saying Bill Barr personally looked into every one of those. That's your claim.
I'm not saying that. Bill Barr, in his book, says that he looked into all those claims, and Trump came out with a laundry list. Okay, well, what is your evidence that he's
because
lying?
It would be impossible for one man to look into all of these accusations.
Look, he has agents. Look, all of these agents came in, all these claims came in, and Trump had like a list. He talks about this in his book. He had a list of like 40 or whatever things to investigate, and Bill Barr went through all of these and said, "Look, we looked into every single one of these." Bill Barr wanted Trump to be president. He voted for Trump.
Okay,
like, why would he not? Why would he not look into the claims?
Now listen,
why would he not look into the claims?
Listen, I'm arguing this as someone who doesn't believe the evidence was there, that the election was stolen in this manner.
But why would Bill Barr not look into the evidence? If
Bill
there
Barr
was,
didn't
let's
want
just
Trump.
say,
Bill Barr did not want Trump to be president. He was there to conceal the abuses from the FBI. That's what he did the entire of his time there.
Why didn't he wait?
That's what
No,
but
I don't buy that at
But
all.
let me finish. It doesn't matter what you think, but let's talk about the specifics. So you're saying that there was this list of all these claims.
Hold on.
Please,
what are you
let me
basing
finish.
this on, that Bill Barr didn't want Trump to be president?
For example, Bill Barr
that on?
declined, a grand jury suggested charging James Comey with crimes for improperly handling evidence and giving it to the press. Bill Barr declined. Similarly,
Bill Barr told
accepted
Trump he should have fired Comey. Bill Barr
So, Bill Barr allowed this corruption to occur at the FBI and the things that we've already previously talked about, and did nothing to stop it. Nonetheless, it's irrelevant to the point we're trying.
Look, if Bill Barr tells Trump to fire Comey, and Bill Barr doesn't, and Trump doesn't fire Comey, what you're saying that?
I don't know what you're talking about. Christopher Wray was the one that wrote the memo suggesting firing Comey.
But you were just saying like Bill Barr was a Comey supporter or something.
No, I said Bill Barr declined to charge James Comey with crimes. He declined to release things unclassified showing the double standard and the corruption of the FBI.
Oh, okay.
Nonetheless,
but that doesn't have anything to do with why he doesn't like Trump.
I don't really want. Okay.
Well, I just want to say that Bill Barr declining to charge Comey is not, unless you look at whatever exactly is happening. That's not indicative of anything. And to me, when you have Bill Barr comes out before the Mueller report is made public, and he kind of completely shapes the narrative in Trump's favor before it comes out. Bill Barr vehemently defended Trump in the first impeachment, which feels secretly to get Trump out of the way. I don't know why he would have done that. Bill Barr told Donald Trump like a year before his reelection that Trump should be putting all this money in an account to get lawyers because they have to start fighting all these, purple and blue states where they've changed voting laws under the guise of COVID in order that this was going to hurt Trump. Like, Bill Barr really did a lot to try to help Trump. He did
private meetings to try to get him to stop fucking tweeting all the time.
Yeah, like I don't buy this narrative whatsoever that Bill Barr was some kind of secret operative trying to say there's no evidence.
The idea that Bill Barr wrote a memo and a sort of a synopsis of accurately depicting what the Mueller report said, the idea that Bill Barr was saying things to Trump that would be positive, that's fine. I don't anticipate that anyone would do otherwise because you want Trump to trust you. The point is, when there was an actual FBI spying on Trump, an actual FBI corruption that was going on, a double standard against Trump, he did nothing. Even when grand juries recommended prosecutions, he did nothing. At the same time, he was recommending.
He did tell Trump to fire Comey.
When?
In the very first of his presidency, he says it in the book. He said it was a big mistake for Trump not to listen to him.
But maybe, maybe they would have listened to Bill Barr just like, remember, Trump fired Comey, which resulted in Mueller, right? Who appointed Mueller? Who wrote the memo appointing the special counsel? Do you know who it was?
I don't recall, but
Christopher Wray, the very person that recommended firing. So the idea that,
he did fire him though, but it was after a bunch of meetings and whatnot. I mean, that's why it appeared to be shady. Bob Mueller came in and said, "Look, this guy's a grandstander. You should fire him right away." I'm assuming I'm assuming Bob Barr, as the Attorney General, gave him advice on firing him when it wouldn't look like it was some sort of loyalty test, right?
Nonetheless, my motivations on what I think Barr's reasoning were are less important than the specific claim of did Barr look into all of these claims, right? Can we focus on that for a second? Right?
Well, I'm just saying.
I mean, all we have is the problem is all we have is what he says. We don't know
what happened.
If you'll let me speak,
and
you're impugning his character, and we're defending.
If you let me speak, I could prove why you're wrong, why Barr's wrong. You ready? Okay, so you would say that he looked into all of the claims, right?
Well, whatever claims were available at the time that this was happening, because then he ends up leaving office before,
Would you acknowledge that many of those claims weren't just about Dominion changing votes, but it was also questions of signature matches, chain of custody ballots, etc. Right.
All of it.
Right. Did you know that a Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled that actually the mail-in ballots were illegal here in Pennsylvania based on the Pennsylvania Constitution?
Didn't they said well, first of all, we have to be clear here. Are you talking about cases of fraud, or are you talking about cases of where someone says that there's a procedural problem? Because those are two very different
you
things.
said that Barr said he looked into all of this. I just asked.
I thought it was a fraud claims. I don't know if it was these procedural claims. And,
Okay,
and
so
if I recall correctly,
did.
I could be thinking of a different state. Was it Pennsylvania, or was it a different state where they said, yeah, what they did here probably violates the Constitution. However, wasn't it like the Republicans that implemented the change, and the fact that they didn't fight it for a couple of years, and they just said, well, we're going to not, change it till next election because it wouldn't make sense to do so? Was that Pennsylvania, or was that a different state?
And Barr gave him a heads up before the election on the shenanigans.
There was a trial in Pennsylvania that suggested that. However, later there was a Supreme Court trial. Now, it's going to a higher court now, is what's going to happen. And they're not going to overturn the election. Let's be clear about that. But there are all sorts of problems that Trump was alleging and people were alleging that weren't just Dominion voting machines. For example, hundreds of thousands of ballots didn't have an accurate chain of custody. That's still true. So the fact that Barr looked into it and determined that's not true is bullshit. It's absolutely, and it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't pass the smell test that this guy was able in a month or so to look into all of the accusations.
Oh my
and
God.
knew that it was all bullshit.
Oh my God. You act like he shows up to office as like a one-man show. He basically does everything himself. He's got to type his own emails and do all his own investigations.
Again,
he's the head of the Justice Department, for heaven's sakes. They have thousands of employees.
So let's just say hypothetically, right, that there is significant evidence of fraud that Slater found 4 years from now. Maybe it's only 3,000 ballots, but significant. That would be we would agree that's significant, right? 3,000 ballots. Okay.
Well, it
let's
depends
say
on
we
what
figure
the
that
difference
out.
was in
3 years from now, if we
about.
figure that out, will you come on and apologize and say, you're right, Bill Barr lied. He didn't investigate everything.
Well, first of all, there's
I would
two.
say he could have been wrong.
Right.
There's two rules I have about apologies. I think public apologies are soy as fuck, but I think asking for public apologies is fucking mega soy. Mm-hmm. So I think
you could say that you were wrong.
Give me my latte, baby, because I'm not asking you to apologize.
I think I think you asking for a public apology is.
I'm not
mega weird.
I think the problem is that you're asking us to take a position which we literally can't take. You're saying, what exactly did Bill Barr go through all of these specific claims? I don't fucking know.
I don't either. Yeah.
I don't know what claims he went through.
But it doesn't even make sense that he could have.
But wait a minute. But then that's irrelevant. He went through the claims that he could go through when he was talking to Donald Trump and said that these were bullshit. Obviously, if there were some that were still taking too much that are taking time, they were still going through the claims.
And obviously Donald Trump did not have them if Bill Barr did not have them.
Yeah, if you're saying that these claims require too much time to go through, then that means that Trump was just lying when he said that.
Just making shit up.
Again, what your claim seemed to be when saying Bill Barr said he looked into all of it and it was all bullshit was
he didn't make that claim. Stop doing that.
No, that's literally the claim. That was literally Bill Barr's quote.
I said Bill Barr said that he looked into all the claims. You said that he's lying, and I asked you, well, what is your evidence that he's lying?
Because it's not feasible that he could have looked into all of them.
Okay, let's move on then. That's
okay. So, and again, I don't even know why I'm just saying that when someone says, like, I looked into everything, that's just bullshit. You didn't. Now, having said that,
do you understand that he runs the Justice Department, and there are attorney generals in every single state, and every single state is interfacing. There's like fraud claims are all over the place. So there's a bunch of people going to the state's attorney generals, and those state's attorney generals are calling and talking to Bill Barr. You understand that that's going on. It's not like Bill Barr is just like Trump is throwing out a claim here and Bill Barr is just, bullshitting him. So like Trump is getting the same claims that Bill Barr is getting.
You're exactly making my point, which my point was that there was this one individual that was an ally of Trump that looked into everything and assured Trump it's all bullshit is not true. He was relying on other people. He didn't personally look into all of this. And there are still things we're finding about the 2020 election. Now, having said that,
so you're saying that the state attorney generals are all corrupt too, that they're hiding stuff?
Saying that it sounds like you're saying people were feeding Barr information.
Misinformation? Yeah,
true,
what are you?
He turned around and just believed it naively.
Well, what I'm saying is the idea that there was this central figure that looked into everything and it was all cool is bullshit. There wasn't
there was. You
many
just
of
don't,
these things.
Well,
no,
there was.
none
You
of
just
these
don't
things.
believe
The way you
what
look
he's
into them is you have a trial, right? And you allow discovery, you allow this evidence. That's what you would do, right? But listen, if it rises to that level,
you don't have a trial if you do an Look, cops do investigations all the time, and they don't find enough evidence to charge people. You don't have a trial when you can't even find the evidence.
The idea that they looked into this, that like a single person like Barr, is bullshit. Now, the point I'm trying to make is, having said that, I have not seen smoking gun proof that the 2020 election was stolen. I have not. I've seen things that warrant a bigger investigation that have occurred, like things that occurred in Arizona, which we see creeping up again in 2022. There were chain of custody issues in places like Georgia. There were questions about why ballots stopped being counted in the middle of the night in places like Georgia and other places. So there are significant questions that deserve answers. There are significant questions on ballot harvesting that deserve answers. But if I'm looking at this as fair-mindedly as possible and I'm a Democrat or I'm a centrist, I would say, yeah, maybe we should look into those stuff more. But that is not smoking gun proof that the election was stolen, and therefore Trump shouldn't have been saying that. I think that's a reasonable position to take. I don't disagree. But I do believe, having said that, that the 2020 election was stolen. Just not by ballots.
So I mean, I'm not, again, I'm usually, I don't think I've ever been opposed to people looking into things. I'm not.
Investigate away.
But I mean, again, I do put a lot of validity into Bill Barr's what he said. He's a huge Trump ally. He had multiple times to try to sabotage Trump, which he did not do. And on top of that, it wasn't just Bill Barr. You know, you had the head of the Republican House in Arizona testified that, you know, Rudy Giuliani flew out to them, met them in person, and they asked them, they said, hey, can you reconvene the House and throw out the votes and declare Donald Trump the winner? And he said, well, I voted for Donald Trump and I'd love to do that, but you need to give me evidence that there was all these fraudulent votes. And Rudy couldn't give him any evidence. And
well, he said he would give him the evidence, but he never sent it. The guy was waiting around like, where the fuck is the fucking, where's the there?
If there was all this evidence that they're sitting, I mean, that was the time to produce it, and they just couldn't produce anything.
Okay, again, right? Like, it's difficult for them as private citizens at that point, Rudy Giuliani, to be able to.
Well, he's working with Donald Trump. I don't know if I call him.
Right, but I don't know that Trump had access to all these forms. I don't know. Because the states.
Well, Barr did have access to all the states' attorney generals. I mean,
again, like you're trying
that's quite a resource.
You're trying to get me to defend something that I'm not defending. I'm
okay. Well, then we can talk
that
about
the ways
something.
that you're talking about it. They looked into all this is bullshit.
Right.
What I'm saying is, when I say that I feel the 2020 election was stolen, I'm not. I said this from the get-go. Big claims need big evidence when you're talking about literal fraud, like these about Dominion. And there were obvious bullshit claims. Like, I literally had a person who has won awards for journalism come on to my show and say, did you know that there was a Marine shootout in Germany at Dominion servers? Complete and utter bullshit. Absolute bullshit that people were peddling. People were peddling shit like this. They were saying more people voted in this particular district in Wisconsin that are registered voters. All it took was a simple, like, 3-minute check for me to realize that's bullshit. No, it was a high outcome, you know, but there are things that were concerning. There certainly are. But my take from the get-go was this. There are enough people that are looking into this. I've never made the claim that I thought that the ballot stole the election or anything like that. I think that the way we vote, you don't really call that stealing, but would it have been a different outcome if we didn't change, you know, to have mail-in voting? Probably. But that's different, right? That's a different question than people fraudulently, you know, that's different.
Do you know a different outcome with
do you know the story that Bill Barr told Trump before the election to, like, put $30 million into an escrow account to hire a bunch of attorneys and fight the things like mail-in voting and stuff like that, and Trump just basically didn't do it? Like, he easily had $30 million in campaign funds, but he was like, I'll be fine. This guy's a geezer. I'm going to blow him away.
Well, listen up. I did not know that specific. I'd heard a little, but I haven't looked into it, right? But here's what I'll say on top of that. Trump has raised an awful lot of money based off these claims of fraud, and he hasn't done dick with it.
Yeah.
Like,
obviously.
It is not cool. It is not. And listen, you can't. it is different to say, first off, it's different for the president to say something versus us three. Like, who are we? We could come on and say, I think it was stolen. That's not the same effect as the president of the United States saying, I think it was stolen.
Of course. Right? Yeah, because we all believe he's talking to Bill Barr, and Bill Barr's telling him, oh, yeah, of course it was stolen.
Now, I don't trust Barr, but that's irrelevant to the point I'm making. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't really matter what my personal beliefs on that guy is, because the end result is I think that Trump never saw a smoking gun, that ballots were stolen enough to change the election. And so for him, he probably sincerely believed it, but that's still, he does this shit all the time, right? Like,
but during the election, did you believe it? Did you think he was talking to some? Did you think Sidney Powell was a reputable source?
Wait. I mean, first of all, I appreciate what Rob is saying, because I haven't heard any. I've really heard very few Trump supporters. I've heard very few Trump supporters acknowledge that, which I think is the important factor. Was that regardless of whether the election was stolen or not, did Trump have the information to make that public declaration and attack, this institution like voting and the peaceful transfer of power is a big fucking deal. And, I think if he's going to make that claim, he should have something to back it up.
Yeah.
And it's pretty crazy if he didn't.
Now, similarly, the Democrats that were election deniers for 4 years after 2016.
Please.
Listen,
when they were jumping up and down about Russia, hacked the election, blah, blah, blah.
The implication. If I'm starting with the assumption that what Trump did was wrong, right? I'm saying that.
Yes, we can, because the implication is that we are justified in the Democrats doing it. Fuck the Democrats.
Well, wait, it's not what bows him if he acknowledges that it was wrong. Right. That's not.
But the reason why people do it, Sitch, is the implication that we are somehow.
Well, no. The reason people do it is because they say, yes, my team did something wrong, but in order to soften the blow to my audience, let me also give you what you want to hear about how the other team did something wrong too.
Well,
I don't have any problem with anyone doing that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
the point is, what is the institutional reaction to this? Again, what we say on here matters as our own authenticity and for our audience and what we're doing. But really, we don't have the levers of power. We're not in charge of the institutions like the media or social media or the FBI or the halls of Congress, etc. So what was the reaction? In one hand, in 2016 and in other elections, we had election deniers, and the reaction wasn't to censor those people. The reaction wasn't to send the FBI after them. The reaction wasn't to approach them as they were a danger of democracy. But then when the other side does it 4 years later, it's a complete reversal. And
if those election deniers, though, were Hillary Clinton, though, and Hillary Clinton was making it sound like she had secret information about how I guess that's kind of what Russia did.
No. So,
that's exactly
I don't think...
what it is.
Okay, I think you can definitely call out and say, the mainstream media, we criticize and every day that ends with a Y.
Yeah.
If you want to say that they totally fucked up and were awful in regards to Russiagate and Russia collusion and all this stuff, I 100% agree with you. They were so horribly biased against Donald Trump from the day one, obviously. And they were letting that color everything that they were saying. So I'm not going to defend the media whatsoever in any of that stuff. But I don't think that that's the same as the sitting president making claims about a massive institutional failure in our country that he didn't have evidence of. And then people, I don't buy the insurrection idea. And I don't think Donald Trump wanted there to be a riot. But then for a riot to occur on January 6th and people to physically break into the Capitol and blah, 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 I understand, even if I disagree with it. I completely disagree with Twitter's censorship of election, claims about election fraud. But it's very different than anything that was happening with the Russia side, or the Russia story under
It's far
Trump.
worse. And you've already hit on some of the reasons why it's far worse. Let me ask you this. Post-January 6th, do you think that what occurred on January 6th, whatever you want to call it, a riot, an insurrection, whatever, do you think that ultimately harmed Joe Biden be able to get his agenda passed, or helped?
And I would say it ended up helping him at the end of the day.
That's right. Now, that was a result of election denying, right? And that January 6th occurred. It ended up backfiring and helping Biden, if you want to look at it that way. Now, the election denying from the Democrats, they didn't have to rely on a bunch of angry people dressed up in Viking horns, that found zip ties on the scene, that were taking selfies. They didn't have to rely on that. Those are the lowest levers of power type people you could think about. Just average people on the street that were pissed off. The Democrats didn't have to rely on that because their election denying allowed their FBI to launch 4-year investigation through either them or through the special counsel.
It wasn't
into
election
Trump.
denial. That wasn't
Yes,
the
it was.
claim.
Hakeem Jeffries,
No.
who's now the Speaker of the House for the Democrat, or the top Democrat in the House right now, literally said that the election was stolen in 2016 by Trump.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the FBI investigation of Trump wasn't based around election denialism. It was based around what the hell was. No, it wasn't. It was because it started before the election even happened. It was based around, was there some shady connection between Trump and Russia? It wasn't based on election denialism.
Hillary's team seeded this as an excuse to be able to investigate Trump beforehand, to get so that all these leaks were coming out about it. Remember, we say with Watergate that it was a huge deal, one of the biggest political scandals in this country, because 2 bumbling fools went in to a hotel room to try to get dirt on their opponent. And instead, what we had through Hillary Clinton, through the communications of her team, through people like Christopher Steele, through people at Fusion GPS like Glenn Simpson, who was talking to people like James Baker, who was former top counsel at the FBI, who actually had to resign for improperly leaking to people in the public dirt and information that the FBI was investigating. What we see was that they had they came up with this idea of blaming Trump for Russia, and then after they lost, they were like, we think the election was stolen because of Russia, and so we are going to put all of our eggs in this basket.
Wait, who came up with the idea to Russia? What did you just say? They came up with the idea to blame.
Clinton. This was.
What do you mean she
DNC
came up with it? I don't understand what you mean by that.
To accuse Trump of colluding with Russia as a reason to besmirch him both before and after the election.
Yeah, because
that's where
happened,
it started.
Wait. So Hillary's emails get hacked, right? And then they get released, and then Donald Trump makes his public statement, which was obviously a joke, about Russia should go find the rest of the emails, or if they have them, to release them. And then Hillary does the the woke, oh my God, he's and all the late night posts go, oh my God, Donald Trump is telling Russia what to do, right? That's not the narrative that created the Russia investigation. That was just a political tactic to throw shade at Donald Trump.
It was the narrative. It was the narrative. The narrative that created the investigation into Donald Trump was the direct collusion with people in the Hillary team contacting other people and then going to the FBI saying Trump's colluding with Russia.
No, what started it was the thing with George Papadopoulos and Carter Page, and then getting this, and then Steele running to the FBI.
Right, people that were paid for by Hillary Clinton's team or allies of the Hillary Clinton team.
But I don't know why we're going back into this, because we talked about this. There's a difference. Like, if there was some evidence that Hillary Clinton hired Steele and sat him in a room and said, okay, I want you to tell the FBI that there's a secret Russian P-tape, blah, 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 blah. If this was all just bullshit that he just made up to help Hillary Clinton, that would be like fucking insane. That'd be a horrible, like, that guy should be in jail forever. There's no evidence for that whatsoever. And I thought you acknowledged that earlier. That he thought that he thought that what he got was real, whether it was real or not. That's completely different than saying like he was paid by Hillary to do X.
I didn't acknowledge that he thought that. I said it's a possibility that he thought that, but it's irrelevant to the story, right? He could have.
Well, no, it is relevant because there's a huge difference. Wait, there's a huge difference between Steele going out there, finding information. Some of it turns out to be true. Some of it turns out to be false. Versus saying, "Oh, Hillary paid him to go lie to the FBI." Like, that's a completely different claim.
But I'm not saying that she paid him to go lie to the FBI. That's not what I said.
That's what you're implying.
So let me put it in this analogy. Like, let's say, Sitch, I'm trying to dig up dirt on you. So I pay Adam, and I know it's bullshit. And I say, Adam, talk to my friend Bob.
You don't have to pay me.
Well,
I'll just give you the dirt.
He'd give all the. But if I was like, talk to my friend Bob, Adam could really believe what Bob's saying. But that doesn't mean that I didn't concoct the plan.
Yeah, but
right?
Is there evidence that Hillary told Steele to meet with specific people and that she knew it would feed him false information?
We know that Hillary's team, in the form of Charles Dolan, was meeting with suspected spy Igor Dushenko, who then Charles Dolan and company went to Fusion GPS, who hired Christopher Steele, who then in turn met with Igor Dushenko. We also know that I apologize for not having the names.
You have to send me the timeline on this stuff.
Yeah, I don't have the direct names, but we also have the story of the people that we saw released here earlier this year that were actually, when the story broke about the people hired by Hillary's camp I can't remember the gentleman's name, who was sort of the tech expert that was getting like DNS data because he was hired to sort of be looking into Trump Tower, into the Office of the President computers, and then was using, I believe it was Georgia Tech University, to kind of make this narrative that Trump was colluding with Alpha Bank. That was created, that was funded by someone that was being paid for by Hillary Clinton to make this shit up, who was improperly using his access as a tech expert in order to improperly get DNS data, not just from candidate Trump, but later from the Office of the Presidency to make this story up about Alpha Bank.
Here's my issue. It's obviously, if you hire people to dig up dirt on someone, they are biased, and you shouldn't automatically believe what they're saying.
Should the FBI?
No, obviously not.
They did.
Well, no, they decided to investigate it based on what he was saying and based on a bunch of other things. Okay. And obviously, I remember that they either unwittingly or I think it was unwittingly. They didn't realize, because didn't Steele say like, oh, I have a secondary source, but it turned out he was a secondary source and the FBI was unaware.
Well, no, I don't know that Steele said that, but the secondary source was the guy from Yahoo News, whose name I forget. But
yeah, but he was sourcing Steele, and the
himself,
FBI appeared to not be aware of this. But anyway,
yes.
But there's all I'm trying to say is there's a huge difference between like you hire someone to dig, like the whole point of hiring someone to dig up dirt on someone is to get them to dig up dirt. It's a very big different thing than just saying I'm hiring someone to just make up a bunch of shit that I know is not true.
Hiring them to dig up dirt specifically about Russia. That was what the dirt digging was about, correct?
Well, I don't know with Fusion GPS. I don't know if that was the exact goal or if that's just the route that they ended up going. But
that's what was going on. And then after the election loss, saying we don't think that we won, and we're going to continue to sort of push this narrative, not just ourselves, not just our media allies, but also the FBI, also a special counsel. That's not accepting the results of an election.
So, okay, there's a very big difference between...
And I'll just say, just real quick, I'll say this. Yeah. That harmed Donald Trump and his agenda far more than January 6th harmed Joe Biden. So the not accepting the results of the election was far worse from the left than from the right.
I agree that the Russia stuff harmed Donald Trump personally and his agenda, and that the stuff with January 6th, I don't think it really harmed Joe Biden. I think it's worse than that. I think it's harmed the entire country and how people view voting. So... But it didn't. I don't think it personally hurt Joe Biden in that capacity.
It has.
But I think this is I think there's a big difference between the media, going in this whole RussiaGate, stuff, and the FBI doing an investigation. I think that's very different than the president basically making half the country not trust voting, like literally ever again at this point.
Because, well, first off.
And this was, by the way, let me just say, this was the claim against Russia was that, like, it wasn't even the whole, like, Russia hacked the voting machines thing. Like, there were some people that said that, but the actual real claim that people were suggesting was that, Russia leaked the emails or Russia put out, fake ads in order to help Donald Trump. It's a very different claim than what Donald Trump was claiming.
So according to a YouGov poll in 2018, I believe 2/3 of Democrats believed that Russia personally hacked election machines to install Donald Trump as president. So that was
pretty sad that the people are stupid.
Right. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about how that sort of election denial meant that 2/3 of Democrats. We don't talk about the violence that occurred against, for example, May 30th, 2020, we saw a bunch of violent lefties light a church, the front of a church on fire, then take Molotov cocktails and attack the White House yard, burning down a guard station in their attempt to physically get in and remove Donald Trump. We didn't hear the narrative that Trump suffered PTSD, that this was an insurrection, that this was an attack. We didn't see massive FBI investigations into this. Instead, what we saw was they called Trump a bunker bitch, and then they excoriated Tom Cotton for putting an op-ed the next day in the New York Times that said maybe it was time for the National Guard to get involved. So the problem is, the reason that this is far worse on the Democrat side is because it is almost every major institution of power, both politically and culturally, working in tandem to spread election denial in one way, which caused all sorts of harm. And the reaction to it being the exact opposite is when a pittance of it happens on the other side, and we have a riot on January 6th, and we're told it's the end of democracy, and it justifies censoring people, and it justifies massive FBI investigations and locking up blue-haired grandmas that were just walking through and keeping people without evidence that could exonerate them and keeping them, locked up without a speedy trial. It couldn't be more stark, the differences. And that's the double standard that I'm talking about. So when I say that the 2020 election was stolen, I don't mean by ballots. My claim, if you go back to the day after the election. And I said, listen, maybe there was ballot theft, maybe there wasn't. I don't see enough information to declare. I'm not going to say that it was stolen by ballots without proof, but the way it was stolen, I said, what if it wasn't? What if a collusion between almost every major institution in this country, both the bureaucratic state, the media, social media, etc., what if they could drag a doddering old man who isn't even campaigning like Joe Biden across the finish line? And every day we see more evidence of their corruption, because if you could control the narrative and if you could control law enforcement, then you're able to install the people you want as president. And that should freak every single one of us out.
So why do you think that, when you talk about like the stuff that happened with January 6th, why do you think so much of the media narrative on the left was so focused on the people physically breaking into the Capitol building, something which, had like no actual chance of affecting the outcome of the election? How come there was so much focus on that and so much less focus on something that actually could have affected the outcome of the election, which was, Pence flipping, or focused on, Trump trying to replace the attorney general with someone that was going to tell the states to flip the ballots, or Rudy going to Arizona and telling them to do that? How come so much more energy was put on just the January 6th riot instead of the things that actually would have enacted a possible change?
3 reasons. 1, the things that would have enacted change never happened. Second, because Democrats have done those sorts of things in the past. Not to that level, though, but they have questioned whether or not, for example, when Trump won in 2016, there was a big narrative that the electors should just vote their hearts and not vote for Trump, even though they were Republican electors. And they said, you remember, you saw like Martin Sheen and a bunch of people that were putting ads out that were like, you don't have to vote for Hillary. There could be a third person.
Yeah,
you're right. So like, these are things.
But they didn't that didn't actually materialize, though. So
well, that's true. It didn't. And you actually had Democrats that refused to certify electors publicly that refuse. So it's difficult for them to then say this is the real danger, when it's like, well, you've kind of done that.
Is it?
Maybe
a less pretty hypocritical about things.
Well, right, but it would be, but that's a combination. But the big reason, the third reason, is because how's that going to convince the guy on the street, right? The guy on the street's going to this shit. Like when I talk about Russia, the Russia investigation versus the Hillary investigation, that's not lighting the fire under my neighbor that's a farmer. You know what lit their fire? Being locked down over COVID. That they fucking understand. Right. But they don't understand that's working 9 to 5 and not weirdos like us that are on here talking politics. They don't get it. And so that the story that's easy to tell is these crazy fucks were trying to kill people. They were breaking into the White House to try to kill people to steal the election. That story's easy, and it's easy to get images. Right. And so that's why that's where the focus is.
But see, first of all, I don't think it's really comparable what Martin Sheen and the other people were talking about regarding Trump trying to get Pence to do what he was doing. But I agree with the last reason. I think that's the main reason, and not the big reason, is because it's this photographic, visceral image of having people storming a Capitol building. Everyone sees that image, they see this on TV, and it just instantly locks in their mind this emotional feeling of whatever side you're on, whether it's joy or anger or disgust. People, I saw so many people. I remember watching this at the time. I kind of watched it then, like, wow, it's really fucked up, but I wasn't really concerned about anything. But I remember seeing all the people around me who were on the left. They were like just like this was like the most insane thing that's ever happened to them. Their brains were melting. They were foaming at the mouth.
That's why.
It wasn't a question of being hypocrites. They're just seeing this visual image. They're seeing this thing happen, and it's invoking all these feelings in them. Well, when you talk about the difference, let me just say, what my point is that when you're talking about like the difference in how the public perceives these events, it's because of the psychology of this. It's because just that image of having these people run into this building, even though I agree with like no fucking chance of changing anything and actually hurt Donald Trump. And I would have been, I wish that they hadn't stopped Trump from showing up at the Capitol building, because I would have been curious to see if he would have tried to stop the people from going in. And I think that would have been, beneficial to the country. But it's just that image had such a psychological effect on people that's why everyone acted the way that they're acting. It's not like a conspiracy or anything.
No. Yeah, but here's why. Because if that was true, then there would have been a commiserate psychological effect on those same people when we saw the left committing similar offenses over and over again.
They didn't do any. There was no psychological visual image. Because what you're talking about is like, oh, the FBI investigated someone. And it's this, and we've just been going over this for like the last 4 hours. It's this super complicated rabbit hole where we have to argue back and forth about whether the FBI should have investigated Russia and what exactly is true about the Russia.
That's not what I'm saying.
And it's boring. Jesus.
You're misunderstanding.
Okay,
right, you think it's the important stuff. Like, that double standard is actually what means all the issues that you care about and want to talk about are irrelevant, because as long as we have a corrupt FBI and these corrupt institutions, then you better hope they agree with you. Because
no,
I'm
only making I was only making a narrow point about why the public perception of these two things are very different.
Totally agree. Totally agree. But I do. And that's what I said. It's hard to convince my neighbor, right? Of like, oh, you know, this. But what I'm saying is the reason that I know that that's sort of bullshit, because it still requires a control of the flow of information and controlling the public narrative. Because for example, if a bunch of right-wingers controlled the majority of the mainstream media and the FBI, and
of course, we'd be in the exact inverse situation. Yeah,
they would have. People would have been looking and saying, "Holy shit! They literally are lighting a church on fire outside the White House. Now they're taking Molotov cocktails. They burned down a guard station. They're attacking the fence."
Yes,
it would have been the same. And that's what I'm saying.
Well,
the fact
it wouldn't be quite the same, but you're right. In theory, you're right in like practice. Like, yes, they would have been, highlighting the things that would, hurt the left instead of downplaying them, which is what the mainstream media does.
And the problem is not just, let's say for the sake of argument, I say, well, January 6th was the single worst event out of 3 years of political violence. Let's say that we've said that, right? But the quantity of the events that occurred on the left far outpaced the right. And so if all of these institutions, social media and the FBI, etc., would have been making task force and saying, here's our 50 most wanted people at the Milwaukee protest, and who's this person if you know them, and shame them, and report your neighbor if you see them on these pictures, and it would have been on all of the media and all the late night comedy shows and things like that, it would have been the exact invert. And the problem I have is that these institutions of power are all going in the same direction. These cultural institutions, these bureaucratic institutions are all pushing for the establishment, and in particular, the establishment Democrat left at this point. Maybe it's just because they hate Trump. Maybe it's because they really embrace it. But whatever, that's what's happening. And that is enough in an election with 40,000 people to change the results of the election.
Well, before you ask your question, I just want to say that I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I agree that a lot of our institutions have become incredibly biased in favor of the left. And been completely blind to a lot of the problems on the left. And I mean, I think the greatest example of this is, with all the BLM stuff. I mean, the BLM riots it was just so crazy. I'm sure you talked about this. It's like you had people protesting, you had all these people protesting the COVID lockdowns. And what was the narrative? Oh, these people are so selfish. They're going out there in these protests and they're just spreading COVID, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, 20 people protesting. And then when the BLM riots explode and you have literally millions of people in the streets, in close proximity protesting, suddenly, what do we hear? Oh, well, you're not going to catch COVID if you're protesting outside.
Racism is the real pandemic.
Racism is the real pandemic. Yeah, you hear all this bullshit. So, I completely agree that there has been this institutional capture, unfortunately, for many of our institutions in terms of, this kind of left-wing bias. So I'm not disagreeing with that point at all.
That to me is what the stealing of the election's about. It's not literally you don't have to steal ballots because here's what people
stop.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm not. That's why I don't talk about the ballot.
I have a question. How do we fix it? Everything you're saying. We do a weekly show on all the fucking overreach of the left, all the institutional capture of the left. Our whole show is based on that. I don't want to be in a situation where I'm just sitting here, crying my eyes out about it. What's the plan here?
Well, so it's a complicated question. There's not an easy answer, right? A lot of this comes about.
More importantly, how do we stop the right from doing this exact same thing when they have the cultural power? Because that happens.
Wait, hold on. Okay. Well, two things. First of all, I am curious if you have a solution. I don't have a solution for this either. So I don't think it's fair to be what's your solution? Because I don't know what the answer to this question is anyway. And then secondly, it's a different question. It's an interesting question, but it's a different question in terms of, what do we do or what should the right do to prevent themselves from just falling into that same pit, essentially. Yeah. Which I think they have to some degree. And I don't know, maybe
you're not wrong.
This whole backlash is from the right, the massive overreach of the right during the moral majority days.
Well, it seems like that's just unfortunately what happens is that one side overreaches and the other side reacts, and then that side overreaches and the other side reacts, and we just go pendulum back and forth forever. But
The difference is, like, I agree with, I love stand-up comedy. One of my heroes is Lenny Bruce. Like, Lenny Bruce used to get arrested
I'm
for
glad you
obscenity
didn't
laws.
say George Carlin, but
Yeah, no. Lenny Bruce, and because what Lenny Bruce represents to me is someone who, regardless if you're Christian or not, he challenged the Catholic Church and he paid a heavy price through the legal system for it, for merely telling jokes. And I think that's absurd. It's someone who values free speech and humor. I think when you tell people that you can't make fun of certain groups, that's very dangerous, especially when it's being enforced by law enforcement. So, and there's certainly examples we could see of censorious behavior from the right, anti-free speech with the comic book code that was necessary. Or,
Totally. Great
what was that
point.
guy's name? Jack Thompson. Like, I'm 38, so there was this lawyer like in the 90s that was
video
trying to
game
censor
guy,
every video game, right? He was this right-wing lawyer that was like, Mortal Kombat needs to end, or the original Grand Theft Auto, when we had pixelated violence. But it wasn't as bad as it is now, because what separates it now is it's almost every institution. So there were the hip and cool people back in the day in the entertainment industry, for example, that were like, screw this censorship. Now they're all for it. Right? It is the entertainment industry. It's the mainstream media. It's the tech companies. It's corporate America. It's the bureaucratic state. It's the majority of our politicians. They're all
new
pushing.
God, same censorship.
Now, and I'll say this real quick. It is something to be worried about, though. For me, coming on the right, it's something that I'm worried about way down here. But it is true that you'll see the pendulum swing back and it could be bad. You know how many times I've debated Christian nationalist here lately? And I'm saying this as a Christian. I do not want an authoritarian Christian government. I don't. Yeah. But the people are looking at it and they're saying shit is so bad. Fine, let's play the game they're playing. Except we'll install our people that are censorious and that use law enforcement to go after the people we don't like. Yes. And that is a worry. To me, the answer, and this is a bullshit answer, there's two answers. One, it's going to take decades because the establishment is using the language of the left, which they have indoctrinated in schools for 30 years. While people were concerned with winning elections, they understood, you could look at Yuri Brezhnev and people that talk about this. When you indoctrinate children in these sort of, call it what you want, communist, woke, whatever ideology, those children grow up to then whatever they do, inflict that ideology. So one, it's going to take a long time. But in general, the best thing, it's an overarching answer that we could do now is free speech. That's why the Elon Musk story is so important, because the only possibility you have of ending this is people in the middle seeing how insane it is. And if they control the flow of information and control the public discourse, then the average person, they're just trying to survive. They're just trying, gas prices are going up. They're working 2 jobs now. They're trying to get their kids through school. They don't have time like me and you to sit here and go, wow, what exactly is going on, with Hakeem Jeffries denies elections, but they don't know about all that shit. And so that's why the big fight is get free speech and get examples of corruption that all of us on the left and right can agree are being covered up. Things like Epstein and the clientele list, whether it's people on the right or the left. Things like Larry Nassar, the gymnast coach that was molesting children that the FBI covered up for. Things like releasing how Twitter and those executives were pushing sort of ridiculous political biases that were helping influence election. That's the first step. And that's why I think, you see the sort of pushback from the mainstream media and these other institutions to, it's not as big story, it's a nothing burger, because when they're saying that, they're trying to gaslight you to ignore this story because they understand. Listen, let me make it as clear as possible. I had to listen to Democrats tell me that 12 Russian trolls posting $100,000 of ads on Pokemon Go and Facebook could have potentially swung an election. But the entirety of our social media working in tandem to push for one candidate over the other is not a big deal. That's gaslighting of the highest degree. And it's an admission by them that they understand that this helps them win elections. And I would contend.
Of course they do.
Right. But do you think that if this system wasn't as biased on social media, that Biden wins in 2020?
But it's very possibly one of them. No, I don't know.
So isn't that a stolen election?
Well, how are you defining stolen?
Well, right.
Yeah,
it's not in the same way.
Because to me, and we can start talking about the Twitter files too, because I guess what I was about to say would be relevant, because when I didn't look at the last. Real quick? Yeah, sure. You can use the restroom. I'll read some super chats.
Thanks.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Dialogue always. For $5.
The real dialogue always.
The real dialogue always. Yeah.
When are you coming on, man? Come on, we miss arguing with you.
Dialogue always for $5 says, "Someone please carry a stopwatch at a ledger to see how many topic shifts are introduced by Rob in a 5-minute period."
I know. Jeez. Oh man. Dialogue always on our side for once. It's
Well,
like
to
lift a
be
glass.
to be fair to Rob, I don't know if so much topic shifts, just that he throws out a lot of like information to
Right.
back up a point. So it's not really like a topic shift. It's just like here's a bunch of different little things that you could address. So
Yeah. That's called
James,
gish galloping, but
well, if it's done maliciously, I don't view Rob as acting maliciously, in my opinion. So
I
uh,
mean, not
Ginger was
maliciously, but he is definitely trying to win this debate. I mean,
well, of course,
that's like,
it's a debate slash
is that
conversation.
is that malicious? I mean, I
I
wouldn't
don't think
call it
so.
malicious, but it is.
I
It
mean,
is what it
no,
is.
it would only be malicious if you're intentionally trying to
Win a
uh,
debate.
well, no, if you're intentionally trying to obfuscate or hide information that you know is true in order to appear that you're winning a debate
look.
publicly, which I don't think. I haven't seen any evidence that Rock's behaving
I
in any sort
still
of untoward way, in my
I
opinion.
still like if someone asked me tomorrow and said, "Look, you just did a 6-hour live stream on FBI corruption. Can you tell me where the fire is?" I would say, I have no idea.
Well, I would say I'm not convinced, but that's not what we're talking
The
about.
FBI didn't verify.
Yeah, but I could not even give him the
Opposition
broad
research
strokes.
despite.
Like
What do you
Rob,
mean?
your
Sure.
well, your technique of debating is let me throw out a million factoids, which I agree on the internet. That sounds reasonable, and people will believe that know what you're talking
We're
about.
getting off. Oh my God, I don't want to talk about this again. I want to
What?
move on. We're just going to go into a circle. Okay, this is a pointless conversation. We only
Okay.
brought it up because I was reading the super chat.
Read the
Okay.
super chats.
I don't believe that Rob. I believe that
No,
Rob
I
is
don't
acting
believe.
in good faith completely, even if we disagree with him.
Hold
Okay?
on.
I don't mind the
believe
criticism.
Rob
I don't mind it.
is
It's fine.
Rob is totally acting in good faith. I'm not saying he's acting in bad faith. So
Okay.
if that's where you thought I was going, then no, I'm not going there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that as a
yes.
point of communicating with people generally, facts are like there and gone. It's like I don't know the
I understand,
17
but that's
different
just the
things that
way
he threw out.
people. That's the way people talk, even if it's inefficient. That's just how people talk to each other.
Okay, well,
That I've noticed.
you know
They
how
say, here's
people
like 10 things that proves my point.
you know how
some
people listen. Well, I mean, I like to know what's going on, and I feel like even a lot of people in the chat were like, what's the point here?
Okay, I understand.
So-
That. Anyway, moving on. Talking about the Twitter thing, because I've completely lost my train of thought. Okay, what I was gonna say is,
did you finish the super chat though, or
I did.
Okay,
regarding, Twitter, and regarding whether, this is about the definition, because you said this is why you call the election stolen. And I guess this will be a definitions argument about how we define stolen. Because to me, stolen requires malicious intention in it. And so if a bunch of people on the left, including people at Twitter, buy into a narrative that turns out to be fake, or they just convince themselves, which is what I generally think most people do. I think most people tend to lie to themselves unconsciously before they lie to anyone else. I wouldn't consider that a stolen election at all. I would just say, well, that they're just heavily politically biased against Donald Trump.
Yep.
And that influenced their decisions, could be wrongly, but that influenced their decisions.
I don't know that would necessarily fly, though, because let's say, hypothetically, I'm not saying this happened, but let's say that there was a poll worker who also really believed that Trump was a really bad guy, and so they changed ballots. You would say that's stolen, right?
That's 100% stolen, yeah.
Right.
Hell yeah.
So then the question is, it's not just whether they believed they were justified in taking an action. It is, were those actions not warranted based on the information that we know? And if they weren't warranted, then those actions affected the outcome, then it's stolen.
Right, but that's why we'd have to. Right, that's what I'm saying. We have to get into specifics of which you're talking about when you're saying something is stolen or not.
Well, and so we could see like the most specific situation would be the Hunter Biden laptop story. That would be the most specific, and we could go through polling and stuff as much as you want to trust polling. But
okay. So using Hunter Biden's laptop, we can actually. That's a good example. Okay, so and I think the example you brought is a good example. You have a poll worker. The poll worker honestly believes that Donald Trump is Hitler 2.0, and so they say, I'm gonna throw out a bunch of Donald Trump ballots, right? Even if they honestly believe Trump was doing something wrong, they're doing a wrong action. They know that it's wrong to throw out ballots, right? They specifically know that that action is illegal and wrong. They shouldn't be doing it, but they just justify it in their mind because they say, well, they're being consequentialist. They're saying it's okay for me to do something wrong because the ends justify the means, right? To my knowledge, looking at the Twitter files so far, I think that, Barry Weiss has shown that Twitter was lying, that they were shadow banning people, they were shadow banning conservatives, and that there was no way for Twitter users to find this information out officially. There's no way for them to redress this in any capacity. And I think Twitter is totally fucking wrong for doing that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that the people that worked at Twitter were incredibly biased to the left wing. But what I haven't seen yet, which I'm shocked, I really thought I was going to see going into this, was the smoking gun, was the poll worker intentionally throwing out ballots. And so far, I haven't really seen evidence of that regarding Hunter Biden's laptop or really anything to my knowledge.
Well, before we get to Hunter Biden's laptop, let's talk what you've already said, which was you think that Twitter was wrong in shadow banning conservatives and that they lied.
Or really anybody, but we only saw evidence of conservatives.
But it was overwhelmingly conservative. You would agree with it?
I would assume. I don't know if they. Okay. I mean, we don't know that until they release a list or something.
Okay. So, given that, wouldn't that itself, if that had the potential to swing enough votes, wouldn't that itself, that they took an action that was incorrect and lied about it, wouldn't you then say, well, if that would have resulted in the election having a different outcome, that you would qualify that as a stolen election?
No, I would say so. If it depends. So if you had with the person throwing out ballots, if you had Twitter saying, "Oh, we think Charlie Kirk is too persuasive," because he was one of the accounts that was shadow banned. We think he's way too persuasive at getting people to support Donald Trump, and we think Donald Trump is Hitler, so we're going to shadow ban Charlie Kirk's account. Then I would agree with you. I'd say, "Holy shit." But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is some conservative says something anti-trans, and then they, which I'm fine with them saying it, but Twitter does a problem with it. And then they ban them or whatever. Or James Woods posts, that, pornographic image of, Biden, which Twitter already said you can't post, and then he gets yeeted. So it's more like these are people that are basically, biased against Trump, and then someone violates something, and then they say, oh, well, you violated the rules. Boom. And they're letting their ideological bias essentially craft their worldview for them.
But what you're leaving out is the part where you admit that they lied about it.
They lied about the existence of shadow banning, yeah.
Well, right, which is the same as saying they lied about it. They said we're not.
But they were accused. I already said my definition to accept the narrative that it was stolen would require them intentionally knowing that they're doing something wrong in order to achieve an outcome that they agree with.
Well,
and when it comes to who that was banned, I haven't seen that smoking gun yet from the Twitter files. Released.
Lying would imply that they knew it was wrong. If they didn't think it was wrong, they wouldn't have lied.
But no, the concept of messing with the algorithm. YouTube lies about this too. They all lie about the monkeying with the algorithm.
Right.
And we all know that they do it.
Right. But that's the point, right? So to say, because you're like, well, the defense of it would be, even if we think it's wrong and even if we think it switched the outcome of the election, we would say it wouldn't technically be called stolen if they thought they were operating in good faith. If they thought, well, we legitimately think this stuff is disinformation. And I would buy that excuse if they then didn't lie and say, oh, no, we don't do that. The fact that they're lying belies the fact that they were operating on the
So when I say I don't see evidence that you could say that it was stolen. But if you want to say that Twitter influenced it, I obviously agree. Why is it very important to you that you have this distinction between the word stolen and the word influence?
It's not. It's in fact, I was going to say
then why are we having the conversation?
You brought it up. I said stolen. You said I wouldn't necessarily call it that. Okay. You don't have to use the
I guess we can move on then. I don't know what the point.
Yeah, that's fine. I would use the term stolen. I could get into why, but it's not important to me. The important thing is, was the outcome of the election different based on decisions that a bunch of institutions made that tended to benefit one side because of their biases? Yes, it is. And the left knows it. They know it because they've spent years complaining about things like Citizens United And what's the sort of argument behind Citizens United? Well, if we have too much money in politics, it will influence, right? Well, money's just, what does money in politics do? Well, it gets your message out there. That's why we have fundraising. That's why we have ad buys. And so if you could have these major flows of information, centers where public discourse is occurring, if you could control that, in an election where 40,000 votes go the other way in 3 states, I mean, and it's not just me saying this. There's a professor by the name of Roger Epstein. He testified in front of the Senate that the manipulation of Google's algorithm alone could have swayed as many as 16 million votes in the 2020 election. And we're talking about elections decided by less than 100,000 votes nationally. So, I mean, right, but it's good.
I don't know if you agree with this, but do you, do you agree that there's a difference between a bunch of institutions like Twitter, Google, YouTube, Facebook, like there's a difference between them getting in a room and saying, we don't want Donald Trump to be president because we're in favor of controlling America and he's going to expose us. So we're going to do everything we can to get him out of office. That's one action. And then a different action would be all these institutions, Twitter, Facebook, Google, YouTube, they're all basically run by people who have left-wing moral intuitions, who have, that's just where their politics aligns. And so when they look at and they see and they listen to what Donald Trump is saying, and they read the New York Times or they read something that, makes a claim about Donald Trump, and they say, oh my God, Donald Trump's so horrible. And that colors their view. Do you agree that these are two different things?
Yes, but it doesn't matter to me, right?
Well, it matters in terms of how you fix the problem.
That's exactly right. How we fix it, that's what changes, right? But it's a combination of both, right? Like, because we're not
I don't think it is a combination of both.
You don't think
it's
so? Did you read
it's entirely the latter, but.
Did you read the Time magazine article that talked about a shadowy cabal of business?
I did. That article is bafflingly stupid. And I was so shocked that I think it was Brett and Eric Weinstein, who I like. I couldn't believe that they held that up as some big smoking gun, because you read that article and it's like, oh, their big example was something like a generally right-wing I don't know, what was the name of it? I don't know. It was like a generally right-wing pro-business lobbying group.
Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. It's like the Chamber of Commerce was like working with some left-wing group for something anti-Trump at one point. You're like, okay, that's the big smoking gun, that there's this massive conspiracy against Donald Trump between on Twitter, Facebook, and like the entire society. Was this one like example? I think that article is terrible.
I think the article was outlining broad strokes because it was largely conditioning people to agree that this was a good thing, right? And so it wasn't going into the specifics of what they did.
But then it's not evidence of anything. Then that's the problem.
It's an admission. It's an admission by people that were involved. In this case, a member of the mainstream media, admitting that yes, this was occurring. There were these because I would have agreed with you in some sense. The majority of this stuff isn't people sitting in smoky rooms, drinking blood out of skulls, like coming, this is what we'll do. Like, that's not how it goes.
Right.
It's people that think that because they embrace what culturally is the dominant viewpoint, which is sort of leftism or wokeism or however you want to put it, they actually believe you're evil, and therefore they're justified in doing messed up shit against you because you're a really bad person. And that doesn't get any more true than with Trump and his supporters.
I agree with the first half. The second half, in terms of like, they think you're evil, so that justifies doing messed up shit to you. I think a lot of average people have that view. I think definitely a lot of bread tubers have that view. I haven't seen evidence yet that on Twitter, in the Twitter files, that was the view where they were saying, because we think Donald Trump is evil, it justifies us to do X. I haven't seen that yet.
Well, I mean, again, you already admitted it's very unlikely that someone puts that pen to paper. They probably don't even have that conversation with themselves and their loved ones. They just sincerely believe it. And it's more prevalent than you think. And there's no reason it wouldn't be prevalent in these.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that to me, like, when I interact with people and I try to get to the bottom of what's motivating them, it seems that from my own interactions, there's very few people who are making this kind of like unemotional, nefarious calculus. It's generally, no, they believe whatever they're arguing. They actually believe it's true.
Well, but again, I'm not disagreeing. They may firmly believe that. Let me give you an example. There's a left-wing streamer named Vosh. You guys probably know of him, right?
I am familiar, yes.
Okay, so Vosh believes
he's a terrible example, though, because he's admitted that he does.
Right, right. He's right, but he says that there's a genocide occurring against LGBT people.
Right.
So in one of his videos, he says, you remember there was an organization called Patriot Prayer in Portland? It was like conservatives. Right. And then they showed up with like flags and were open carrying. And then a guy got shot and killed by an Antifa member there. You sort of remember?
Yeah, I remember. And that was something that's crazy because that was not covered very much by the mainstream media, which is obviously left-wing bias. Yes. Right.
And so Vosh says in this one video, and I can dig it up if you want, but he says, when he's talking about this genocide, he keeps saying things like this. He's sort of dog whistling to it. He goes, well, wouldn't you have stopped Hitler before he started? Wouldn't you? And it's like, what he's saying there. Like, well, we need to use extreme violence against people we disagree with. And then he comes right out and he says it. He says, what I want is a world where people will be shooting out their windows at those Patriot Prayer fucks. That's what he says, right?
Yeah.
Now, having said that.
I think we covered that video, yeah.
Right. Do you think that Vosh believes about this genocide of LGBT people? I do.
Yes.
I think he believes
I do think he believes that, yeah. Right.
So he has so it's not a matter of, like, when you say nefarious intent, they could justify it because they believe in their moral crusade.
Okay, but I think there's a miscommunication, and I guess I'm not putting forth. So so with Vosh's examples, Vosh basically, since Vosh is a consequentialist, or he's a useful consequentialist when it suits him, since he believes that the right is enacting the transgenocide and blah 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 blah, he then says, okay, that justifies me to basically do whatever it takes to prevent that. And he's been pretty clear. I think he's been pretty explicit in actually saying that exact thing. Because they want to do X, I can do whatever I want. And I'm saying that with Twitter, I haven't seen evidence of that thought process yet in Twitter manifestly, where they say, because Donald Trump or because the right is so evil, we can do X. I haven't seen that yet.
I bring Vosh up as an example purely to show that people could advocate for the most heinous, violent things, and they truly believe in their cause when they're doing it. But I don't think most people are as open as that. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think most people do that the way Vosh does. And I think when Vosh says that, and it's so, people go, oh my God. I think that's part of why it's so morally reprehensible when people react to it. Because I don't think most people do act that way or even believe that. So I think people do mostly believe in, following the system and laws and all these things exist for reasons, blah, 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 blah.
So I think that you're increasingly seeing that that's not the case, even with people that you might know as average, which we can get into examples if you want. But I think in people in positions of power that it's more evident. Like, there's a reason that the mainstream media is so biased, because they believe that they're on the virtuous moral side and Trump was bad, and so they're doing it. There's a reason that the FBI does this sort of stuff, and we can see they're biased. There's a reason that these corporate America and places at Twitter are doing this, and it's because of this bias. They believe they're right, but I don't think many of them, even if they had to sit down and think themselves, would say, I know the action I'm taking is wrong, but I'm taking it because I think that the people I'm taking it against are so immoral that it justifies it. They're going to rationalize it to themselves that, like, no, this is okay. I'll give, and so I think that that's exactly what was going on. And
right.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm not saying that they're just fine saying, no, it's okay. I'm saying that they think, no, this is the correct, like, what I'm saying is true. This is correct.
But you could see
that's my only point about that.
Even with Barry Weiss's last drop here, right, at Twitter, it's evident that many people at Twitter were like, this doesn't violate our incitement to violence policy. Trump's two tweets that got him kicked off. They knew it. And basically, I always mispronounce her name. Vijaya Gotti, is that how you pronounce it?
I don't know how to say that guy's name.
It's a lady. Oh, tisk, misgendered.
I thought you were talking about the other guy.
No,
I thought you were talking about the head of trust and safety.
Yeah, that's Yoel Roth. And it's evident that they knew that
who's the GAD guy?
That's a woman, Vijaya Gotti.
That's a woman? Oh, well, excuse me.
She was the one that was on Tim Pool's show with
Jack
Dorsey.
Right.
That's Vijaya.
Or you mean
Joe
Rogan, yeah.
Yeah, Yoel Roth is the guy. But it's evident that they knew that technically this didn't violate the incitement, but they wanted him off anyways. And you can see even leading up, Barry Weiss does a good job of showing internal communications leading up to the decision to ban Trump, where they're constantly looking for a rationale to be able to ban him. That's what they want. And so they might say, here's something loose enough that we could grab on. But that's the problem in the first place, that this sort of bias exists to where, look at it this way. The bias might exist to a point where it wouldn't affect them saying, I'm going to personally punch Donald Trump. That would be a bridge too far. But it might exist to get them to justify in their head to bend the rules to shut Trump up. And that's the problem. And you're right, though, to point out that it's not necessarily this smoky room thing, because go back to like Lois Lerner.
I'm still unsure your position, Rob. Do you understand that Sitch is saying that they really believe the things that they're saying and doing, and there are people who say no, they're just lying, that they know what they're doing is, acceptable, unacceptable, but they're lying to everyone dishonestly?
I think that there's a combination of the two, and what I'm saying specifically here is that even those that think, no, this isn't an unvirtuous act, I know when I'm allowed to ban people or shadow ban them or not, and this time I really think I can ban Trump. I think that's belied by the statements we see that have been released in internal communications in Twitter, and even those that come to that conclusion do so because of extreme bias. So it makes it irrelevant to me anyways.
Can you answer the question though?
Yeah, I just did.
Okay, so
well, not really.
Yeah, if you want to say that like the consequences of it is the same, I agree.
Well, I'm asking, are they lying?
I was just making a very narrow argument, which I was very surprised with the Twitter files. I was really expecting there to be, we all know Twitter is obviously biased against the right, and I just really expected there to be some massive smoking gun.
Just one little answer.
What?
Yes, I will.
Are they dirty liars? Is the question.
I will repeat and try to clarify my answer. Yes, some of them are dirty liars. However, some of them aren't dirty liars.
Right.
Some of them aren't dirty liars, but they have convinced
Are
themselves
most of them dirty liars?
I don't know. The ones in positions of power are.
Are 10% of them dirty liars?
What does it matter if Yoel Roth and Gotti?
Well, I'm asking you. It's like a personal question on where are you setting your view of the world? Obviously, I'm guessing based on my intuitions. But I would guess that, maybe not even 1% of people are dirty liars. I think they're captured by their own. It's like a religion thing to them.
Right. So I feel like we've made our points clear on that topic. What I want to ask is, I want to be able to argue with people on the left that Twitter is a horrible cesspool of bias against people on the right. So what is like? But then the problem is when I point to a lot of the stuff in the Twitter files, I feel like it's not the smoking gun yet. Now, I haven't read the last Barry Weiss thread. So what is the thing that I should point to when I argue with these people and say like, oh, here it is. Here's Yoel Roth, admitting his bias. Like, here's the thing. Like, what should I point to?
So there are many posts in the latest drop of Barry Weiss's file.
I still didn't get an answer to my question, but that's okay. We'll just move on.
It's not, doesn't matter, Adam.
I want it as a question. I'm asking Rob, as a person, where does he set his moral intuitions? Are the Democrats 99% dirty fucking liars, or are they 1% dirty fucking liars? It's an honest question.
My guess is that the majority of people that take immoral actions justify that those actions are immoral in their own eyes. So they would say that it's not a lie if
so hold on a sec, because that's a different thing. Like, there's a position here where you can say, well, I know it's a lie, but since they're all dirty liars, I'm going to do it. Or you could say, they don't actually believe that they're lying. They believe that they're being truthful. Like, there are a lot of people that thought, of course, Trump should be banned because obviously what he's doing is inciting a riot. Like, what he's doing is dangerous and it's right to ban him. So, do you understand the difference in those positions? That's why I'm asking.
I do understand the positions. Okay. I guess I'll put it this way. I don't know I can't give you like 73.2%. I will say this. I would think more than not people would think I'm not lying when, it would have said Trump incited violence. I really believe it, so kick him. But they did so for biased reasons, which is total bullshit, and it's irrelevant to me. The utility of the question only makes sense in where do we go moving forward from how to deal with it.
The utility of the question is just asking you about your perception of reality. That's why obviously no one can know the answer to this question. Like, maybe it's 50%. That would be an interesting take. I'm just asking you. So
I guess I don't focus on these issues a lot because the outcome is the same. And I think that kind of articulating the problems with that outcome and how that's harming our country are more important than sort of philosophically thinking like, because it doesn't matter to me. Like,
no, it does matter in the level of trust in the environment, though. Like, we live in a high trust society. If in Russia, I would think, yeah, a lot of people lie and just the attitude is everybody lies. Like in corrupt societies, everybody lies and they know everyone else is lying. So.
But again, it doesn't matter if I think someone's lying or if they believe their lie, is to say that the problem is still their huge bias. It doesn't matter. Like my interactions with that are going to be very similar. Like, so for example, explain to me, let's say it's scenario 1. Let's say that they're lying and they know they're lying. How do we deal with that compared to scenario 2, where they're so biased that they're actually wrong, but they believe? Go ahead.
Very differently, because one is a Vosh type and one is the person who actually is like the righteous crusader type.
Both of them come to that conclusion because of their worldview and their insane bias.
No. Yeah, but one is willing to lie.
Well, okay, let me, hold on. There's 2 reasons why that we're even talking about this distinction. The first is that I think we both agree overall that the left, that the mainstream media right now, the mainstream culture is very biased in favor of wokeness.
Of course.
We all agree with that. So just for the sake of having a conversation with you, I guess we're going to talk about what we disagree with, which is why things are the way they are. Okay.
Yeah, that's the big question.
Okay. The second thing of why I think it's important, beyond just because then we wouldn't really have a conversation, is what do you do about it? Because as you said, how's it look differently? Because if it does turn out, if it is true that Google and Facebook and Twitter are all sitting in the smoke room somewhere saying, we don't like Donald Trump because he's going to, expose the deep state. He's going to expose the swamp that we're all, corrupt in. Okay. The solution to that is essentially to throw all those people in jail.
Yes.
Right.
True.
That's the solution of that. But if it's like, well, no, unfortunately, it's a more, complicated and difficult to deal with, which is that people are just incredibly politically biased right now. And people just, I don't know if you've ever watched Scott Adams, but like people are very much in, it's like the Covington Kids is the perfect example. People saw that and they, instantaneously came up with a narrative in their mind that fit their pre-existing, political idea, and then that creates the behavior afterwards. And if that's what's going on, that's so much more complicated and difficult to fix. And I don't think the answer is just throw all these people in jail.
Well, you're not going to throw people in jail for lying, right? It would have to be a crime more significant than just lying. So saying, do I think someone believes they're lying? The answer to that's never going to be, that person lied, throw them in jail. Unless it's a very specific, like lying in front of Congress, which, they lied when they said they weren't.
Fraud is lying, so Sam Bankman-Fried is like going to jail for lying.
Well, no, be lying and colluding together for untoward reasons, blah, blah, blah.
But they're right. So, but lying on its own, right? So it would be like, for example, a question specifically might be, do I think Kevin Kleinsmith, the FBI agent that changed materially evidence to say the opposite of the truth, do I think that he knew what he was doing was bad? Yeah,
I think he knew. He did. But that's different. He did an action that was illegal, so it doesn't really matter what the
right. Was. So, but that's what I'm saying, right? So the question of, well, if it's that people are lying but know they're lying, you can't just throw them in jail. They have to take an illegal action beyond the lie, right? My contention would be, in both of these situations, the person that's so biased they don't believe they're lying, or the person that's so biased they believe the lie is worth it. The root of the problem is the bias. You attack them. There are slightly different things, but the bulk of what you're doing is attack that level of bias that either allows them to misjudge and believe their own bullshit, or to say, well, I know that I'm lying, but I'm going to go ahead and do it because it's morally worth it anyways. You attack that both at the same level, and I argue that one of the best ways you do that is through taking back sort of the avenues of public discourse by allowing free speech, because we don't really have a free press anymore that kind of informs the average person of how bad this stuff is. And so when you live in this, imagine being a 22-year-old kid now that's in college. Like, almost all the entertainment options you've ever watched were probably a left-wing bias. Almost all the news you watch is going to be a left-wing bias. All of your classes are going to be left-wing bias. You watch, like, entertainment, athletes and stuff like that, late-night comedy, they're all going to have that left-wing bias. And so many of these people people, I debate them all the time. They've never heard someone make a reasonable argument from the other side. And once they do hear enough people and realize, well, wait a minute, maybe this bias is ill-informed. Maybe there are good faith arguments on the other side. I think that it's not going to solve all of our problems overnight, but that's the crucial first step. So I guess that's why I never differentiated that much, because to me, it's like if what Twitter did was immoral or illegal, if their motivation was, well, I knew I was lying but did it anyways, or I truly believed my own lie, that's irrelevant to me in how I would deal with it and the fact that it needs dealt with.
Right. No, I mean, I agree with your solution. I think that's a way to solve the problem that I would be totally in favor of doing. But I guess the issue that I have, this is just kind of the problem of discussing these political ideas publicly anyway, is that everyone kind of swings for the fences, and then it's very rarely on either side politically that exact thing will materialize, and it basically weakens the argument. So with the Twitters, to me, is a perfect example. Like, the right has been saying for years that Twitter is biased against the right, which I think is, I think you have to be basically shutting your eyes, and putting your head in the sand to not see that that's the case. But the problem is, they also made a lot of claims, not everyone, but a lot of people made the very specific claim about that Twitter was, part of some nefarious deep state, blah, 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 kind of really being more hyperbolic with the claim. And so what happens is then when the Twitter files come out and it shows you exactly what, a lot of us thought, Twitter is just ideologically biased against the right, but it doesn't show this sort of nefarious underpinning that a lot of other people were claiming. It creates this world where now the right looks at it and says, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. And then the left looks at it and says, well, I don't see any of this nefarious evidence you're pointing to. So you're just making it up, and it's a nothing burger. And it's just kind of this hyperbolizing of information that allows these, dual news cycles to continue forward.
The hyperbolic nature of people on the right that would complain about this are irrelevant as to whether people on the left are going to call it a nothing burger. They're going to call it nothing. And the same would be true of the inverse. Like, if people said about Donald Trump, look, I don't think the guy committed treason. He took these documents home from Mar-a-Lago. I think the raid was justified, but let it at that. Get the files back, right? That's not going to stop people on the right from going, this is ridiculous. This is unjustified. They raided for no reason. So I do agree that sometimes there's a problem with hyperbolic statements. Though I will admit, sometimes I myself engage in said statements at times like that. So I don't disagree with that. But I do think in this particular case, I think that it is more to it than what we're letting on. The files themselves don't necessarily point to necessarily a smoking gun story. But when you talk about sort of a deep state effort, to me, I don't know exactly who you were listening to, but the thing that I was saying and people were saying was the FBI knew the Hunter Biden laptop was real, and they were reaching out to social media telling them to censor it. And even though the Twitter files...
we'll just talk about that. That's a massive claim, right?
Right.
The Twitter files haven't shown that to be true.
No, but Miranda
Devine... not to be true, but that there's evidence that happened, right?
Miranda Devine shows that Yoel Roth testified, I believe, at the trial of FBI agent Elvis Chan. Yoel Roth, in a deposition, which I've read that's been in the New York Post, has said that he was in weekly communications with both the FBI and CHIS, I think, which is the Homeland Security's sort of... task force to weed out disinformation. And he said that the name Hunter Biden and disinformation, a Russian hacked or disinformation about him, directly came from the FBI.
Yeah, I've seen that. And I talked about that, that's what was really interesting, because Matt, in his first drop, he said he found no evidence that anything with the Hunter Biden stuff was government directed, but that contradicts what Yoel Roth testified to. Exactly.
Well, actually,
I don't know if it does directly.
It doesn't contradict, no.
Yeah, because if he's just saying that they were talking about it, we don't know what that means. Because if it's like, well, the FBI said, well, it could be Russian disinformation, we don't know, then that wouldn't necessarily contradict. But
well, no, that's not why it wouldn't contradict, right? Because I think it would contradict Matt Taibbi, the spirit of his claim, which the spirit was, I didn't see that there was any direction from the FBI at all. And so, but the reason it's not a contradiction is what Taibbi's implying is that the person that was tasked with compiling these Twitter communications was a guy by the name of James Baker. And James Baker was former top counsel at the FBI. Right. So the second Twitter drop, Twitter files, was only like 8 posts. And basically Matt Taibbi's like, so would you believe the guy that was instrumental in pushing at the FBI the fake Alpha Bank story and all this Russia collusion shit? He's the actual guy who's now tasked. And basically Taibbi's insinuating he hid shit from us. But even if he didn't hide stuff, the reason it's not a contradiction, it is entirely possible that Yoel Roth was talking to these people at the FBI, but then not using his Twitter communications to tell other people that. That's entirely possible.
Do you have? I can't find it. Do you have the statement he made specifically? Because I am curious what he exactly said.
Taibbi? Let me see what.
No, not what Taibbi said. What
Yoel Roth. Yeah, let me look. Miranda Devine is the original New York Post story that broke the New York Post. That was kind of labeled as colluding with Russia and stuff. She broke this story immediately after the first Twitter files drop and said, this is ridiculous. We have a deposition from Yoel Roth.
I remember seeing that tweet. Yeah.
So I'm trying to find. You think search engines would? Well, I guess that's sort of the crust of it.
Yeah, I know it's so talk about, but it's so difficult to find this stuff that you want to find.
But you remember reading it and then you like
DuckDuckGo.
It doesn't help.
Oh no, DuckDuckGo sucks. I use Brave, but
the problem is, this all stems back from the adpocalypse, which essentially made it so that the algorithm so heavily biases mainstream media sources, and if the mainstream media sources are biased in a direction, then it becomes very difficult to find specific information.
Yeah, but I'll try to find that for you. I really will. But that's sort of so that level of, and I know you don't put as much stock into it, right? But I think that Time Magazine article is giving the bare bones outline of what's going on. Yes, there is sort of what you're saying, which is just people ideologically all are kind of in this bubble and going in the same direction. So they don't really need to communicate in order to push everything in the same direction. But I also believe that there was intentional meetings from people that were pushing things that they knew. For example.
Right, but but you made a very specific claim, which if that is true, that's like a huge fucking deal. Which is that if the FBI knew the laptop was real and they still tried to get Facebook or Twitter to suppress it, like those people should all be in jail. Like that's crazy.
Well, they had.
And I'm just saying I haven't seen evidence of that.
Right. Well, they had the laptop since 2009. And first, okay, before we talk about whether or not they knew it was real, the
FBI did know it was real. What are you talking about?
Right. So then why would they be meeting with Facebook or Twitter saying there's going to be Russian disinformation about Hunter Biden coming out if they were aware of the fact that it was real?
The FBI knew about the laptop like months in advance.
Sitch. No, but that's the problem is that from what Mark Zuckerberg said on Joe Rogan, and at least what Matt Taibbi said, this seems to contradicted what Yoel Roth maybe testified to. They both said the same thing, that the FBI gave them a general warning in the summertime that close to the election, they expected there to be some kind of foreign leak disinformation campaign or something. They both gave these kind of like vague statements. And then, months later, the Hunter Biden laptop story comes out. It gets censored on Twitter and Facebook. I think it was censored like for 5 days on Facebook and they release it, and then Twitter was censored longer. But then the claim is, the FBI was either explicitly or implicitly trying to get them to censor the story. I haven't seen that manifest anywhere yet.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me play Steele Man, because I agree. When I first was looking at the Twitter files and when I heard Zuckerberg talk, right? This is what Zuckerberg didn't say. Zuckerberg is talking to Joe Rogan about the Hunter Biden laptop story, right? And he says, look, I was meeting, or our people, I don't think he says him personally, but our people were meeting with people at the Department of Homeland Security, FBI, whatever agency, and talking about possible election disinformation, such as in 2016. And Rogan kind of says something to the effect of like, with like Hunter Biden, he's like, I don't recall them mentioning his name. It's still troubling, but it's less troubling than if they specifically use the word Hunter Biden. Can you agree that knowing that they had this laptop and knowing that it was a story that was going to break, that it is very likely that they were implicitly telling these companies to censor that story if they mentioned the name Hunter Biden?
So, from what he said, what Zuckerberg said on Joe Rogan, if I recall correctly, I can bring it up. I thought he said, Joe Rogan specifically asked him, he said, did they did they specifically talk about the Hunter Biden laptop? And he said, no, I don't remember that.
Right.
So he's saying that they didn't say that.
Right. But I'm saying there's a difference, right? So let's say, this is hypothetical, but let's say 2 weeks before the New York Post story breaks, right? The Hunter Biden laptop story. Let's say that the FBI talks to Facebook people and they say, hey, there's a story coming out that's going to be Russian disinformation. Be careful. But they don't use the word Hunter Biden. I still think that could be them implicitly setting the table to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. But
yeah, it could be if it was. My understanding was that this was months before.
Okay, but certainly that's less of a direct tie than using the name Hunter Biden, right? That's certainly a bigger, they're clearly talking.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, yeah.
So here's what I linked this to you. It is from the deposition. And it's a screenshot. I was unable to find it in the article, but I think the article's linked in the chat there. It says, number 10. This is from Yoel Roth's deposition, who was the head of Twitter safety. Since 2018, I've had regular meetings with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and industry peers regarding election security. During these weekly meetings, the federal law enforcement agencies communicated they expected, quote, hack and leak operations by state actors might occur in the period shortly before the 2020 election, like in October. I was told in these meetings that the intelligence community expected that individuals associated with political campaigns would be subject to hacking attacks, and that material obtained through those hacking attacks would likely be disseminated over social media platforms, including Twitter. These expectations of hack and leak operations were discussed throughout 2020. I also learned in these meetings that there were rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden.
So, okay, awesome. I'm glad you brought that up because now I could see where Yoel and the FBI even could be weaselly about this.
Right. And so
nowhere there does it say that it's fake. They just say that it's hacked and leaked.
Right, but the implication is that they were supposed to not allow these
weasels.
Stories. They weren't. They were going to take action.
Well, but here's the problem. And first of all, I think that statement alone 100% merits an investigation into the FBI, and 100% merits. And I hope the Republicans do this with the House. I don't know exactly what their power will be to do investigations, but to drag Yoel Roth before them and get to the bottom of this. Because if the FBI told Twitter or Facebook, hey, Hunter Biden laptop is going to be hacked and leaked, and you should suppress it. Or even if they imply that they should suppress it, that's a big fucking deal. So I think this should 100% be looked into.
Right, and
I'm just saying, I wish that there was something more concrete in the things that Matt and Barry Weiss have leaked. I haven't seen anything that's really kind of supported that story, except for this one comment that Yoel made.
Right, and
because this just says, let me just finish, because this says, from this alone, it's very possible the FBI could say, hey, Twitter, we think that close to the election that someone hacked and is going to leak Joe Biden's son's, Hunter Biden's laptop. And it's like, okay. I mean, what they do with that information is, they could have, in fact, the FBI could have said it was real. They could have told them that it was real.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly what they said, but I do think it merits getting to the bottom of it.
Right. Which I'm glad to at least hear that. Right. But here's the thing, right? It's clear that these meetings were occurring because there was some sort of implicit, and maybe not even implicit, maybe explicitly said, action that would be taken by these companies. Like the FBI is not going to take their time to go out and have meetings with these companies. It's just an FYI. They're specifically saying, and we've heard Zuckerberg say this, and we've heard other quotes from people involved in these social media teams saying, the lessons of 2016 and disinformation and how that could have affected the election, which is total BS anyways, but we've heard them say that. And so the implicit direction that the FBI giving this information on a hack and leak of Hunter Biden's material is take action on it. Don't let it to be disseminated. And Yoel Roth actually says, if you go to the link there, he actually says when discussing these meetings, if you go to page 18 on that FEC link, it's actually from his deposition. So it's number 6 on page 18. He says, quote, Twitter regularly enforces its policies, including the distribution of hacked material policies and private information policy. The Twitter service team assists with implementation of such enforcement actions. So Twitter is admitting, Yoel Roth's admitting, this was meetings designed to enforce action on materials that were hacked and leaked. And the FBI certainly knew that. And so
wait. I don't understand how what you read says that.
Well, there is a policy at Twitter to enforce action on accounts that are disseminating hacked and leaked material.
Right. But that's always been their policy.
Right. And so, in other words, the FBI was well aware, if we convince you that a story is hacked and leaked material, you will take action on it.
Maybe.
Well, how would they not be aware? What's the purpose of the meeting?
No, but like, okay, so I got a long argument with someone about this, and I couldn't believe it, because when Twitter originally said that they have this policy about hacked and leaked information, I assumed they meant hack the way that we mean it, like someone's, hacking into the mainframe or something. Someone's, getting someone's information through another computer. But when I actually looked up their policy, that's not what they mean. They mean like if you steal, or just even if you get someone, like if someone drops their phone and you pick it up and you put that information on Twitter, that would technically be considered hacked material under Twitter's policy. And so I don't think that is alone evidence that like the FBI is like, oh, by the way, just so you know, there's this Hunter Biden laptop that's hacked, because that would have any influence, because that was literally part of the original New York Post story was, how they got the laptop and, blah, 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 blah. And that would unfortunately fit Twitter's, hacked guideline, which is why Twitter then changed their guideline, because they understood it was just such a ridiculous guideline to operate under.
Well, no, but that's going to be belied by the fact that there were many, many stories that were material that people got in possession that they shouldn't have had, that Twitter absolutely allowed, and the FBI was never reaching out to communicate to people about, such as Donald Trump's tax returns. Wouldn't that, by the same definition, be hacked and leaked material?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
What about
Twitter's
all of the private
if this story was like Don Jr.'s laptop, I don't think for a second Twitter would have enforced their tax policy.
That's exactly
guideline.
right, and that's the point that I'm saying. And the FBI wouldn't have went out of their way to warn social media.
Well, that's where my contention is. I completely buy that Twitter is horribly biased. I don't necessarily believe that I've seen evidence that the FBI is biased, because we don't know the context of these meetings. We don't understand why they're talking to Twitter, what they're talking to Twitter about.
Okay, so do you have one example? He says, Yoel Roth says, since 2018, I've had regular meetings with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and industry peers regarding election security. Have you even heard it alleged that there was one time that the FBI, with all the litany of false stories we heard about Donald Trump, and with private phone calls that he was having with this person or that person and things like that, can you show me even one time that the FBI reached out? Of the litany of examples of that.
We would never hear, that's the problem, we would never hear that.
Well, then Yoel Roth would testify that it happened, correct?
It might, if he's put on the stand and he's forced to actually answer this, which I would like to get to the bottom of, because maybe we could find that answer out. Because because right now we would never hear what you're suggesting. We would never actually hear, because it's not within anyone's interest to report that.
Well, that's because none of those stories were ever actioned upon by Twitter. So it's clear. So if we assume, so I guess we're just assuming Twitter was the bad actors, that it could entirely be possible that the FBI was reaching out and going, whoa, these tax returns that Rachel Maddow's putting out that people were tweeting links to, that's hacked material. FBI may have been doing that, but it was Twitter was like, well, we don't care. We're going to allow it.
Sure. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We don't know the context of that meeting. Like the meeting could have, I would assume, was probably, you're kind of assuming that like, oh, they explicitly had this meeting to talk about Hunter Biden's laptop, as opposed to them saying, hey, we're going to talk to you about, all the things, all the problems and issues that will arise out of, the coming election. And they go, here, we think this and this and this and this and this is going to happen. And one of those things was, we heard a rumor that, there's going to be a leaked of Hunter Biden's laptop. We don't even know if they said it was real or not in that meeting. They could have told them that someone's going to leak Hunter Biden's laptop, and it's real. They could have literally told Twitter that, and then Twitter's like, well, fuck you.
We can say, and it is true, because we are average people, that we will never have, not only average people, but people in general, we will never have objective, complete stories of almost any story that we ever covered. That's
sure, but that's why I'm saying I'd like to hear Yoel Roth brought before to actually, or someone who's in these fucking meetings, they should be brought forward to testify what the fuck what happens in these meetings, what is actually talked about in these meetings, as opposed to us kind of making these assumptions one way or the other about what's happening.
Well, I agree, but it's human nature to make it's not assumptions. It's making what you can. I guess it's what you would consider a most likely scenario. But we do this with everything. I think through the preponderance of evidence, which I'm sorry, Adam's not getting exactly what I was saying.
This is where you run in. No, this is where you run into the bias problem, though, because they'll say the same thing about
Donald Trump, Russia
Donald
collusion.
Trump on Twitter. Yeah, obviously we know he's a fucking Nazi, and we know he's the next coming of Adolf Hitler. So, it's just a pattern that we see out there in the world, and we don't really need the evidence. We just see this as it's an inference that a normal person would make.
That's kind of my problem, because like the same level of like smoke. So you say, okay, the FBI talked to someone on Twitter, and there's something about the Hunter Biden laptop was brought up. Okay, and we look at that and we say, oh, there's smoke there. That's the same level of smoke as like a lot of stuff that happened with Trump and Russia. Oh,
of course,
Donald Trump Jr. met with that lady in Trump Tower who said she had during Hillary Clinton, and people jump to all sorts of conclusions. And I'm like, whoa, calm down. Let's actually see what happened in the meeting before we jump to the conclusions. And then people left say, no, it's so obvious, Sitch. And then it turns out, well, no, actually nothing really happened. So that's all I'm saying. Just saying, I'm going to wait till we actually get to the bottom of it.
The problem is, right, I disagree with you that it's the same level of smoke, but more importantly is we don't have a position to act upon it, right? When the FBI says there's smoke, therefore we'll investigate, right? That's a huge deal. Spying on Americans, including a presidential campaign and later president's team, that's a huge deal. A huge deal, right? Like, and so saying, well, the same thing. They said, there's smoke, Trump's colluding with Russia. And we said, there's smoke, the FBI was talking to Twitter about this. That's not materially the same thing, because one of them had a real world action that violated people's rights and probably helped swing elections and probably helped stymie a presidential agenda. And the other is just random people saying, we think this sucks.
Well,
right?
no,
That's
we do
the
have
difference.
redress, though. We do.
What is it?
I mean, that's people vote for Republicans in the House or the Senate. They didn't win the Senate, and now they can do investigations on this very thing.
Yeah,
well, maybe
it'd be great.
Maybe they will, but would the votes be even different if these mechanisms of controlling the conversation weren't going in this direction?
Well, sure, but they are. I mean,
right. But that's what I'm saying. So it's materially different, and it's also different because when you look,
no, I understand what you're saying. Like the consequences are different. I'm just talking about in terms of like how we and how people should be interpreting this information without jumping to conclusions. That's all I'm talking about. And in that respect, it is exactly the same. It doesn't really matter what how the conclusion responds to that.
And this is what frustrates
people. Jump to conclusions. That's the message.
You got a Matt, the jump to conclusions, Matt.
The jump to exactly.
But listen, maybe we have two competing worldviews on how we look at things, right? Mm-hmm. I think that when we see a pattern that shows itself over and over again, right, that it is worthwhile to consider what the most likely outcome is. So under my view, if someone would say, well, Trump's a Nazi, where's the evidence? What has Trump done to show that he's a Nazi? He moved the embassy.
Well, he did want to suspend the Constitution, which that's what got us in trouble with the Nazis.
Well, that you could be an authoritarian without being a Nazi. But let's say that he said.
Well, let me put on my left-wing woke hat for a second. Okay, Donald Trump is a Nazi because he said that Mexico was sending us to drug dealers. He said there's fine people in Charlottesville. He said shithole countries, and then they rattle off, the list of a bunch of other racist shit that they think Donald Trump said. That's that's their response. And then you go through it and you say, well, wait a minute. He didn't say that the people in Charlottesville were fine people. He didn't say X, he didn't say Y. And you kind of go through all the things piece by piece. And what do? They say, well, they just don't agree with your interpretation.
I see a pattern, yeah.
Yeah, they say, I see a pattern.
A normal person everyone would agree. A normal person would, you're just not a normal person.
And they say, and I had this exact conversation. I've had this exact conversation with my parents. They'll say like, oh, well, if it was just one thing that Trump said, if he just dog whistled once, maybe I'd have believed
but
you,
it's
Sitch.
all
But
the
he doesn't.
Things.
Here's like the list, and they give you the list of 20 things. And I'm like, yeah, but those 20 things are all vague. None of them are proof. You can't just have a list of 20 vague things and say that together it means something.
20 vague things mean something, Sitch. You got to understand. 20 non-evidences add up to an evidence.
It's not just vaguenesses, right? It's some of those things are materially untrue. Like, while it is true that Trump said there were good people on both sides in Charlottesville, he specifically condemned Nazis. And yet
he tweeted out President Forever, and I thought he was joking, but now I'm wondering if he was joking. I think he was serious when he tweeted that out. I thought it was super funny at the time, but now I'm not so sure.
Nonetheless, let me ask both of you, would you say that there's never any conclusion that you could come to, even if you see a pattern of behavior that it exhibited over and over again?
No, of course you can come to that conclusion.
Right.
Yeah.
So then let's look at the difference between this claim that Trump's a Nazi
CRT is Marxist. That's the conclusion.
Agreed. So, let's look. Now, I know Adam said he doesn't know what the point I'm trying to prove with the FBI stuff, but let's talk about the things that we've already agreed to. One, there was significant problems with the Hillary Clinton investigation that basically was in the realm of helping her or her team.
Well, in terms of they didn't go after her for whatever reason.
Right.
Yeah.
They didn't go after her or our team for things like lying.
You,
to the
you
FBI.
still haven't answered, though, if it's at an institutional level or if it's at an individual level, which is the point of contention.
It's institutional by definition because it was the people in charge of the institutions that were enacting these decisions.
Okay.
So that's one. So we could see the bias there when it came to Hillary.
Okay.
Right. Number two, we could see that these agents that were in charge of these admittedly were biased. The question is whether they act on the bias, but they were biased, correct?
We know Strunk was biased. I don't know if we know anyone else was biased.
Well, the IG report goes on with examples of Baker was biased, Strzok was biased, Kleinsmith was biased, Comey was biased, McCabe was biased. Rosenstein talked about wearing a wire to get Trump out under the 13th Amendment or whatever amendment it was. So the top brass, and we could see afterwards that so many people at the tops of these intel agencies clearly didn't like Donald Trump. I don't think that's a stretch. That's different than saying they acted on the bias.
Right.
Right. So we could see that. We see that the Hillary investigation, there was a lot of problems. They let her get away with a lot. There was bias. Third, we could see with the Trump investigation, even if you think that it had the right to start, they did things like use opposition research that was never verified in order to spy on Trump. That's really bad, right?
Well, I assume they're trying to verify it, right? That was the point of the investigation.
Well, no, right? There's all sorts.
So my understanding was that the original FISA was fine. It was just that after that, because it was basically, wasn't it like in order to keep re-upping the FISA warrant, you had to keep providing, you either had to provide new information or show that your surveillance was providing new information, and neither of those things happened.
Right, but it was also the problem. But would you not agree? And I believe
and also wait, wasn't this, and just to be clear, wasn't this after Carter Page was already, they were spying on Carter Page after he was already fired by the Trump administration. So it's not necessarily, so them spying on him is not spying on the Trump,
Well, sure it is. Right, sure it is, because when they're spying on him, yes, there are communications in real time that they're spying on, but they're also spying by looking at previous communications when he was involved in the Trump team. And Bill Binney, former agent of the CIA, talks about they have what's called the two-hop rule, which means they could spy on anyone that Carter Page talked to and spy on anyone those people talked to. So effectively, they would have had access to the entire Trump communications, right? And would you agree with this?
Sure. I'm not sure I agree with that, but okay.
But would you agree with this, though? In order to get a FISA warrant, that should be a high threshold to spy on an American.
Course.
Right. And so would you say that you would want to attempt to verify information before you used it as evidence to spy on them?
Sure.
But they didn't. They never even attempted to verify the dossier that they used as the primary source for the FISA warrant until after they got their first warrant.
Yeah, well, I have to look at it again, because what was the judge's rationale for allowing the original FISA?
Well, basically, the judge's rubber stamp. It's like 99.7% of FISA applications are accepted. But the rationale was that the judge thought that this was true, right? And then they didn't attempt to verify first. And here's the worst part. Like, everyone looks at the IG report and they say, IG Horowitz was shocked that this FBI agent changed evidence to say the opposite of the truth. That's bad. But you know what he said he was more shocked about? After the second warrant, I believe it was, finally, they actually reached out to Igor Dushenko, the primary subsource. So think of it this way, right? Let's say that someone breaks into Adam's neighbor's house, right? And the police show up and they're like, Adam, did you see anything? And he says, no, but Sitch said he saw a black van with 3 guys in ski masks hop out. Right? And so then the law enforcement comes to Sitch and says, Sitch, we heard you saw a black van. And you say, nah, I was just bullshitting, Adam. I didn't see shit. It no longer matters what Adam said, because Adam was just the avenue to get to the direct witness. That's what Igor Dushenko was. Igor Dushenko is the source that's making all of the claims that would justify thinking that Trump people are a spy, right? Well, the problem is when the FBI reached out to Igor Dushenko, he basically was like, oh, I was just bullshitting. I can't believe you guys are using this. I was misquoted. And the FBI then goes back to the FISA court and says, we talked to the primary subsource and we believe they're telling the truth. And that's it. And they don't say, what they're telling the truth about is that they said that it was all bullshit.
Right. So you're saying this is all in the IG report?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll have to read that because I have not ever read the IG report on Crossfire Hurricane, so I'll have to look into that
and
read that
Crossfire,
because the thing is, I don't believe it could have been that clear cut because, as I said, there were things in the Steele dossier that were true. So either he wasn't the source of everything, or he did say things that were true in the things that were false as well.
I'll try to look that up. Well, that could be, but that there were there were periphery things. Like, here were other examples of things that were true. Most of what was true was just public knowledge. Like, for example, Carter Page did speak at a Russian university. That's true, but it was publicly reported in the paper. There were other things.
Yeah, but then he had a meeting with, like, I forget the guy's name. He had a meeting with the assistant of some super high level Russian guy that he denied having at first. And then
I don't know.
According to Mueller, that he did have a meeting with this guy.
I don't know if that's true, right? But what I do know is this. The bulk of what was reported in there that we would be seen as justifying treating someone as a spy was completely fabricated. And it was buttressed by saying, but there were things that were in there that were true. And the bulk of those things that were true were things that were publicly reported on at the time, right? Just because someone
that's accurate. I don't think, Prince's secret meeting in the Seychelles Islands was Republican.
I promise to look that it is something that I need to look up. I've read the Mueller report. I'm uncertain of that exact story of that passage. But I'll tell you this, I'm not a fan of Eric Prince anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't think
another person, so I would have no trouble if he actually was committing some crimes. I think Black Rock's horrible.
But so anyways, but this is all, I understand. So the argument you're making essentially is that because you view the FBI as acting basically maliciously in the past, that proves that now with the Hunter Biden laptop story that they were telling Twitter, Facebook, essentially to censor it.
And I don't. Proof's a strong word, but it makes it the most likely outcome.
Most likely, whatever. Yeah. I don't feel anywhere reasonably close to comfortable to make that claim, and I definitely don't feel like I could back that claim up if I was arguing with someone on the left about this. I would have no way of backing up that claim.
But again, what that would lead to is sort of an inability to discuss likely outcomes on almost anything, right? Because I could say the same thing about any topic.
I mean,
no,
it's definitely
come
possible,
on.
But I'm just not confident to say with 100% certainty. I mean, people when I go on Twitter, but no, it's not. Here's the problem: if people on the right were just saying, "Hey, it's very possible that the FBI did this, and we should investigate that," that's great.
Yep.
That's totally fine. That's not what people are saying. People are saying like, "Oh my God, this is the most explosive thing ever. Holy shit, the FBI told, the Facebook and Twitter censored the story. Oh my God, people all should go to jail." They're all jumping to the conclusion that they have this smoking gun there that I just don't see it.
I disagree. I think that it's the most likely outcome. And I think that, again, oftentimes...
That's the smoking gun right there.
But that's, again, name me anything that you could say is an objective smoking gun on any political scandal that we've seen in the last 20 years. Name me anything. Give me any example.
I mean, we got pictures of Abu Ghraib. I mean, I saw a lot of photos, so...
Well, okay. The most recent one, Donald Trump literally trying to get Pence to throw out the votes.
You don't know the motivations of the motivations, right? You don't know that.
His motivations are not... We're talking about the action.
Right? Well, we have the action of the FBI. The FBI, according to Yul Roth, specifically mentioned the hack materials policy.
Yeah, but they didn't say
Hunter Biden.
If he said the FBI explicitly told me that the laptop was fake disinformation, that would be an action. I'd say, oh shit. Now were they lying or are they just horribly incompetent? But we don't say that. All it says is that they had a conversation and they said that they heard a rumor that this was going to be hacked or leaked or something. That's all.
They could be lying by omission. Obviously they're politically motivated because of bias, not because of institutional capture. Well, it is kind of institutional capture if the majority of people there are biased in one way, shape, or form, but
right.
So he words a statement totally like legalese, so he knows how it's going to be interpreted, but he's not really saying, suppress it.
Right.
That's the move to make politically.
Right. And you see this happening all over the place. Like, for example, if I talk to someone on the left that's defending this is what they'll say.
But you could have the same conversation, and I'm sure you would have the same conversation about Trump and the phone call to Zelensky.
Right. But what's the difference?
Well,
one is talking about action being taken, right, that actually infected an election, which we've all agreed on. that sort of Twitter's censorship policies affected the election, and the others talking about a president that was basically feckless and was trying to get things done because he saw all these institutions around him.
Yeah.
But wait, think of it this way. So you have we have Yoel Roth says the FBI talked to me about Hunter Biden's laptop being hacked and leaked close to the election. Okay. And then so that's all we know. We just have that one piece of information. And then we look at the outcome and we say, oh, Twitter censored the laptop story. So then we make the connection, or some people make the connection that, oh, therefore the FBI must have directed Twitter to do that. Okay. So the FBI says something vague that we know about. Twitter does an action. So then we assume there's some kind of causation there. But then you have to do the same thing with Donald Trump with the Ukraine phone call, because it's like he has the vague thing that he says to Zelensky about, investigating and listening to Rudy Giuliani. And then Zelensky is literally going to go do the thing.
Yeah, he gets the message.
The action, and then he only doesn't do it because at the last second, Donald Trump, lets the money go through.
Zelensky got the message. He definitely got the message.
Right, so it's kind of like the same. It's the same kind of process. That's same leap in logic, I guess.
You could say it's the same logic, but the outcome's the inverse. In the situation with Trump, Trump didn't get what he wanted, and he released the money
because it got leaked by Vindman, and he couldn't because it would look too awful.
Nonetheless, maybe that's why, but the end result was, right? And what's the end result?
But I'm not a consequentialist, so...
The message was sent, and the message was received loud and clear.
Right.
Okay, even if that's the case, so what? He got impeached.
Okay. Fair, I'm just saying.
Fair enough, yeah.
If that's the level of evidence that people will accept going forward, that's fine. I just wish they were consistent about it. But to me,
that's the point. You're right.
The reason that I don't find that level of evidence enough is because I believe that, myself included, it's too easy for me and other people to kind of fall into our political biases. So that's why I'm really strict about, I want to see the smoking gun. I want to see the specific thing, that shows this, because I know that I'm just as, easily to fall prey to, my emotions and my politics as anyone else.
But Adam already articulates why you'll never see that smoking gun. You're not going to do that. If you're the FBI, you're not going to go to social media and be like, we fucking hate Trump. Do what you can to take him down. Here's a bullshit story. Get him out. Like, that's never going to happen.
They said, again, as I said, if the FBI told Twitter that the story was fake, that's a big chunk of a smoking gun right there. And if Twitter says if Twitter said, and this is this is why I'm kind of shocked. This is what I thought I was going to see in the Twitter files. I thought in the Twitter files that we were going to see the Twitter employees saying, oh, we know that the Hunter Biden laptop was fake because the FBI told us that was fake, right? That's the thing. And this is why, to me, the Twitter files actually are evidence against the claim, because we haven't seen anyone say that. And that would be the number one argument that Yoel Roth or any of those people would have used in any of those internal communications to justify doing what they were doing.
No, this is how they would say it. And they'll say it this way. And if we find out that it said this way, my prediction is you'll still make excuses for it. They'll say this: it has the hallmarks of Russian disinformation.
You're the one making excuses.
No, I'm not making excuses. I'm being very specific on what I'm saying was a problem. I'm not making any excuses.
You don't have a smoking gun, and you're making excuses if you do. That's what's going on.
I understand what you're saying.
You're going to say
you're making excuses why you don't need a smoking gun.
I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say that you think it's going to turn out that the FBI basically said what that letter of the 50X people said, where they said, we don't know if it's Russian disinformation, but it has the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, right? Yeah, okay. They might have said that. I don't know if they said that. I think
you'll say, well, that's not a smoking gun. Right, that's what you'll say. That's not a smoking gun.
I think that'd be horribly irresponsible for the FBI to say that. But I'm not even sure they said that, because again, and this is what I thought I was going to see in the Twitter files, but I'm not seeing, which was shocking to me, was that no one, when they're talking about censoring the story, they never bring any of this information up. Which, if I'm Yoel Roth or if I'm some guy at Twitter and I'm trying to make some policy about the Hunter Biden laptop, you better fucking believe I would say, well, the FBI told me it was fucking disinformation, or the FBI told me maybe it's disinformation. And the fact that no one brings it up, to me, is evidence that conversation never happened.
Okay, right. Two things. One, let me just ask you specifically, if that conversation would occur, that we find out that the FBI said this has the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, would you call that a smoking gun?
I would call it a smoking gun in terms of the FBI. Yeah, in terms of FBI involvement, yes.
Okay, so we'll see if we get there.
Well, okay, let me add a footnote there. It depends on how this conversation like if Twitter says like, oh, did you, like if Twitter says, what is, well, actually, it depends what the FBI says. The FBI says we don't know, but we think it is, then I think then that's a strong case, for what you're saying. Right.
What if Twitter called up?
Okay, then yeah, okay, I'll agree with that. Sure.
What if Twitter called up the FBI and said, "Listen, we have this Hunter laptop story, and we really want Trump to lose the election. You got any excuses for us? Can we? Got any reasons why we can ban this shit? Because that's just as likely to have happened. Right?
I'll grant you what you said. If the FBI just said they don't know, then I'll say no, that doesn't mean anything. But if the FBI says they don't know, but it's the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, then I'll agree with you. Yeah, that's a smoking gun of either horrible incompetence on the FBI or malicious,
Okay, so we'll see. Now, to your second point of if you're Yul Roth and the FBI had said something like that or said, hey, this is disinformation, that you would be putting that out to your team. I don't know that that's the case. Maybe there was an understanding that they weren't supposed to directly be telling regular people at Twitter, the rest of the people, what these conversations with the FBI are. And it seems to be backed up by the fact that some of the Barry Weiss drops show that when Yul Roth is communicating with like the one person he's communicating, he's like, look, make up excuses for who I was meeting with today. And they're like, oh, big deal. And he's like, yeah, don't say anything. Right. So it seems clear that he might be reticent. The FBI might, even with this hacked and leaked, they understood what the implication was. If they said that this was possible hacked and leaked material, that it was likely that material would be prevented from being shared. And it's certain. Go ahead.
You've probably read the Twitter files more closely than I have. So I agree with you that, yeah, it's very possible that Yul Roth, unless he was talking to like the other big people in charge, he might not say directly, the FBI told me this. I think he would say that to that lady, the other, because she's the other like bigwig. So I don't think they would be hiding that information from each other. But it's possible that when he's talking to other lower level people, he wouldn't say that. But he would say something like, we've received information that leads us to believe that the laptop is hacked. And I don't remember seeing that anywhere in the Twitter.
But that's basically what he's saying. He's just not saying it's from the FBI. The entire conversation is them saying, it's like, for example, there's a question in the first drops of this that Tiabi did. There's a conversation going back and forth where people saying that are questioning this. They're like, can we really say this violates our hacked material policy? Right? And because he's saying we think this might violate the hacked material policy. And then James Baker, formerly of the FBI, says, this has all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, so I think we should err on the side of it being a hack. That's who says it. It's James Baker. Right? But the whole conversation prior to that is a conversation they're having about, look, we are led to believe this has the hallmarks, and you have this former guy at the FBI that finally puts the nail in the coffin and says it has the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. So that certainly was occurring. It wasn't that he just said, and it wouldn't even make sense to be occurring the way you suggest, because it would be even more troubling if they're like, well, we have no reason to believe this is hacked, right? He's going to say we think it's hacked for some reason, right? And it helped that you had 47 former high-ranking intelligence people, former heads of CIA, NSA, that were also gaslighting the public, again, working in tandem to censor this story and they knew it was bullshit. They absolutely knew, because many of them probably had connections that they still had at the FBI. They knew the laptop was real, and I knew it, and both of you knew it. If you think about it, it was easy to prove it was real.
So Jim Baker, he said, I support the conclusion that we need more facts to assess whether the materials were hacked. At this stage, however, it is reasonable for us to assume that they may have been, and that caution is warranted. There are some facts that indicate the materials may have been hacked, while there are others indicating that the computer was either abandoned and or the owner consented to allow the repair shop to access it for at least some purpose. We simply need more information. So I don't think your characterization is this wasn't.
No, it's even worse.
That character. How was it worse?
Because
that's him. That's literally him laying out exactly what happened. He said, "Well, there's two sides of this, and we don't know which side is true." Now, I think it's worse in terms of, to me, if you told me that would not justify whatsoever censoring the story at all. But that doesn't, to me, show that they had any information from the FBI talking about the laptop being hacked.
I'm not saying that they said that with James Baker. What I'm saying is
that's my only point about talking about this. Is that aspect of the story?
Right, but you said had they received that information, they would have mentioned it. Do you think Yul Roth's lying in his deposition where he says Hunter Biden's name came up?
No, but I don't know what the context is. If all they said, if all they said was, we believe that someone will leak, Hunter Biden's laptop in the future. That's all they said. Well, then that doesn't say that it was hacked. That doesn't mean that it was Russian disinformation. That doesn't mean it was illegal. That's just all it means is that they knew it was going to happen.
But listen, if your argument is correct, that had the FBI directed Yul Roth in any direction, that he clearly would have put that out there. Don't you think he would have at least said that? Look, the FBI, when we were talking about potential hacks and leaks, did mention Hunter Biden's name. Why didn't he put that in the communications?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Right, which seems to believe that sort of the defense or the possibility that you're suggesting that, well, had the FBI said something to Yul Roth, he certainly at this crucial time would have communicated.
Well, no, because if the FBI, all Yul Roth says, and it's very annoying when you read these legal documents because everyone parses their words so carefully because they don't want to get in trouble. If all Yul Roth said was that in a meeting about hacked and leaked information, the FBI mentioned something about Hunter Biden's laptop. Okay. If that's all they said, so say hypothetically, all they said was, we believe close to the election that Hunter Biden's laptop will be leaked. That's all they said. And there's no follow-up to that. Okay. In a conversation where Yul Roth is trying to determine whether this violates the policy or not, what the FBI told them has no relevancy whatsoever. He can't use any of that information. All they told him was that it was going to happen. They didn't say any. Their policy is based around how the information is leaked, which is what Jim Baker is talking about.
No. Because he would still say that. Like, you have to understand the conversation that Yul Roth's having internally with people at Twitter. This isn't a legal document, right? And if it's you, like, for example, say it's you, Sitch, right? And you're in Yul Roth's position. And this is the words that Yul Roth in his deposition said. I learned in these meetings that there were rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. Right? So they're talking about hacked and leaked material, and there was rumors that one of these operations would involve Hunter Biden. So if you're him and this situation comes up and you're really struggling, like, well, what do we do with this? And you have people on your team, which we can see through the internal communications, that are like, we don't think this violates our hacked material policy, right? And you're right that had you received any information from the FBI, you certainly would have imparted that to your team. There is no reason that Yul Roth wouldn't say, listen, this isn't a smoking gun proof or anything, but the FBI did tell me that there would be a potential hack and leak operation involving Hunter Biden. Here's something involving Hunter Biden that could be a hack or a leak, so maybe that influences my decision. The fact that he never says that when he says in his deposition that it proves to me that I don't buy the argument that had the FBI said more, he would have released it to his team. I don't buy that because he didn't release the information he had.
But to me, that proves the opposite because we don't know, again, as I said, I feel like I just repeat ourselves. We don't know what they said to him. And if all they said to him was, we believe that it's going to be leaked, that's all they say, then him telling that, well, the FBI told me it's going to be leaked, that doesn't really help them make a determination about the policy, which was the entire internal discussion they were having. And as Jim Baker says, according to Twitter's guidelines, which I'm not even sure it really, well, I guess it would, they're saying that if it's considered hacked, like someone either steals the laptop or somebody, sends Hunter Biden a phishing link and they able to upload the files, they consider that hacking. But if Hunter Biden just leaves his fucking laptop at a computer repair shop and he signs some waiver that allows them to do whatever they want with it, then that wouldn't be considered hacked. And so that's the conversation that they're having. And unless the FBI made some determination, say, well, we think it was hacked. If all they said was we think is leaked, then Yul Roth wouldn't bring it up because it's irrelevant to the conversation.
But again, when we were talking about this previously, right, and we said what Yul Roth had said in his deposition, he uses the term hack and leak operation. And you said, well, given that Twitter's hack and leak policy could involve things such as someone leaving their cell phone somewhere. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, I believe under their policies. Yeah, if you steal someone's thing, they consider that hacking, which I think is ridiculous.
Jim Baker seems to be saying the exact opposite of that. Jim Baker seems to be saying, oh, if it was just left somewhere, we're not talking about that. So that would seem to imply to me.
Well, no, okay, wait a minute. There's a difference between, like, if you're walking and your phone falls out of your pocket and then someone picks it up, that's not the same as abandoned in the legal term that he's talking about. They mean abandoned, like he gave his laptop to someone and then never came back to get it. That's a very different situation.
Well, I want to read what again did Baker say? What was his?
He said,
At the bottom part there.
He said, I support the conclusion that we need more facts to assess whether the materials were hacked. At this stage, however, it's reasonable for us to assume that they may have been, and that caution is warranted. There are some facts that indicate that the materials may have been hacked, while there are others indicating that the computer was either abandoned and or the owner consented to allow the repair shop to access it for at least some purposes. We simply need more information.
Right. So notice he doesn't he uses the word hacked over and over there.
Right.
Is what he's talking about, right?
Well, so assuming he's as a lawyer for Twitter, he's referring to however they define hacked under their, terms and services.
It is clear that the implication is that they're saying that had the laptop just been left at a store, that would be okay. And the alternative to that would be, they're not talking about hacked like it fell out of his pocket and someone picked it up.
Right. Someone's hacking the mainframe, Yeah, of course.
Right. Sure. That's what they're talking about. And so again, it seems to me that that's what, nonetheless, we're sort of belaboring the point here. The point is, right, that I think that it is, another way to look at this would be this, that we don't see any examples of material that we knew was in that same sense of ill-gotten material that was broadcast through Twitter. And granted, let's leave the FBI out of it, because hypothetically the FBI could have said, hey, Trump's tax returns, that's hacked or leaked material. But we could see that Twitter chose to never enact upon the litany of those things. And that's where the problem that I'm talking about is not just a problem of the FBI. I've outlined a case of examples that I've seen of former heads of the FBI that were bullshitting people. The FBI was sitting on this laptop, and still are, when they knew that it was real and they weren't saying anything publicly. And then the other instances of bias that I've showed at the FBI. But again, that's just one portion of it. We could see that the bias at social media and how they affected things, the bias at the mainstream media, the bias of other institutions. When you add all these things up, it is incredibly troubling. And I think that sort of this benefit of the doubt mentality where it's like, well, we don't think that it was intentional, and, we could, we don't want to get hyperbolic. Like, there is some truth to that. But the far bigger problem is the fact that there are people in positions of power right now on the left that are saying this is a nothing burger. It's not. Sure. It changed the outcome of an election, right? And regardless,
I don't know if this story particularly. I think you could say the overall, mainstream media against Trump obviously had an impact. But
yes. Now the polling suggests, which I will admit, so I'm going to knock down my own argument before I even say it. I don't trust polling all that much, right?
Okay.
But there is several polls that I've read that said as high as something like 17 to 22% of Democrats said they would have voted the other way had they known.
Does anyone really think that?
Well, I don't know, but here's the problem, right? It's not
but you're right not to trust the poll. The idea that like 70% of Democrats would have voted for Donald Trump because of the
17.
Oh, I'm sorry, 17.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
even that's pretty.
The problem's not just that, because when you say this is what people say. They go, oh, like they weren't aware of the story. It's not just being aware of the story. It's thinking that the story is the potential to be
fake,
real.
Yeah.
And when you see every major institution like it's fake, it's fake, it's fake, even the former intel agents are saying it's fake, it's just troubling. Another thing we didn't talk about with these former intel agents, I think that that's very troubling as well. You could see the bias of the former head of the CIA, John Brennan. You could see that all over the place, such as he got hired at CNN. And then if you remember, the way that the P dossier story made it into the public was the media outlets were like, well, we can't report on it until it becomes a more newsworthy story. And so John Brennan went to James Comey and said, look, we're considering running this story. You should let Trump know. And so then Comey has a meeting with Trump and says, listen, this is out there. And they only mentioned the P aspect of it. And then CNN uses that as the hook to run the story.
Right. Sure, yeah. And so listen, I'm not Brennan. I think Brennan's a slippery guy. I'm not a Brennan fan whatsoever.
And I mean, this guy was the head of the CIA during the 2016 election.
Well, let me just what you're saying. So as I said, again, my contention is not, I completely agree that the overall cultural institutions have been so insanely biased against Trump and have been captured to a large extent by the left and specifically the woke left. And I think it's a disastrous thing that's occurred. Completely agree with all of that. I do think that obviously had an impact on the election. I'm highly skeptical that the laptop story itself really had any impact on the election. I do know that, now I do agree with what you're saying in terms of how people conceptualize it. We listened to a Monk debate I think it was last week or the week before, where Matt Taibbi was on it, and with Douglas Murray, and he's arguing against Michelle Goldberg, and Malcolm McDowell, or Malcolm Gladwell, who's this like New Yorker, Canadian, super in the left wing bubble journalist. Like he couldn't even conceptualize that anyone cared about the Hunter Biden laptop story because he's so far in kind of like the bubble you're talking about. So I don't buy in that narrative, but I don't think it would have made a big difference if the Hunter Biden laptop story came out and everyone said it was real. People would have just said, so what? His son does drugs and fucks prostitutes. Like that would have been the narrative around it. It wouldn't have made a huge difference. Now, the question to me that's kind of important with the Twitter files, again, the only question that's important to me, because I agree that Twitter is horribly biased and very left-wing, and I'm glad Elon bought them and everything, though I'm not super happy with some of the things Elon's doing now, but that's a different story, is did the FBI collude with social media to try to get Trump out of office by trying to cover up the Hunter Biden laptop story? To me, that's the only issue that I really care about regarding this specific thing. And maybe we'll find the smoking gun one way or the other, but I'm saying as of right now, we don't see it. We don't see one way or the other. We don't really see anything that proves that or disproves that fully. So I'm still in limbo on that claim.
I will concede this, right? I think that there's a big story outside of that specific FBI claim, right? But is this a 100% smoking gun, as if it would be, as if you had, Christopher Wray directly reaching out to, Jack Dorsey saying like, listen, this is an accurate story, but we're afraid that if it gets out there, we'll lose the election. Of course.
They don't even have to say that. They don't even have to say that. Just them saying like it was, Russian disinformation. Like that'd be a pretty big deal.
Well, now we'll see what happens, right? Because the communications directly between Yoel Roth and the FBI probably will be very difficult to obtain, right? They may have been verbal communications, and so they weren't written down, and they weren't emailed, so it'll be difficult to obtain them that way. And the FBI is notorious for slow-walking Freedom of Information Act and information. Sure. And, right. Again, if you remember when Devin Nunes put out his memo, that was kind of like, hey, this was unverified opposition research that they used to spy. And the FBI slow-walked it and said, you're jeopardizing sources and methods, and this is horrible.
Right.
And then when they unredacted this stuff, it was literally things like they paid $40,000 for a desk. And like the FBI redacted that because it embarrassed them.
Sure.
It'll be difficult to ever find that level of smoking gun.
I don't think we're going to get the Yoel Roth talking to the FBI, if it even exists, transcript. But if they told him that, he's had to tell someone else that. That has to be out there somewhere.
But I mean, again, I think that's where you get into problems of the double standard.
Or at least you could get him to testify one way or the other on it.
Let me ask you this, and from the bottom of your heart, be honest. If you were involved in something that required a serious FBI investigation of you, would you feel better if you were on the side of Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, or if you were on the side of Donald Trump?
Don't be honest, Sitch.
Don't do it.
No, I would assume. Well, I already said I think that there were people at the FBI that were biased against Trump. So yeah, I would feel better on being on the Hillary.
Yeah, and that's it.
That's also, they have the better track record of not getting prosecuted.
Right, because despite when they clearly break the law in more blatant ways, like deleted subpoena evidence,
Well, we have an argument about what's more clear or not, but
what do you think's more clear of a crime than that someone on Trump's team committed?
Well, we already went through the whole, what happened with the Russia stuff, which you disagree with as being, important. So,
well, it has nothing to do with important. We're talking about clear-cut evidence of a crime. Deleting subpoenaed evidence is a crime. That's it. That's clear-cut.
That's true, but didn't they? I'm trying to remember. Didn't they say that no one? Their excuse. I think the excuse they gave was that no one's ever been prosecuted for just doing that or something, right? Wasn't that the evidence? I don't know if that's true, but that was
the excuse they gave for the private server, that no reasonable prosecutor would bring this.
Right.
When with the deleted, this was the excuse. This is literally the mainstream FBI version of what was going on. So the guy's name was Paul Combetta, right? Was the name of the tech guy that was tasked with kind of keeping the records of Hillary's team, etc. So Paul Combetta is. I'm going to screw the dates up somewhat, but trust me.
Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As I said a million times, I agree they should have gone after that guy. I don't know. I don't know what we're arguing about.
But what we're arguing, it's not just that she would have went after them, but it's that the narrative that the FBI tells in defense of their inaction, because it proves the disingenuous nature of them. Because their narrative is that Paul Combetta was well aware of this subpoena and that he had talked with, not Susan Wright, Cheryl Mills, who was like the top legal aide, right? He talks to her like, let's say on a Monday. I don't know if it was a Monday, and she's like, look, we're being subpoenaed. You need to compile these evidence to send it to Congress, right? And then he goes home and he's driving to work someday, a couple days later, and he goes, oh shit, I forgot 4 months ago, Cheryl Mills told me to delete all of that shit. But he forgets that it was just told to him that it was subpoenaed. So he gets to work and he deletes it all. And then the FBI's like, well, why did you delete that? And he goes, you know what happened? I forgot that it was subpoenaed. But I did remember the conversation from 4 months ago. See, I was supposed to delete this 4 months ago, and I absolutely forgot until today. That's bullshit. You know it's bullshit. I know it's bullshit. The FBI knows it. But the FBI said, well, and is it any surprise that the same characters in charge of that investigation, such as Peter Strzok was the one who personally interviewed Hillary Clinton, is it any surprise that they would come to the conclusion, we're not going to charge her. We're not going to charge Paul Competta for that blatant deletion, and we're going to give this bullshit reason. That to me is what, and then to say, well, we should give the FBI the benefit of the doubt. Every time we see these double standards in how they treat people connected to Trump versus people that are connected to other. At some point, you have to say, look, I'm going to stop buying these bullshit excuses.
Yeah, but here's the problem, is that, first of all, I'm not giving the FBI the benefit of the doubt. Because with the example you just gave, it's like, okay, boom, we have this clear evidence of what Hillary did and, the bullshit excuse that was given. With Peter Strzok, we have the clear evidence of, the statements he made about trying to keep Trump out of office. With Carter Page, the FISA, we had the evidence that they, fudged the FISA. We have all this evidence. This is not a question of taking people, of making assumptions. We have the evidence that shows what they're doing. And all I'm saying is, I think if people want to make claims about the FBI's involvement in the Hunter Biden story, they should wait for there to be evidence instead of jumping to conclusions based on saying like, well, in the past, they did things I didn't like. So therefore, that means that right now they must be doing something I don't like.
Hell yeah.
I think that's a very bad way of trying to discern information going forward.
But that's not exactly what's going on, because it's not as if people were making this up out of
going on. But...
Well, no, it's not as if people were making it out of whole cloth, right? Here's why: because we have we have Zuckerberg that says I was in when directly referencing the Hunter Biden laptop. Zucker saying, "Yeah, we were talking to the FBI regularly about these sorts of decisions."
He said he didn't remember if it was about the Hunter Biden's laptop. So
right, he's saying the FBI is communicating with social media about what to censor. Right, then you have Roth's testimony. That
wait. We know that the FBI is communicating with Facebook and social media about things that they think are either going to be leaked or possibly disinformation, not what to censor. Right. And that's another problem but that's another problem that came out of this, is that, this is what I would like to see from the Twitter files. Someone gave a number. I don't know if it was true or not. Someone claimed it was 50%, but I don't know if they just made that number up. Is how often when the CIA, when the FBI told Twitter something, they said, oh, we think this is fake. Or we think this is leaked information. This is hacked or whatever. Or even when the FBI or even the Trump campaign, which is weird because Matt Taibbi said that the Trump campaign asked for things to be removed, and we haven't seen what any of those were yet, or whether any of those were removed yet, which is a little bizarre and suspicious, but okay. If they only focus on, if they say, here are the examples of when someone from the Biden campaign or the FBI asked for something to be removed and it was removed, that doesn't mean anything unless we can see how many times that Twitter told the FBI to fuck off, or how many times Twitter told them that they weren't going to do it. Because if they asked them to remove 100 things and Twitter only removed 5, then that means that Twitter was not afraid of the FBI, and the FBI or the Biden campaign were not coercing Twitter to do anything.
Well, no, it doesn't necessarily mean that. And
of course it does, because you're not being coerced if 90% of the time you tell them to fuck off. There's no threat of violence there. Or anything.
That's not necessarily true, right? So first off, I do believe the number cited was 50%. That they acted on the FBI's recommendation or conversation.
So that was a real thing that was said in the Twitter files somewhere.
I don't remember if that was specifically in the files or if someone outside the scope of those files mentioned that.
Yeah, I heard that number floating around. I don't know where it came from.
That's what I agree. I'm in the same boat. I heard it and don't know where it came. But let's assume that that's true. That doesn't prove that there wasn't coercion or intention from the FBI to want these certain stories censored.
I mean, it's evidence against it.
Well, it's evidence that might push against it, but it certainly doesn't prove anything. And the preponderance of evidence we see from the previous actions of the FBI you could understand how this scenario would work out, that there were things that Twitter was like, look, even when talking to the FBI about this, we can't justify with our policies because we don't think that it comes close enough to the line even, or they just didn't think that it was a big enough story that was garnering that much attention, so why censor it? But this story was definitely, they used to call this October surprises, right? Which was the idea that you break some big bombshell story in October because the election's in November, and then that's, so this, especially if they specifically mentioned, right, Hunter Biden's name, which seems to at least have came up at some point, like this certainly would have been a story that people would have been worried, because I know you said that this guy from the New Yorker said he can't understand why people would be concerned. I don't give a shit about Hunter Biden's dick pics. I don't care about his drug use. I care that his father appeared to be getting wealthy off of the trading of his name. His son going to our adversaries and trading on the name of Joe Biden.
Sure.
And then money was getting kicked back to Joe Biden. That's the story. And that's a story that many people, including Democrats, would be very concerned with, because they just spent 4 years trying to tie Trump to Russia through business dealings, through his tax returns and other things. So it's clear the standards of the Democrats were that this type of story would be massively important, and it hedged back against one of the central attacks on Donald Trump, which was he's in bed with our adversaries. So this would be a story of such a magnitude that even if there were smaller stories that the FBI said, this could be hacked, this could be disinformation, they say, well, we're not going to action that. But this story, broke by America's oldest newspaper, was something that they, and we can talk about the coercion if you want, but I'll give you a chance to respond, so I don't get accused of gish galloping.
Well, I was gonna say,
I don't know what we're debating.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, obviously I agree that the Democrats, party and Democrat politicians and a lot of Democrat voters are obviously completely, as are Republicans, as are everyone in these political conversations. Yeah. No one really generally holds to a consistent standard of, whether someone did something right or wrong. It's all just tribalism. It's, let me look at, if someone in my in-group is accused of doing something bad, let me look at them with the utmost charitability. If someone in the out-group is accused of doing something bad, let me assume, like, everything is in the most negative light possible. And that's what I contend we're seeing right now with the Twitter Files story. And I'm just saying, I'm just trying to be as neutral as possible, which was the exact same standard I gave with the Russia investigation with Donald Trump, where I kept saying, wait and see, wait and see, wait and see. And that's all I'm saying. In terms of, the FBI's involvement with this Hunter Biden story, and I think we're just kind of like repeating ourselves because we've kind of reached the wall.
Hell yeah, you are.
I'm just going to make the exact same claim I made with the Trump-Russia investigation. We'll just wait and see. Wait until all the Twitter files are leaked. Wait until, if anything shakes out of that, we'll see if the Republicans do any. I'm sure the Republicans, when they get the House, are going to try to do some investigations, and we'll find out. We'll see if there's a smoking gun or not. So I'm going to exist in limbo for now until I feel comfortable that I see something.
Yeah, you don't think we're like Sam Harris here, right? Like we're in favor of hiding the laptop story. Like I wish they would have investigated when it happened. So
yeah, and I actually wish that the Hunter Biden laptop didn't have all the dick pics in the drug use and the prostitutes, because that completely detracts from what you said,
right,
which is the actual story.
Yeah.
Is, when he said he's giving 10% up to the big guy, what does that mean?
We want to know the answer.
Joe Biden? Is Hunter Biden actually getting money, and giving it to his father? That's a big fucking deal.
Or
that
was
should be investigated and looked at. So.
Or was the big guy Hunter Biden's nose, and he was just snorting 10% of the cocaine that went through his hands?
10% goes to his cocaine.
Yeah, 10% goes to the big guy.
Now, I will just say this.
Unfortunately, it's the same thing with the Trump P tape. It's like whatever the salacious part of the story is, that's what gets all attention, and all the kind of more important things kind of fall to the wayside.
But I will say, though, I think that it's not an unreasonable position to take, that we'll just wait and see. The problem with this is twofold, though. One, oftentimes the people you're waiting on are the very people that are implicated. So we're going to wait and see what sort of communications we can get from the FBI or Yoel Roth. Yeah, I understand that Republicans are going to be having an investigation, but most of these investigations still rely at some level at cooperation with the people that they're looking into.
Sure,
for example,
but,
all we have to do is
proven guilty. I mean, Elon Musk bought Twitter. If he can't find it, then I don't know who can find it.
But he can only find it if it was done through official Twitter communications on email. If it was done on phone call or done in-person meetings with the FBI, what's he going to find?
Well, how else are we going to find it then?
Well, we won't. And if we just say, well, we're always waiting for the smoking gun before we call this stuff out, and that leads to the second problem, which is oftentimes by the time we find this stuff out, everyone throws up their hands and goes, well, it's too late now. What are we going to do? Which is exactly what happened with the Russiagate and the Hillary investigation. Oh, well, a couple people that were there got fired from the FBI. And anyways, now we can trust the FBI moving forward.
Right. No, and that is fair that there is this, sit on it and then they don't do anything about it. And I agree that it shouldn't happen, and they should still go back and they should still prosecute the people that, deleted the Hillary emails and blah, 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 blah. I agree with all that. But my problem is with the first part of what you said, which is that if Elon can't find it, and if no one can find it because, say hypothetically, all these meetings were off record, verbally, and there's literally no evidence of it, well, then no one can we can't draw conclusions about it because there's literally no evidence about this stuff.
You might not be able to draw conclusions to the level of beyond reasonable doubt to prosecute someone, but you're certainly well within your rights to draw conclusions on what most likely the preponderance
you're
of
right
evidence
to
is.
do whatever you want. I think it's foolish to do so. I think it's too easy to fall prey to your pre-existing biases if that's what we're going to do.
Well, think about it this way, right? Let's say that you leave Adam house sit for you, right? And you come home and you...
Please stop.
I would never do that.
He steals all of your, Vienna sausages or whatever you have in the cupboard, right?
Adam.
So
those were for Oktoberfest.
So delicious.
Yeah.
And then the next month he house sits and he steals them again. And in the third month,
look, that's
gone.
such bad thinking, man. That's just complete. It's
well,
horrible
that's
thinking
not
because
really comparable to what
there's different people in the institution. It's not the same people. It's a fucking, that's such bad. No, stop.
And actually, it'd be more like, using your hypothetical, it'd be more like, I have Adam house sit for me, and when he comes back, he stole my Vienna sausages. And I'm like, oh, Adam, you stole my Vienna sausages. And he comes up with some wild story about how a raccoon broke into the house, and really, that's the culprit. And then, 2 months later, I noticed that all my Vienna sausages are gone. And I say, oh, Adam must have broke into my house while I was here and stole all my Vienna sausages. It's like, well, you can't make that claim.
Yeah.
You could think that it's most likely. And if you start to see things that start to lead to that, such as, well, my Ring doorbell shows Adam was walking in,
if there was evidence,
but then you would have the smoking gun and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Right. Then we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Well, it's not a smoking gun.
Video
Adam
evidence
walking into my house and then the sausage
video
is going
evidence
gone the next day.
He's bringing your mail.
He's
bringing your mail in.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
So that's not a smoking gun.
He was just bringing my mail in. It took him like 10 minutes to leave the house.
He had to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Right? Like, it's not. There's very few things that are a smoking gun.
Even evidence of corruption, consistent corruption, doesn't mean every single interaction involves corruption, though. I mean,
or doesn't involve corruption in the way in which it's being expressed.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. So
you can't blame people from defaulting to
false positives. Yes, I can.
Here's the problem: everyone defaults in the way that serves their political narrative.
Of course, yeah, that's
what I blame.
You don't operate your life like this. You don't. I know you don't.
What do you mean?
I do. What are you talking about?
The boy that cried wolf, you're saying the fifth time that he cries wolf, every single time you're like, let's think of this analytically, just because he's lied to us every time this week. This time he could be telling the truth. So I don't want to come to a false positive thinking he's lying. So I will analyze
I literally did that about both Trump and this. So I'm obviously not falling prey to my political biases in this situation.
Well, it doesn't matter.
I have the exact same criteria.
This isn't following political biases, right?
That's literally what this conversation
yes,
what I'm
totally.
saying is that
for 6 hours we've been following political biases.
Yes, about the FBI, the media, all of these institutions. Right. But I'm saying you could think of that situation differently when it comes to an institution that you have some sort of bias to, because you assume that it's some upstanding institution like
all
the FBI.
Institutions all institutions are susceptible to corruption. Because instances of corruption happen does not mean The entire institution has always been corrupt and will always be corrupt going forward. Well, then what are you saying? That it's not a pattern.
It means that going forward, you can't just automatically everything.
It means that going forward, you do your best to limit their ability to have bad outcomes based on that corruption and bias. And when you see evidence to suggest that it's bringing up again the same pattern you saw, that you can say that
it's just looping
logical
again.
conclusion.
But that's the problem, is that I don't agree. The things that you're saying, this is evidence that they did.
It's not evidence.
Evidence of doing
So it's not evidence. You don't buy. So Joel Roth mentioning that he was having a hack and leak rumor that came from the FBI about Hunter Biden. That's not evidence.
It's evidence that he should be called to testify and expound on whatever the fuck that happened there. But it's not evidence of the claim that the FBI told Twitter that it was fake news and that it was.
It doesn't matter if they specifically said it was fake news. What matters is
what they said. Wait, what they said matters. What they specifically told Joel Roth is super important.
Again, Adam already gave the definition of this. They can speak in legalese in order to imply what they want to have happen, but not meet the legal definition of some sort of crime or some sort of lie or something like that.
I'm not even talking about that. I think there's like a 1% chance that no matter what happens, that some information will come out of this that will lead to anyone being arrested. I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even talking about, using legalese or whatever. I'm just talking about what exactly did the FBI say to Joel Roth. That's all I want.
Let's break it down real simply. Do you think that around the time of the election, like several months before the election, do you think at that time in 2020 that the FBI knew that this wasn't a hacked laptop?
I have no idea.
Adam
How long do they have the laptop for? How long do they have the laptop for?
Since 2019.
Then I would assume they knew that it was. I would assume if they had the laptop, well, not that it was.
They knew everything about the laptop.
I would assume if they had the laptop, they knew it was true.
They knew months
not necessarily
in advance,
whether it was hacked or not.
What do you mean whether it was hacked?
How did they get the laptop?
What do you mean? They knew They knew the source of the laptop from the very beginning. Yeah.
Right. They knew it wasn't hacked. They knew it was left in the computer shop. The computer repairman talked to them.
Look, what's the...
Okay, so if they knew that...
What are we arguing about here?
Listen,
if they knew that... the FBI had the laptop from 2019, and they said, okay, we confirmed that this information is real. We've confirmed that, that it came from this shop that the person said it came from. And then they turn around and they tell Twitter that it didn't or that they don't know. Then that's the FBI, doing.
But let's use the language that Joel Roth uses. What if they told Joel Roth there is a rumor?
This is getting tedious. We should move on.
Repeating ourselves. I'm just saying
over and over and over again. I feel like
we could.
This is Groundhog Day.
But I think that it's evident to anyone who's listening to this objectively that what follows then is if the FBI said that there was a rumor,
anyone listening objectively, it's like
no. But here's the problem.
You're wrong.
You say what you just said. You say it to someone who's on the left, and they're going to say that doesn't prove anything. You say it to someone on the right, and they're going to say that proves everything. It's not an objective thing. This is just people being driven around by their political biases. There's no objective thing within a mile of this conversation.
And I will accuse you now. You think that because of your bias on the story. That's why you think that. You think that
I have zero bias. I don't have a strong feeling about the FBI one way or the other.
Your bias is that you choose to not believe these things because you think that it's some level of conspiracy theory. So you default to saying, unless I get a smoking gun, I'll always say that there is a possible explanation.
No.
That's
See,
your bias.
Here's the problem. Okay.
My bias is that I don't know whether or not it's true.
I think. Okay, I understand what happened. What I said about people looking at this from a left or right wing perspective, I'm not impugning you specifically, Rob. I'm just saying in general because you made a general claim about. I think if people in general look at this objectively. So I'm not attacking you. So because I don't think that you should attack me because as I said, in terms of me like assuming there's some sort of conspiracy, I already talked about it. I saw the things that the FBI did regarding the Russian investigation, and I said, yeah, that's really fucking bad, and there should be consequences for that. I didn't sit here and put my fingers in my ears and say, blah, 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 this is just a conspiracy. I didn't stick my fingers in my ears and say, blah, 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 this Twitter thing's nothing but it's a conspiracy. So you can't accuse me of operating under that logic in this situation.
We said investigate. I said I was upset that they didn't that they buried the story during the election. Like you're completely mischaracterizing our positions.
I'm not. Your position, you tell me if I'm wrong about this. One, the FBI damn well knew that this laptop wasn't hacked or leaked.
The FBI knew about the laptop. Yeah, the FBI knew about the laptop. We're just we're talking about whether or not the
if it's true that Joel Roth said someone from the FBI told him there was a rumor that there was going to be a hack and leak about Hunter Biden.
That's not.
What are we talking? What are we even talking about here? Like, what is the point of all this?
I think it's pretty clear. You don't think that's clear? If the FBI knew it wasn't hacked or leaked, but they told social media that it was potentially hacked.
If that happens, we don't know what the thing that you're even citing. It's not even a direct quote. It's just a statement. That's why I'm saying, get Joel Roth to go on record to say what the fuck happened. I don't see why it's such a big deal to just wait for him to say what happened. Why is it everyone's like, oh my God, I have to jump on board and make all these fucking determinations so that my audience gets so riled up because that's what people want to hear. I'm just saying, wait to see what he fucking says. Drag him before Congress, see what he fucking says before we jump to this fucking conclusion. It's not that big a deal.
You could wait and you'll do the exact same thing that you did when they waited with the FISA-gate information and the Hillary. You'll say, yeah, that was bad. And anyways, look, Democrats won another election. I choose to be proactive and call out corruption when I see it. You choose to allow the corruption to fester for years. And
that's the exact same. That's the exact same attitude that led for all the people to make all the conclusions they did about Donald Trump. I had the same fucking argument. I had literally, you're saying I had literally the same argument with 1,000 Democrats who all said, Sitch, you can't wait. You can't wait for the Mueller investigation. It'll be too late. Trump will already sold out to Russia. Trump will do this, blah, 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 blah. I said, I don't give a shit. That's the fucking system that we live in. That's what we have to do. We can't make these fucking jumping to conclusions. And guess what? I was fucking right about the Trump-Russia investigation. Yeah. I'm glad I waited. So I'm going to wait on this one and say, I'm waiting to see what the fuck comes out of this, and I'm not going to jump these fucking conclusions. And if it turns out that the FBI was telling fucking Mark Zuckerberg and fucking Jack Dorsey that they should fucking censor the story, then I'm going to be right there in the bandwagon saying, what the fuck? This is one of the biggest fucking travesties of all time. But until that happens, I'm going to say, I don't know. And I think that's a totally fucking fair position to have.
This was a justification for Russiagate too. This is exactly the same justification for Russiagate.
And this is oftentimes what people will do, right? They'll defend sort of institutional corruption or the downplaying of it by saying,
look, now I'm getting ready to kick you. I really am getting ready to kick you. I hate that this goes this way, but look, you're sitting here accusing us of being like in favor of institutional corruption. Fuck you. Fuck off.
This is what you'll do. Adam, Sitch, can you point me to any shows that you've had in the past 2 years that talked about serious consequences that occur to the FBI based on their lying?
All we talk about is institutional corruption.
Okay, so what was your
the FBI specifically? I mean, we don't really talk about the FBI.
That's strange. It's almost like it's exactly as because it's almost like it's exactly as I predicted.
Well, no, 99%. Wait.
Dude, we invited you on the show to tell us about the FBI.
Stop. We spend the overwhelming majority of our time talking about culture war shit. We're not talking about the FBI. So that's not evidence of fucking anything.
Well, not only that, we invited you on for 6 fucking hours to teach us about this shit. That doesn't count.
No, I'm not. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you won't talk about it. I'm saying this is what will happen. That by the time we get to the bottom of these 2-3 years later, and the corruption is made public, as Sitch
is all these accusations.
Can you
what's
let me
going
finish
on?
the point? Can you let me?
What's going on with all these accusations? Can you just make the point without accusing us of being some institutional shills?
I'm not.
I feel like we've been very, very amicable to you, but you're making all these accusations about us, which is just, it's unfair.
I don't think that my accusations have been any less amicable than your accusations of me.
What accusations did we make?
For example, I'm doing the same thing as the people did on the Russiagate side of things, that, I'm jumping to conclusions, that I'm gish galloping, I'm possibly bad faith, possibly not. Right? I don't have a problem with it. Did they not
make the exact same? I said that this is the kind of thinking that led to Russiagate. I wasn't accusing you of
this is what annoys me, Rob. I defended you to everyone, okay? I said I don't think Rob's coming here in bad faith, blah blah blah. And I think I've been I've been like incredibly fair in this conversation, even if we disagree. And then when you started to say started attacking me, I said, wait a minute. I think there's been a miscommunication. I'm not implying that you're politically biased in this situation, Rob. But it just seems like at some point, right after that happened, you just thrown all the good faith out the window, and now you're just accusing me of just being like, oh, I'm just some kind of political shill. And when all this comes out in 2 years, Sitch is going to say whatever and just, pass the buck around.
Yeah, of course.
And I just don't appreciate that. When I thought we were having I thought the conversation was fine. I don't know how it suddenly just plummeted into this fucking ravine.
My point is this. Okay. It has nothing to do with whether you're a bad faith actor or anything like that. The problem is when you wait for smoking gun proof from institutions that we see will intentionally drag their feet, such as the FBI, such as the Democratic Party, just like they did with the Hillary investigation, just like they did with the FISA warrant investigation, what happens is 3 years from now, when it finally comes out and elections have been decided and all these things, you will inherently say that's not the biggest story that's
what happens
so
when you don't wait. What happens when you don't wait for evidence and you run into the next Russiagate, though?
What happens is that you use the best available evidence that you have in order to
that's what they did with Russiagate.
Did they? What was
so
yes,
wait,
of course.
Wait, hold on.
What was the best available evidence?
What do you think? Okay, knowing what we supposedly know regarding regarding FBI and Twitter, what should happen?
There should be. First off, we should all be outraged and see that the cover-up that's occurring based on the preponderance of evidence, what we see is most likely happen, that the Democrats and major people in the mainstream media are seeking to cover this up now. Right. So they should be outraged. Second, there should be an investigation trying to get to the bottom of being able to prove it. But in order to make those investigations effective, politics is downstream of culture. And so one of the things we need to do as a culture, as individuals, is to start to call out institutional bias, double standards, and corruption when we see it.
Based on evidence.
Which I am outlining evidence that we see that makes it the most likely situation. If we say we cannot we cannot make those sorts of conversations until we have 100% smoking gun proof, what happens is nothing is ever proved in a timely manner. We're not in Russiagate because in Russiagate there wasn't.
So your argument is that we should all basically forego
evidence
being fair, I guess, or neutral on things until we have evidence, because we need to have investigations, something which we can do when we're neutral, which I already said we were in favor of doing. So I don't even know what the fuck we're arguing about, because your solution is literally my solution. I'm just saying I wish as a society and I wish as people, though I know this is like fucking impossible. I know this is an impossible task because everyone's literally biologically programmed to be tribal. It's just I wish people could just be neutral about things until we actually knew. Because I know that at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter what the investigation is going to go, because people on the left are going to say, blah, 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 it doesn't matter. And people on the right are going to say, blah, 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 it doesn't matter. Everyone's going to follow their own fucking narrative at the end of the investigation, except for like the 10 people in the world who give a shit about what actually happened. So I don't understand what is the fucking energy about this. If you agree with me, the solution is the same, just to have an investigation.
The solution's not the same, because your solution would be we have an investigation, and until then we don't say what is likely to have occurred. I say that what happens is that investigation, there is not public pressure for that investigation to occur in a serious and timely manner with serious punishment and justice meted out to the people, just like we could see time after time with slow-walked investigations we saw with the Hillary investigation, with Russiagate, with all of these other things. By the time it comes to light, the conspiracy theorists ended up being right, and the elections have been decided, and people are like, well, what do you want to have happen? Comey's gone now, good enough. What can we do now? Oh, well, it's over. And that's exactly what will happen with this situation. We'll have 2 years of feckless Republican investigations into this that will be slow-walked by the FBI and by people at these companies. Hopefully Elon Musk could do something about it. But then even if the worst happens, you might legitimately be on here being like, man, that was fucking ridiculous. The FBI did that. But nothing will be done. The majority of the public will have moved on. Just like, and all I could go on is by what I see here. Like, Sitch, you seem to sincerely believe that the FBI investigation of Hillary was fucked up. But it's like, oh, well, what do we do about it now? And that's what I'm saying is going to happen. That's why we need the public to be outraged now, specifically when these stories are trying to be covered up and you're being called a conspiracy theorist for just pointing out where the facts most likely go.
Okay, so with the Twitter story, there's if it comes out 2 years from now, okay, that the FBI did something untoward or even illegal in regarding this Hunter Biden laptop story with Facebook or Twitter, there is a 0% chance that everyone's going to throw their hands up and say, oh, well, the reason they did that with the Hillary Clinton thing was because she lost the election, so no one gave a shit. Yeah. But with Twitter is going to continue to exist going forward in the future, as is the FBI. And you better believe that that's going to be a huge fucking deal 2 to 3 years from now. So I don't think that in my mind, that's not like an actual concern that I see materializing in the future. It's going to be a big fucking deal whenever that comes out.
Unless President Braden is gone, then no one's going to give a fuck,
agree to
right?
disagree, but I guess we'll find out. We'll reconvene 2 to 3 years from now and find out.
If President Brandon is gone, no one will give a fuck, right? Because it's like about the Hunter laptops.
When Donald Trump is president again because he stormed the White House with Nick Fuentes and Kanye, he suspended the Constitution, then we'll have this conversation and we'll see where we are in the future.
Right, I agree with Adam here. I think that
what's up with all the accusations, man? Why can't we just keep it cool?
Well, because you're taking personal grief. I still stand by what I said. When I'm saying bias, you assume I'm saying it in a manner that says like you're being bad faith. I'm not. I'm saying your bias of this sort of way of viewing the world.
You have not, like, what are you talking about? Like I don't give a fuck about any of this shit. So you're obviously the one that's invested in this. Sure. You're the one that's losing sleep over the fact that there's no Hunter Biden investigation. I don't give a fuck. So what is my political bias?
That's exactly the point. Because you're the type of person that doesn't give a fuck about this. Your bias is to just say, until I see a smoking gun, I don't give a shit. That's literally my point.
Bias is a motivation to come to some conclusion. The reason why I can say, I can wait is because I don't give a fuck.
No, that's
I
not
don't
true.
think
bias could take many forms. Bias just means that you're predisposed to one way of looking at things.
Right.
It could be your bias is your political ideology.
We're using completely different definitions of bias.
Well, but here's the thing, Adam. You give a fuck whether it happened or not. What you don't give a fuck about is it's not like if it turns out that the FBI was doing this, horrible shit, you'd be like, okay, let's do something about it.
Yeah, let's take care of business.
Right. And then if it turns out the FBI wasn't doing any horrible shit and it was all on Twitter, I was like, okay, so let's do something about it. Like in my mind, either of those worldviews are very possible to happen and could be equally likely. And so, and I don't really have I'm not really emotionally invested one way or the other on any of those outcomes.
Yeah,
let me be clear. Adam, I understand you're kind of defending, but you realize what Adam said wasn't that. Adam said, I don't give a shit about this, right? And what he means is he doesn't really give a shit.
Sitch articulated my feelings perfectly. I don't give a fuck which way this goes.
Well, I'm not losing sleep over any ways.
Look, you do care which way it goes.
I certainly care. Absolutely, but I ain't losing sleep.
So who's invested in the outcome then?
Well, I would hope everyone who cares about our country.
Oh, now.
Oh, no, part of the
now
issue
only the people who care about the country are
part of the issue too is that, like, if I come out and I say, oh, it's 100% likely, I think it's 100% certainty that the FBI was, telling Twitter what to do. Or if I say the opposite, oh, there's no way the FBI was telling Twitter what to do. Okay, I'm 100% certain of that. I understand that by me making those statements and by having that decision, I wouldn't trust myself to be able to accurately look at the next information that comes out regarding the story, because I've already made a decision. I've already made a public declaration.
Yeah,
and essentially that's what I see is happening with like the media reporting of the story. Is that that's why the left is like setting up this narrative of like it's a nothing burger. They're just trying to like prime everyone to see that, and it's the same way I see it with a lot of people on the right. They're just trying to prime everyone to see it in a specific way, and I just it makes it so much more difficult to figure out what's true once you've committed to the framing.
But again, like there's an opposite problem, which is sort of paralysis of opinion, because it will always be
Make it stop, Sitch.
That's cool.
Look,
we can. I don't have a problem.
He's basically saying that you have to have an opinion even if you don't have the proper evidence.
Okay. So if your point is
that's not
if your point is that
position to have.
I agree that in order for politicians to do things, it requires people to be angry or to be emotional or whatever. And so yes, if Republicans are angry and emotional about something, that will promote right-wing politicians to, do investigations. I just wish, and here I'm aspiring, and my naive aspiring to a world that doesn't exist. I just wish people could be angry in terms of, I'm angry that this isn't being looked into, and I want to get to the bottom of this, as opposed to saying, I'm angry because I already know that something is true. I just wish we could have that, but we don't. and I accept that that's the world we live in. So
well, and I never said anything's 100%, right? So that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying I 100% know this. I'm saying it seems most likely, seeing what we could see, that this was the outcome. But I stand room that there could be evidence that comes that we see in the future that
right. No, I didn't say that. No, wait. I didn't say that. I wasn't saying that you say 100%. I'm saying that I understand that emotion is what propels people to do stuff about it.
And I just think that, like, it seems clear to me, and you might disagree, but it seems clear to me with the preponderance of evidence based on the current history of the FBI and scandals that they've had and what their obvious biases are, what seems most likely given the evidence we saw. And if you, I know you guys are busy, you're not watching everything I do, but if you see, when Zuckerberg had his comment on Rogan, I specifically said when commenting on it, he didn't say they mentioned Hunter Biden's name, right? It could be that the FBI was kind of winking and nodding like something's coming. But if he would have said Hunter Biden's name, the FBI, then I would have been like, wow, that's more damning. But that's what we see now with Yoel Roth. And that's so I wasn't someone that came out guns a-blazing as soon as Zuckerberg said that. And I think that I have my reasons. And I just think that the preponderance of the evidence suggests that. And the difference we have here is your bias, and I don't mean this political bias like your bias for Democrats or Republican, your bias of the way you view evidence is, well, until we see basically a near smoking gun, we're not going to take a stance on whether or not we thought this happened.
We're biased that we need evidence. Okay. Yeah, sure. I am biased.
I mean, that's
call me biased as fuck. Yeah.
That's a way that you could try to spin it. Are you going to need Sitch to respin what you really mean once I prove this is stupid again? Is that
what do you mean? Oh, now you're calling me stupid. Okay, great.
This opinion, right? Like, that's not what I'm saying, that, only someone that needs evidence. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there are different levels of evidence. Like, Adam, did you know this, that there are different levels of courts? There are civil courts where you need a preponderance of an evidence versus criminal courts where you need beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, right?
Oh, no, I don't. How do courts work?
Right, it's courts.
What are courts? Is that where they take the bad people?
The neon green ball around?
Is that where they take the bad people?
Good job. So you wouldn't say that the civil courts, they don't believe in evidence. They don't believe in it. I'm biased because I believe beyond a reasonable doubt. That means the people that want the civil courts, they don't believe in evidence. That's why what you're saying.
What do you think of abductive reasoning?
Define it.
Abductive reasoning? You don't know what abductive reasoning is?
I'm unfamiliar with the term.
Oh, okay. It's okay. We don't need to talk about it.
Okay.
I don't think, this is to end this, because I think we're just kind of looping.
Obviously.
Obviously we disagree. I don't see, I didn't make a claim about beyond reasonable doubt versus preponderance of evidence.
Yes, of course.
Of evidence at all regarding the FBI's involvement with the Hunter Biden laptop story, anything like that. You do. And so, okay. But I guess thanks for coming on. I think it was an interesting conversation. It's unfortunate it kind of became a little more hostile at the end. But
yeah, geez, I wish
talk in the future.
I wish it could be cool, but whatever.
Talk about Mar-a-Lago. I'm sure there's other things we can talk about going forward. But
yeah, I don't mind. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. It's a lot of time that you guys give me, and I do appreciate it.
Yeah, cool.
All right.
I'm glad you have an American flag in the background.
Thank you. Always.